The story begins with Hilly's idle thoughts. When exactly is it? Is it when I am severely depressed? On a path bathed in the sunset glow, I remember that I see pigs piled onto a small truck being taken to a slaughterhouse. Now she is not much different from them, escorted in a cold carriage. Every time the truck rounds a bend, they squeal and tumble in all directions, and I burst into tears at the sight. How luxurious that thought is now. Her hair gently flutters in the wind. Hilly's face is icy and devoid of emotion, her appearance wretched and unsightly. I never expect that one day I will fall into a state even more miserable than those pigs. In her memory, a chaotic yet clear image appears. The citizens aggressively swarm to capture her. Sitting in the cold carriage, Hilly can only bury her face in her hands, weeping for her own fate. Perhaps I shed tears because I feel sorry for the pigs, or perhaps the villainess in the novel I read is just too pitiful. The villainous Hilly, a character who is so miserable and heartbroken, every slanderous word from the past echoes vividly. They constantly hurl insults at her. You wicked woman, go die, just go die. Hilly, I pray you suffer forever. That wretch like you must disappear from this world forever. Go die at Maron Castle. You piece of trash, you wretched villainess. Not satisfied with just hurling insults, they violently pelt her with eggs. A creature like you deserves to be thrown into the garbage dump. She sits in the carriage, her heart aching, wondering why Hilly lives such a life. Even if it is for others, looking at those evil deeds, does she really not know her life will turn out like this? For the sake of someone, she murders. To raise someone to the throne, she curses others. While she bears the infamy on someone else's behalf, those someones become the main characters of this world. They abandon her, turn their backs on her, and dispose of her. A sad side story from the villain's perspective. As a result, I stop reading that novel because I lose all sympathy for the main characters, an abandoned villainess, and now I become Hilly in that novel. In the middle of the forest, voices chatter. Hey, when will we arrive? At this rate, my butt will be completely bruised. Completely? Shut up, Hilly speaks. This is the border of Casnatura, right? I am Hilly Maron. The commander next to her says, stop playing mad. Do you think doing that will change anything? The man next to him immediately warns, hey, don't talk to that woman anymore or you will be cursed. Hilly's eyes flash with a hint of anger. Cursed, if I am really Hilly, I will not feel wronged at all. Just wait and see what a madwoman can do. Hilly suddenly stands up and grabs the collar of the soldier next to her. Unsurprisingly, he immediately panics and says, let go of me. She replies, I feel cold. Give me your coat. If you don't, I will curse you. They grumble for a while and then resume their journey. What a truly wicked nature. Enough, give her the coat and make her shut up. Hilly holds the coat in her hands, feeling a pang of sorrow. This life is truly miserable. Transmigrating into a novel is fine, but transmigrating into a dying villainess is another story. Hilly Maron, the villainess of the novel, is a mage who only wants to receive love. The way she is so emotionally starved, yet tries so hard to act strong, makes my heart ache. Hilly is mercilessly exploited by others, eventually becoming a greedy person, an enemy of 3 kingdoms and a menace to the nobility. And now, thinking back to the scene where they sentenced her, Hilly cannot help but shudder. A murderer who uses forbidden arts to plunge countless people into misery, send her to Maron Castle to die alone. Sentenced to a punishment more terrible than death, Hilly becomes the most notorious villainess of her era. The 3 kingdoms want to execute Hilly, but the Holy Order vehemently objects. They say that with the forbidden arts Hilly uses, beheading might not even finish her off, so they bring me to a remote place called Maron Castle. If you bring someone to a land infected with miasma and force them to breathe the air there, they will become a wandering corpse, forgetting who they are. Troublesome criminals like me are given the name Maron and abandoned in that place. Thinking of this, she speaks up. Hey, mister, what's your name again? The kingdom with those 2 characters in its name. Did the king there die? That king's death is not my fault. Can you tell them he is poisoned by his wife? I do not want to be wrongfully accused like that. They naturally do not believe her, turning around to say, trying to bewitch us like that is useless because we are protected by the Holy Order. Hilly quickly replies, then before you leave me there, mister, give me some money. He naturally replies with disdain, laughable. I hear the money you made from your wicked deeds is enough to build an entire kingdom. She replies, people just talk nonsense. I do not know where Hilly hides her money anyway. Besides, she will die after 1 year. The coachman stops the horses. They arrive. In front of them is a high cliff and below is a deep sea with no escape. She looks out blankly. Through the iron bars, this place does not seem to be Maron Castle. Something is wrong. Hilly asks with doubt, "Hey, are we there?" There is not even a path to walk on. The original novel begins after Hilly is abandoned at Maron Castle, so I know nothing about this part. Is the way Hilly reaches Maron Castle really like this? The next event immediately confirms her suspicion, as the soldiers unfasten. The carriage is coupling. Hilly's eyes widen in. Surprised, the carriage slowly rolls and falls into the deep sea. Those soldiers shout down, "Heli Maron, repent in the cursed land until your last breath. The gods will always watch over you." She looks at them in shock, unable to hide her surprise. What is this? No way do they plan to throw me. Off the cliff like this, Hilly's helplessness turns into anger and she screams, "Hey, you bastards!" But of course, these people look on indifferently as she gradually sinks, even adding, "Go die." "Already, you filthy murderer." Sea foam slowly rises and Hilly's entire body gradually sinks into the water. She just keeps sinking to the bottom, unable to breathe. This pain is too terrible. Am I really going to die like this? Hilly cannot help but get angry now. Seriously, Hilly, how on earth did you live your life? If you give me this body, you must also give me some power. After all, I am a transmigrator. Please, anything will do. Suddenly, a saving straw enters her sight. Those roots are indeed the roots submerged under the water. She grabs them tightly, constantly telling herself, "I must catch it. Even if I die, I will cling to this." Hilly uses all her strength to hold onto these deep roots. Suddenly, she notices something strange. The water is gradually becoming clear. The miasma is disappearing. Wait, the miasma is soaking into my body. What on earth is happening? Suddenly, a hand tightly grasps her hand. Finally, Hilly is successfully pulled onto the shore. She gasps for breath continuously, barely regaining consciousness. What is that just now? It feels like I devoured the miasma, but Hilly is stripped of her mana and cannot use magic. Somehow I survive. The little spirit beside her suddenly screams, "Ouch, it hurts so much. I thought I was about to die." He holds his head, throwing a fit. Who grabs someone's hair so violently like that? Doraji looks at her with utter confusion. But how am I still alive? Hey, who are you? How did you purify me? Did you come here to purify this place? Now my clan can live. What is this strange child? I do not understand what he is saying at all. I am about to faint, the boy says. I grab his hair, so the root I grabbed earlier belongs to this child? How? Confusing, but for now, staying alive is enough. The two begin to get acquainted. I am Hilly. I am Doraji. I do not understand any of your questions. What do you say? You grab me and purify me. I'm about to die in that polluted lake. She is dazed for a moment before asking again, "Purify? Does purifying mean absorbing miasma? That is actually pretty cool. So now that I am your savior, I will ask you for a favor." Saying this, Hilly speaks softly. "Do you want to come with me to Maron Castle?" At this moment, Doraji asks. "Hey, is your name Hilly?" The boy explains. "We have to cross the contaminated land for half a day to see Maron Castle. The terrain is rugged and mountainous, and there is no path for humans, but if you insist on going, then," the boy says, "I know a path that can lead you there, and thank you." Looking at Hilly sleeping soundly, the boy whispers, "You saved my life when I am about to die from miasma infection." Seeing that she does not reply, Doraji feels helpless. Still sleeping, so I have been talking to myself all this time. The boy frowns slightly. Strange, I feel someone staring at me just now. Oh. Suddenly the boy is startled when he sees a wild beast. How can I forget that? The boy is terrified. This is a place where corpses or monsters can appear at any time, yet I forget because I sleep for too long. Suddenly the wild beast becomes fierce and lunges forward, making the boy scream in fear. "No. Please spare me." The boy closes his eyes, trembling. "I am going to die. I barely managed to be purified, and now I have to lose my life." Just as the wild beast lunges forward, a wave of light radiates from Hilly's body, taming it. Doraji is astounded. A rabbit. The boy gasps. What is this? Was that thing just now a rabbit infected with miasma? Because it touches that human's body, it is purified, not just me, that human has the ability to purify other infected creatures. Looking at her lying still on the ground, the boy thinks, who on earth is this person who can do such a thing? Returning from the brink of death, Doraji's survival instinct reaches a conclusion. The boy observes Hilly's entire body. She is highly suspicious, very suspicious, but the boy sits down beside her. All right, I decide. To survive to the end, I will cling to this human at all costs. She wakes up confused. So I purified that rabbit. She widens her eyes. Really, how do I do that? Doraji clears his throat. Why do you know nothing? I thought we could leave this place as soon as you wake up. She pokes the boy teasingly. This Doraji kid, I think you are a loyal child for staying by my side to protect me while I am unconscious. Turns out without me you cannot go anywhere. Ha! The boy scowls. Now that you know, do something. She still teases Doraji. She smiles softly. That is true. In her heart, she suddenly thinks the patch of weeds she lies on is suspiciously green. Should they not be crushed? Instead, they look even healthier. Moreover, just by holding on to Doraji, he is purified too. Hilly takes a gentle step, suddenly feeling doubtful. Could this mean? She tries to gently touch the trunk of an ancient tree. The next second, her face lights up. Indeed, she can purify them, a body that automatically absorbs miasma. Every time I touch something, she screams in delight. Hilly, you are truly amazing. Yes, that is how it should be. I know it. I know I will possess some special, wonderful, and incredibly powerful ability. She lifts her chin smugly. Well, of course, since I am a transmigrator in this world, how can I not have any power? Doraji wonders. What does that mean? Incredibly powerful. Anyway, she clearly possesses a power that I have never known. The boy asks curiously, are you also a very amazing person out there? Hearing this, she stops in her tracks. You are amazing. The boy asks her again, why are you in this place then? She smiles happily. I am not that amazing, just a little famous. Come to think of it, I commit quite a few crimes. She lets out a sigh. I should be beheaded, but I am thrown in here and survive like this. The boy frowns, thinking to himself, a criminal. She falls into deep thought. Yes, I am Helly Maron, the wicked villainess in the novel I once read. Therefore, as the one who occupies this body, I must live in hiding forever in this land. A year from now, I do not want to die a meaningless death like in the original work. As a transmigrator, my motto is a peaceful and long life. She shouts, now let's go. Just as they want of Hilly, I will live in the deserted castle right in the middle of the miasma-infested region. I do not need wealth, so what if I am a little lonely? The important thing is not to die. Hilly glances and praises him. You are really good at navigating a path like this. The boy smiles and replies, because I am a tree spirit. After all, anyway, the main character will save this world, and the villainess's body I occupy is hated by the entire world. For everyone's sake, self-isolating is better for me. While she crawls on the ground, she suddenly sees a withered flower. Hilly touches it, making it bloom. She says happily, hey, on the way to the castle, should I touch things here and there to test it? Is it not a good thing that something gets purified? The boy sighs. I really cannot with humans. What if you run out of energy before we reach the castle? Then, the boy warns again, when the sun sets, the temperature here drops. Do you want to wear soaking wet clothes and sleep right in the middle of a miasma-infected forest? She snaps. I do not like sleeping in that state. When will we arrive? The boy replies shortly. We have to walk for more than half a day, so hurry up. Then the boy grabs her hand. First, we go to Maron Castle, claim a place to stay, and start purifying from there. Hilly's eyes light up in admiration. Doraji, you indeed are smart, the boy pouts, and you are stupid. Hearing this, she immediately threatens, maybe I will just stop purifying you altogether. The boy quickly says, I am sorry, and so overcoming the rugged path full of infected creatures. And finally we arrive, the place where we must live from now on is indeed Maron Castle, the gloomy yet magnificent castle leaves both of them dazed. She smiles. We arrive before the sun sets. Lucky, right? The boy shrugs. More importantly, let's go inside quickly. The air around here is too thick. It makes me feel so uncomfortable. She is surprised. Really, I find it so refreshing. Indeed, probably because there are many trees. Doraji urges, let's go inside. She nods. I know, but your face looks very pale. Just as they step inside, a thick wave of miasma pours out, making both. The two of them are stunned speechless. Doraji screams out in protest. She shudders, thinking to herself, ah, it is a mandrake. Inside the castle, pure miasma fills the air, completely different from the outside. The boy grows restless, grumbling, "I would rather die than live here. If the air is this filthy, what is the point of having roots anyway?" Perhaps because of that, Dorji foams at the mouth. While thrashing about with all his might, she thinks to herself that for someone who must live in hiding, avoiding the gaze of the world, this place is perhaps the absolute best. From now on, I will purify. Maron Castle using Hilly's power, no, my own power. She quietly plans and transforms this place into a cozy haven, meant just for her until the end of her days. 1 year later, the castle stands beautifully renovated. And bright, she waters the plants while murmuring to herself. What is the use of anger? What is the use of offering the sacred fire? She smiles. You know, if you cling to the past and harbor anger, you only ruin your own future. This is a wise saying from the sages of old. Dorji says as he harvests potatoes. One does not need the wisdom of sages for that. Doesn't everyone know it? Already, she replies softly, for 100-year-old Dorji like you that may be true, but human life is fleeting, so we often make foolish choices. The boy blinks at her words. Young. Miss Hilly also has her reasons for repeating such foolishness. Hilly suddenly squeals in delight. Oh, is this for real? Has it actually borne fruit? Dorji. Come over here quick. She is ecstatic. The strawberry plant has finally borne fruit. A year ago, Rad, whom I picked up on the road, turns out to have a talent for farming. I happily plant strawberries with the tree spirit. The boy beams. The cute little strawberry has finally arrived. What do you plan to do with the food? Hilly. At this moment, I honestly do not know if I transmigrated into a novel or retired to the countryside to become a farmer. Butterflies flutter over every garden bed, and the sweet aroma of strawberries drifts into her nose, bringing a smile so wide she cannot close her mouth. Hilly says softly, You know what, Dorji, wouldn't it be wonderful if the two of us could live like this forever? The boy's eyes widen. The two of us, Dorji breaks out in a cold sweat. What you are saying is downright creepy. That is a highly dangerous statement. She sighs helplessly. Fine, I get it, you big meanie. The boy frowns. Instead of standing there saying such creepy things, hand over the strawberry you are hiding behind your back. The purified soil is still limited, so we do not have enough food to spare. I have told you this so many times. She pouts, but I am hungry. The boy replies heartlessly, Go eat miasma then. Too tired to argue, she mutters, You evil tree spirit, you stingy brat. Indeed, after a year of purifying Maron Castle, I discover a startling truth. What I am doing feels closer to devouring than purifying. She rubs her belly sadly. I only survive starvation thanks to this body's ability to consume miasma. But Hilly's beautiful, deep red hair, once like a blooming rose, turns jet black after she purifies the miasma in Maron Castle. Hilly whispers to herself, did the original Hilly also eat miasma instead of food to survive? Since the novel omitted this part, there is no way for me to know. Through daily efforts, I managed to restore the backyard and a portion of the path. But now, to fill my stomach, I must travel all the way to the border of the miasma-infested area. How inconvenient, she muses, if I keep going at this rate. I will surely finish purifying that lake soon, right? I am the type of person who plays mobile farming games to the very end. In those games, the system would say, spend 10 coins to instantly purify the dark lake. However, it can only be done once. If this were a game, I would be watching ads every hour and frantically farming coins. Free money, she thinks to herself with a quiet yearning. If only another spirit would appear, how wonderful it would be. Dorji is already so skilled at farming. This time she wants a spirit who is skilled at cooking and cleaning. Suddenly, a strange sound makes her turn her head. What was that sound just now? I am the only human in this vast Maron domain. The rest are nothing but plants. A monster infected by miasma, or perhaps a wandering corpse. She only sees a dark silhouette stepping out, causing her to scream. Loudly thinking it is an undead creature, in a panic she flees. Get away, this is my domain. But he suddenly grabs her hand. She is caught. Purification. If I use purification, I can survive. He grits his teeth, his voice raspy. Where is Helly Maron? He corners her, demanding. Helly Maron, I am here to deal with that woman. She trembles. He actually knows who she really is. He continues to threaten her. The woman who destroyed my family. The moment she hears those words, she instantly realizes who this man is. He still growls, demanding the whereabouts of that woman. She tries to buy time. Wait, hold on. Fear grips her heart. This man. He is one of the male leads in the original novel. He utterly loathes Hilly. He is here to destroy Hilly. That man. is none other than Rika Winter, but as he speaks, he suddenly collapses onto the cold ground, leaving her in utter confusion. She stares in shock. Why does he suddenly faint? Right here, she drags him up the stairs, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Heli gathers all her strength, gripping his clothes to pull Rika up. The worst-case scenario has arrived. This is all Doraji's fault. If it hadn't told me to perform purification, I would never have run into this man. No, more importantly, I am a transmigrated soul. After all, if I act differently, won't the original plot change accordingly? While Hilly catches her breath, Doraji immediately scolds her. Are you insane? Why do you bring a corpse back here? She gasps out. He is not dead yet, though he certainly looks close to it. Him actually turning into a corpse is probably just a matter of time. The scene shifts, the image focusing on a pair of feet clad in elegant leather shoes. I curse you all. Sitting by a window spiderwebbed with cracks is the silhouette of Hilly. You trample upon my feelings. You use betrayal to repay my love and devotion, the mountain of corpses I build. For you, for the sheer weight of that sin, and for the tears that have fallen, I pray you will forever drown in regret and agony. The novel. Having multiple husbands is perfectly fine. Among them, the one responsible for creating the demons is none other than Hilly, abandoned at Maron Castle, where she spends a whole year cursing the world, and dies at the hands of a man. Hilly's death is the ultimate key to the descent of the demons, turning Maron Castle into the cradle of these demons. They are born and nurtured from Hilly's raw wrath, fear, and profound sorrow. They flee from the miasma-contaminated zone and commit all sorts of heinous deeds. The female lead and her 4 male leads, all deeply in love with her, join forces to punish them. This is the main plot of the novel, and the male lead is of the Demon King class. After dealing with Hilly, he departs from Maron Castle and joins the female lead's party. In a completely dehumanized state, he is none other than Rika Winter, Doraji with wide, sparkling eyes. Says at that moment, his body is heavily infected with miasma. If we had found him any later, he would have become a wandering corpse. But it is truly miraculous. Normally, when humans step foot here, they lose their minds within a single day. Yet this man managed to preserve his sanity and reach this place. Hilly delivers an indisputable remark. That is because he is the male lead. The young boy listens in sheer confusion. Yes, she explains, he is a tragic character who will later awaken as a half-human, half-demon, suspended between life and death. He hovers around the female lead endlessly before ultimately taking his own life. Hearing this, Doraji is utterly exasperated. There you go again. Stop speaking nonsense and do something. About this man, he is not fully infected yet. If you perform the purification now, he will wake up instantly. Do you plan to leave him infected like this? Hilly falls into deep thought upon hearing this. That is precisely the problem, the moment he wakes up, he might just finish me off. Seeing her dazed, Doraji calls out loudly, "Young Miss Hilly," causing her to startle. I get it, stop rushing me. I planned to save him from the beginning anyway, but deep down, she feels completely helpless. She wishes he would not wake up in her front yard. With no other choice, Hilly gently places her hand on his chest and chants, "Purification." The reason she saves Rika, even though he sought her out to dispose of her, is because Rika is the only innocent soul among the 4 male leads. His family is wiped out, leaving him as the sole survivor, drowning in hatred, believing his deep resentment toward Hilly is entirely justified. As she purifies him with her power, Hilly has to admit that the amount of miasma inside him is truly monstrous. Having no idea how long he has been wandering in the contaminated zone, she decides to help him just this once and quickly send him on his way. She gently lifts her hand. This is a man destined to be entangled with the main characters of the original novel. No matter how pitiful he is, she must draw the line. If things take a turn for the worse, she firmly resolves to refuse. Yet to her surprise, the moment Rika regains consciousness, he instantly pins Hilly down in an overwhelming stance. Pinning Hilly down? What is this? Where have you brought me? Her inner voice screams in utter panic. What should she do? Why on earth does he wake up so fast? Doraji instantly shrieks in terror and repeatedly bites the man's back. Young Miss Hilly, you ungrateful human, let go of young Miss Hilly. Hilly's mind is filled with sheer exasperation. Why is he awake already? Her plan to have him leave the moment he recovers is completely shattered. Outwardly, she tries to explain, Maron Castle. I brought you to Maron Castle. It hurts, gently, please, Rika gently catches the little boy with one effortless hand. "This is Maron Castle. What are you doing here?" Dorothy snaps in annoyance. "What else? Can't you see we are farming, cleaning, cooking, and doing laundry?" He narrows his eyes and asks, "Do you two live here?" Hilly nods. Frantically, "Yes, yes, indeed." Rika looks at her blankly, then inquires, "Then who are you?" This makes Hilly freeze in astonishment. Why is he acting like he does not know her? There is absolutely no way Rika Winter does not recognize her. Wait, thinking back, she remembers. In the original story, he came to Maron Castle to dispose of Hilly, during which he awakened as a half-human, half-demon, and lost all of his memories. As for his memory loss this time, if it is not due to his awakening, it must be the side effect of the miasma and purification mixing together, sending chaotic energy straight to his brain. Hilly props herself up while contemplating. That explains why this man remembers nothing. He has truly forgotten that she is his mortal enemy. Thus, she cheerfully extends her hand to introduce herself. "I am Hilly, your savior." Rika looks utterly bewildered. "Hilly, did you heal me?" She nods her head repeatedly. "Yes," she silently cheers, confirming his amnesia. "Hilly, we are saved. We will not suffer a tragic death at this man's hands. It is all thanks to me." With that thought, she confidently declares, "Exactly. Furthermore, tonight I will save you once more." "Why?" "Well, when the sun sets, without the permission of the master of this house, who is me, you will end up wandering in that contaminated zone. But rest assured, you can stay here today and have a good rest. I do not have any food, but at least I can offer you a peaceful and comfortable sleep." Suddenly, Hilly looks up, her cheeks flushing a warm pink, precisely at the moment fireworks burst in the sky, as if celebrating her victory. It is indeed an unexpected spring shower. She, alongside Dorothy, slowly guides Rika toward the castle. "Let us go inside." Rika is surprised by this. "You know my name?" Hilly scratches her head and stammers an explanation. "Ah, well, you muttered it in your sleep." Her quick wit is truly impressive. A beautiful ancient castle stands majestic in the heart of the miasma-contaminated zone. Rumor has it that for the past 100 years, no living soul has ever escaped this place alive. Even measuring the level of contamination is deemed impossible. Walking through the dim corridors, seeing his astonished look, Hilly explains that Maron Castle is far from the rumors. Hilly understands that it is only natural for a first-time visitor to be surprised. Is only natural. She enthusiastically points in this direction. "Are you curious? It is nothing special, I just possess an incredibly overpowered ability." She still remembers how hard she struggled when she first stepped into this castle. After countless purifications, there is now nowhere in this castle where humans cannot go. Hilly sighs, thinking that this kind of miasma, which requires only a gentle touch to be purified, is not worth worrying about. What they need most is fire and food, and these two issues remain unresolved to this day. Standing before the room with the cold fireplace, Dorothy notices, "Young Miss Hilly, why is the fire extinguished?" He runs over and picks up each log to inspect. "Between the two of us, who is responsible for keeping the fire alive?" Hilly scratches her cheek and stammers, "Well, I did not think it would rain." In other words, their civilization is in the primitive age. Overwhelmed with anger, Dorothy immediately launches into a rant. "I cannot live like this. You do not do anything right. I trusted you to keep the fire alive while I was farming. Aside from going out there to purify the miasma, what on earth are you doing, young Miss Hilly?" "No, this is lower than primitive." He scowls terribly. "Every day I am the only one doing chores. You cannot keep the fire, do not know how to farm, are terrible at cooking, cannot even tell what is edible, and have no idea how to repair the house." Hearing this, Hilly can only reply softly, "I am sorry. I will light the fire again. Do not nag and make me feel ashamed in front of our guest." "In front of our guest anymore." Dorothy points directly at her, saying mockingly, "You sure talk big. I assume you do not plan to let your guests sleep in a freezing room, do you? Before you sleep, please light the fire." She crouches down, her lips curving into a pout. "Come on, isn't this basically telling me not to sleep?" He turns around, lowering his voice to remind her, "I will bring more dry firewood. Do not be lazy and make sure to light the fire." Hilly sighs, "When was I ever lazy? You are just too hardworking." "Lazy? You are just far too diligent." Afterward, Hilly has no choice but to start the fire, repeatedly striking two stones together while begging, "Please, please catch fire." Why is it not working? Is it because the weather is too damp? Not working? Is it because the weather is too damp? Rika slowly approaches at this moment and takes the initiative to ask, "What are you doing?" Since she is irritated, she replies in an equally annoyed tone, "I am lighting a fire. Can you not tell by looking? He sighs. Do you truly intend to light a fire with those two? Stones, Hilly clicks her tongue. So what? Though it looks like this, it occasionally catches fire, you know. Fire. Hearing this, Rika remains silent for a moment. Suddenly, he sits down and asks her to step aside. He casually reaches into his pocket and pulls out an object along with an iron rod. With just a gentle strike, the fire instantly flares up. Seeing it catch fire, Hilly stares in awe as the fire catches on the very first try. Excitedly, she presses him for details. Where did you buy that? Rika answers. An outdoor store or a general store. I hear inns for travelers sometimes sell them too. Are you still cold, Hilly? The other cautiously shakes her head. No, she asks further. What kind of magic is on it? Rika explains as he tends to the fire. If an item is infused with ignition magic, it is expensive. In her heart, Hilly already desires it. Even without magic, this thing catches fire so beautifully. I want it, I want it. Rika glances at her. If the fireplace is the problem, why don't you just buy a permanent magic hearth? This is for traveling, not for daily life. Hilly gasps in even greater astonishment. There is such a thing. A magic hearth? Oh, what a mesmerizing phrase. It turns out this world actually has modern conveniences somewhere. In this damn old castle, nothing is intact, so she has been living like a primitive human all this time. When the sun rises, she wakes, and when the sun sets, she sleeps. Suddenly, several logs scatter across the floor. Hilly rejoices the moment she spots a familiar figure. Dorothy, you are back just in time. Hey, Rika, what is with your expression just now? It is impossible. She has lived with Dorothy for a whole year and has never seen Dorothy make such a face. Dorothy, with sparkling eyes, asks, You are Lord Rika, right? Would you like some strawberries? The next scene is of a flickering fire, and the room warms up. He rolls over too. The other side, away from Lady Helly. Having his blanket stolen, Dorothy yells, I am cold. I said I am cold. You already took my blanket, so why did you take the whole thing? Hilly, refusing to back down, snatches it back. You were the one who gave my blanket to that human first. Just like that, the two squabble loudly while Rika sits helplessly in the corner. What is with those strawberries anyway? How many did you give him? While I only got one, yet you keep nagging me. Thanks to whom is Lady Hilly able to lie down like this? If not for Lord Rika's help, we would still be striking rocks to make fire. I am not stingy, but you are so unfair with the food. Do you know how sad that makes me? He grumbles. Fine, fine. I will give Lady Hilly strawberries tomorrow, so go to sleep now. She happily asks, How many? Meanwhile, Rika watches them, lost in his own thoughts. Who on earth is this woman? Her face and figure are familiar, but there is no way she is Helly Maron. That wicked mage could never wear such a smile. She looks unbelievably harmless, working with wrists so slender they seem ready to snap, living alongside a plant spirit. Who is this woman? The happy look on her face when given strawberries, combined with eyes devoid of any malice. She does not seem like Hilly, the wicked mage, but rather a different Hilly, falsely accused and imprisoned in Maron Castle. It is so confusing. What kind of person are you? I am a puppet created by the Winter family. Beams of light stream through the window as an interrogating voice rings out relentlessly. Rika Winter, do you think your life belongs to you? A man with his hands clasped behind his back looks out the window and denies it. Wrong. The family is your everything. Do not forget that your existence is for the family. Do not trust anyone. For those who bear the name of Winter, solitude is the only friend. The perfect heir is forged by the house and title of Winter. A cold, unyielding soul who acts solely for the family. Although young Rika is merely a child, he exudes a mature solemnity. Yes, patriarch, I understand. During his childhood, he constantly immerses himself in texts, studying hard every day. If you do not want to tarnish the family's reputation, you must become perfect. Emotions are only for the weak, the heir of Winter has no need for them. Besides reading to expand his knowledge, Rika must train with the sword to build his strength. Exuding determination, he grits his teeth and does his absolute best, for they always know the answer, and just like that, I become the perfect heir. Exactly as the patriarch wishes, I grow emotionless, unaware of my own desires, living only for the family's will. And then the entire castle of the Winter family is engulfed in a sea of flames, and the same follows with the downfall of the Winter clan. Before passing away, Rika's father does not forget to instruct him. Your final duty is revenge, Rika, for our family. Our kin and brethren have died a tragic death. Seek vengeance upon the mage Hilly, the one who used underhanded schemes to ruin our family. Revenge is your duty. A scream echoes through the entire building, causing the glass panes here to shatter. Rika indeed comes to find Hilly for revenge. What drives me is not sorrow or a sense of loss, but duty and responsibility. Back then, with the fire of hatred blazing in his heart, he is ready to strike at any moment. For revenge, I am willing to sacrifice my very life. But she, the ultimate victor, does not grant me an honorable death. Rika lies on the ground and questions Hilly. Why did you save me? After a moment of thought, Hilly replies, because only by living will you never forget what I have done. Heavily wounded and lying on the ground, Rika mocks her. Are you acting this way because you feel guilty? Is that not a blatant lie? Especially when it comes from the one who wiped out an entire family. What is the reason? Have you obtained what you wanted? Hilly glances at Rika and smiles. None of your business. After that, I challenge her repeatedly, only to fail time after time. The more I lose, the more the sense of duty to seek revenge fades. With a wounded body, Rika sits on the bed. Suddenly, one day, only curiosity about her remains in me. How ridiculous. For the first time, I want to learn about someone simply because I am so obsessed with my enemy. It is only a few days later that I hear some almost unbelievable news. A soldier riding a horse through the streets announces to the citizens that the wicked mage Hilly has assassinated the king of the kingdom of H. She has been captured by the crown prince of H and exiled to Maron castle. In reality, the death penalty should have been carried out. It is unbelievable. Upon hearing this news, Rika is utterly astonished. Was Hilly really captured by someone like the crown prince of H? And furthermore, she meekly accepted her exile. This leaves him completely stunned. A woman who seemed impossible to handle ended up exiled. My war ends just like that, in vain. I have no purpose left to live for, nor any responsibility to shoulder. At first, I try to forget her and move on, but it is impossible. Rika starts going out to look for work. I hear this is your first time working as a mercenary. So let us start with a simple escort job. The reward? I change everything from my name and occupation to my surroundings to forget my family and live a normal life. A day passes, then a month, then a year. By the time I realize it, I have nothing left. Even while working, Rika always thinks of Hilly. A life without challenging Hilly is completely meaningless. I, a creature made solely to be the family's heir, am no longer myself. Having realized the truth, I have only one choice left, to complete my unfinished revenge. Rika tightly grips the reins as a questioning voice calls out from afar. Hey, what are you doing over there? This time, he seems to have made up his mind. I will go to Maron Castle, eliminate Hilly, and then take my own life. Seeing Rika gallop away on his horse, the accompanying guard shouts in anger. Catch him! The escort has stolen the horse and fled. Damn it, mercenaries are all the same. That is what I thought. The axe chops down hard on a branch, splitting it instantly. Rika, oh my goodness. Hilly stands beside him, feeling indignant on his behalf. Chopping wood first thing in the morning, making a guest work. You evil Doraji bellflower root. I was the one who said I would work. Sitting around idle makes the body sluggish. If your hands are itching for something to do, you could have gone for a walk. What am I doing right now? Hilly holds sweet, juicy strawberries in her hands and offers them to Rika. More importantly, Rika, don't you want to eat some strawberries? If you still have yesterday's dried meat, I can trade you a few. He also offers his dried meat to her, the last 2 strips of dried meat. She and Doraji are moved to tears of joy upon eating them. It is their first time tasting something so delicious. This is called beef jerky. You are really giving me your last strips of jerky. Thank you so much. I have been here for a day now. Though my hands are busy working, Rika constantly keeps an eye on Hilly. I keep monitoring her without looking away, deliberately leaving openings. With a body that has lost its mana, she still purifies the miasma so casually. I once suspected this wicked mage of faking her mana loss to deceive me. But the more I observe, the more certain I am of one thing. Hilly Maron has lost her memory, even forgetting mana and common knowledge. This is not partial amnesia. Carrying the axe on his shoulder, Rika looks at Hilly, who is grieving over trivial things, and doubts rise in his heart. Can I really consider this woman my target for revenge? Judging someone who remembers nothing for past mistakes? Is that the right thing to do? Especially a woman who eats meat and cries, "Oh, jerky, please don't leave me." His purpose in life has vanished, as if such a person never existed in the first place. Rika lowers his eyes, wondering what he should do now. Is it right to continue staying with this woman? To resolve his conflicted feelings, he pops the handful of strawberries she just gave him into his mouth and quietly plans. First, I must observe her, experience things firsthand, and then make my judgment. Perhaps this is an opportunity for me to judge my own true feelings and find out if the rumors about Hilly are true or false. After eating, Rika turns to Hilly and praises, "It is very delicious. Is there anything else I can help with?" Rika's appearance brings a massive change to our lives. Like a mythical god bringing fire to humanity for the first time, he bestows upon our tragic lives an item that can catch fire instantly, and even meat seasoned with sweet, delicious spices in this land of sinners. In a place where only salt exists, this is the first time I taste such sweetness. It is nothing short of a culinary revolution. Hilly places her hand on her chest and declares grandly, "We are sinners who have tasted the forbidden fruit. We can never return to the days before we knew this taste. I can endure it no longer." She slams her hand onto the table, staring straight into Rika's face. "We need civilization, Rika." Hearing this, both Rika and Dorji can only stare in speechless silence, seeing them. Like that, she yells in frustration, "If you have mouths, say something. Whether you rode a horse or drove a carriage to get here, there must be a road. Isn't that right? Don't tell me he arrived in the blink of an eye without any path." Arguments continue to echo through the house. "Do you have no companions, or did you hide the carriage? Where is the horse? Out there somewhere. I came alone. Liar, there is clearly a shortcut." Somewhere, Tiny Dorji grabs Rika's collar and recounts the whole story. This human was found before being completely corrupted by the miasma. "If we purify that shortcut, we can enter the city." "There is no shortcut." Even after hearing an inspiring speech, he refuses to cooperate. Hilly presents a piece of paper, threatening and questioning him. "Do you think just because you have amnesia, we will let this go? You ate several strawberries earlier. I even saved you from the brink of death, and this is how you repay us. If we starve to death before the potato harvest because of you, will you take responsibility?" Dorji reminds her at this moment. "The one who brought the strawberries to trade for candy was you, Lady Hilly. Whose side are you on anyway?" Rika points to a spot on the map and explains, "It is not what you think. I relied on this to get here." "What is this?" "A map. You see this symbol here, right? I think it is the castle where you live." Hearing this, Hilly immediately snatches the map from his hands. "Give it to me, let me see." Seeing her like this, Dorji pats her head pityingly. The little boy says, "Apologies, Lady Hilly has not eaten flour in a long time, so her mind is a bit unstable." "It is fine. Her arms look very thin, don't they?" After carefully studying the map, Hilly devises a plan. "As long as they have seeds, they can farm. But almost nothing can be found here. Now that we have a map, we will head toward the city to buy wheat seeds. Pepper, sugar, and, oh, Dorji, right now, those things are not important." Seeing Hilly suddenly turn like this, Dorji grows worried and asks, "What is wrong with you?" Lady Hilly turns her head, her eyes wide as she confesses, I don't know how to read." "Then what about the flour and the meat? If you cannot read the map, what difference does it make?" Suddenly, Rika points to himself and says, "I can read." Upon hearing this, both of them are utterly shocked. "You know how to?" "Yes." Hearing this, Hilly looks delighted as she stammers, "So you can also ride a horse and drive a carriage, and load that carriage with tons of goods." "A carriage? Just how much are you planning to buy?" "Exactly. Well," hearing her question, Rika covers his mouth and chuckles, explaining, "I have never driven a carriage before, but I can manage it." Seeing him laugh at her, Hilly feels a bit resentful, secretly harboring suspicion. He is laughing. Is he mocking me because he thinks he can do everything? Maron Castle originally maintained an isolationist policy, but due to the current crisis, it has decided to accept outside help. The primitive era is over. If one were to exaggerate, it is time to bring civilization to Maron Castle. The night begins to fall over the forest. Hilly's silhouette is illuminated by the moonlight. Sitting on a tree branch, Dorji watches the two and advises, "Be careful on your journey and come back safely. Do not eat random things, do not help blindly, and do not follow just anyone." "Am I a child? I am sorry." Hearing this, Hilly feels surprised in her heart. It turns out Dorji always views her as a child. Rika, standing beside her, also speaks up. Once farewells are said, they hurry. The two quickly gather their luggage and leave the forest, heading toward the castle. Looking at Rika Helly's back, a question arises in her mind. He was on the verge of death just yesterday, so why is he being so reckless now? His body is plagued by miasma, yet he walks as if nothing is amiss. And right from the start, she notices something else. His strides are far too long. Suddenly, She slips and a startled shriek escapes her lips. Wait, let's walk together. Fortunately, Rika quickly catches her. To save her pride, she questions him. It is because you walk too fast? Rika looks at Hilly, explaining the situation. He also shares his plan for the journey ahead. I think we need to shorten our exposure to the miasma. If there is a limit to the amount of miasma you can purify in a day, clearing the path while traveling is impossible. This time, we should only purchase the necessities, while using them, clearing the path ourselves. Makes much more sense. Hearing this, Hilly feels a wave of concern for his physical state. But what about you? At this rate, you will turn into a wandering corpse before we even make it around the village. As long as I do not reach the absolute worst state, it is fine. Hilly, unable to stomach Rika's recklessness, scolds him. So you mean every time you are on the verge of death, I save you only for you to walk right back into danger, so I have to save you again? Do you think I am some kind of psychopath? A psychopath? What is that? Never mind. Hilly looks at him, thinking she has no desire to hold this man's hand, but under these special circumstances, she has no choice. She extends her hand to Rika and demands, "Here, take my hand. I will purify the miasma as we walk so you do not get infected." Rika gazes at her hand, seemingly hesitant, but then he turns and walks away, leaving her utterly dazed. Is he really not going to hold my hand? Fine, but why does this feel like I am begging him to hold hands? Hilly, now in a feisty mood, challenges Rika. Then try walking without relying on me. Let's go. She casts her gaze up toward the high sky, quietly reflecting. Walking through a miasma-infected land is far from a romantic journey. We must step on dead, withered trees beneath our feet. Even so, it is not bad at all, for the sky is blue, and the clouds are still white. It is as if at the end of this road, flour and sugar are waiting for me. Seeing her oblivious to her surroundings, Rika turns back to warn her. Watch where you step, Hilly, you will fall. The infected area is wider than I thought. We keep walking, but it is still just forest and road. Hilly lets out a long, weary yawn. How much longer must we walk? I do not want to walk anymore. Rika leisurely checks the map. We are already halfway there. She grows even more dejected. Only halfway? How do you know? He replies nonchalantly. Perhaps you should learn how to read a map. Hilly is taken aback. Learn? I studied endlessly before my soul transmigrated, and now I have to study again. She declares in an irritated tone, I hate studying. Hearing this, Rika is slightly exasperated. Who is telling you to study? Shouldn't you just know how to read a map? He lifts the map and points. Look, we are here. If we walk in this direction for one more day. But seeing Hilly turn around and walk away, Rika calls after her to stop. Hey, are you not listening to me? Right at this moment, he senses something is amiss. Rika calls out Hilly's name, only to see the grand scenery of majestic mountains right before her eyes. The landscape is so breathtakingly unfamiliar that it leaves her in a daze. From the peak of Maron Castle, one can view the entire Black Lake. I spent every single day inside the castle. This is the first time I have seen it from this close. Looking at it now, the lake is pitch black, completely opaque. Before being corrupted by the miasma, this scenery must have been as beautiful as a gemstone. The forest and the lake now hold nothing but a gloomy shadow, for the miasma blocks out all the light. How tragic. At this rate, it will likely take a lifetime to absorb such a dense accumulation of miasma. Even so, might I not one day turn this pitch-black lake into a crystal-clear blue lake? If only. But before Hilly can finish her train of thought, Rika anxiously warns her in a rush. What are you staring at so blankly? Do not look down at the water, it brings bad luck. At this, Hilly snaps out of her reverie. Rika, I think that lake will be beautiful once it is purified. From the top of Maron Castle, we can see the entire lake. The winter here is freezing, so the lake will ice over. But it will also be a wonderful sight as the water gradually becomes crystal clear. Hearing those words, his heart grows complicated. Now Hilly cheerfully shares her secret desire. My dream is to live a peaceful life at Maron Castle. I want to farm and raise livestock with Doreji. I think that scene with a beautiful lake would be absolutely wonderful. If the lake has a blue color just like your eyes, we can go boating in the summer. Those words make Rika feel a bit shy. What are you saying? Now, because in her imagination, every morning the forest will be filled with the singing of birds and deer will gather around her like Snow White. I will ride a horse and gallop along the lakeshore. He does not want to hear another word, so he turns and walks away. Unbelievable. His reaction makes Hilly highly displeased. Hey, are you looking down on me? It can be done in about 10 years. Rika calmly replies, I know. She grows even more annoyed. You look down on me because you think I cannot do anything properly, do you? Am I not the protagonist? Is that how you treat the person who saved your life? He irritably adds. I said I already know. However, Rika's heart is beginning to waver. It is strange. Despite losing her memory, she is still so certain of what she wants to do and what she desires. Imagining himself stepping onto a boat with her to enjoy the lake, a wish and a conviction that he does not possess. Where does that desire of hers even come from? By the time the sky gradually turns deep amber, 3 days have passed since we left Maron Castle. After days of nothing but mountains and forests, a wide road finally appears. We encounter several infected people in a single day. Rika has no choice but to step in and deal with them. With just a single strike of his sword, he cuts them down. Their pale skin, the black aura surrounding them, and their ash-gray eyes make them look exactly like the undead. Most of them are rebels, plague sufferers, heretics, and criminals abandoned by the Three Kingdoms or the Holy Order. Strangely, looking at the way they only attack me and do not harm you at all. Did you purify them before? Hilly remains perfectly calm. Of course not. What if they turn back into humans after being purified? She knows very well that the undead will not harm her, but the thought of them returning to their human state scares her even more. Absolutely no purification and definitely no improper purification. They might harm me. I do not like humans. In this place, only you are the human who came to harm me yet got purified. Rika even takes pride in that. Is that so? I'm indeed lucky. Hilly feels there is a deeper meaning behind his words. What does he mean? Is he feeling hurt because he thinks he could end up with a fate like theirs? Should I try purifying you? He flatly refuses. No, what is the point? And so the two of them continue to travel together on this journey. If any undead appear along the way, Rika handles them. Afterward, when he is infected by the miasma, she steps in to purify him. He notices an undead approaching. There is another one coming over there. I will handle it. You wait here. Close your eyes. Hilly is doubtful. Why close my eyes? Shouldn't one keep their eyes wide open in a dangerous situation? Right, but she can only watch him take action. Perhaps because of her, he is suffering like that, so she constantly feels guilty. Witnessing Rika defeat the undead in a single blow, Hilly feels relieved. Still, it is fortunate that he has not forgotten how to swing his sword. If he had forgotten the swordsmanship he trained in for so long, it would be hard to survive. A situation she did not cause somehow becomes her fault. Rika is indeed a strange man in her eyes. He came here to deal with the real Hilly, yet he willingly suffers to help an imposter like her. Despite his weakened body, Rika continues to walk without rest. He should be exhausted, yet he still moves forward without showing any signs of fatigue. He even helps her walk through the rough, uneven paths, holding her hand to walk across. When the cold night falls, he gives her the few nutritious fruits while he himself chews on bland plant roots. He does not complain even once. Anyone looking at him can see he is the more exhausted one. Yet he always volunteers to keep watch at night. Rika sits chewing roots in the background. Is he the type of person who is easily taken advantage of? What should I do? Why am I so soft-hearted toward kind people? Now, Hilly cannot sleep at all. I did not tell Rika that in this infected area I can survive without eating or sleeping. Is this body even human? Suddenly his warm voice rings out, catching her attention. Hilly. Right now, Rika wants to know the things she is hiding. Do you know who you are and what you did in the past? I mean, why do you live alone in Maron Castle? In her heart, Hilly feels something is not right. Why is he suddenly asking this? Do I have a bad premonition? I am not sure. However, he does not stop digging for the source. Have you never felt anxious about not remembering who you are? She stammers. Never. What are you talking about? The one with amnesia is you. Yet Rika does not forget to advise her on one thing. Listen, Hilly. Do not tell anyone you are Hilly when we set foot in the residential area. Hearing this, she is at a loss, not knowing how to reply. You say that, but I do not even know the real Hilly. More importantly, why shouldn't I say I am Hilly? Didn't he lose all his memories? She slowly sits up, knowing in her heart that she should just go along with him for now. Actually, I do not know who I am. When I opened my eyes, I found myself behind bars, and then they threw me down a canyon. I tried to survive and made my way to Maron Castle. Next, Hilly turns this difficult question back on Rika. And you, do you know who you are? He calmly speaks of his identity. Me. I am the heir of the Duke of Winter's family, but they are all dead. The family is gone. Only I remain. Ciro Bendison has put me on the wanted list. Hearing this, Hilly cannot help but be surprised. What is this? He remembers all of this perfectly. By the flickering campfire, Rika continues to recount what he knows. Ever since I came to the infected area, everything has been a mess. I cannot explain why I risked my life just to get here. I thought everything that happened recently was a lie. I even thought the place where I lived was probably just a castle built of sand. She also vaguely understands that his memory is fragmented. Thus, before he can finish speaking, he is affected by the dark miasma of this place. In a panic, she calls his name, Rika. The dark miasma just penetrates, and he cannot avoid a painful struggle. Worried, she quickly asks him, "Are you all right?" Hilly immediately rushes over to check his condition. "This is bad. Being infected to this extent, you should have told me first. Why did you suddenly go silent? Why do you keep waiting for me to purify you like an idiot?" Like this, then she places her hand in Rika's palm. "There is a limit to being foolish. If you were Doraji, you would have dropped dead already." Just like that, she uses her holy power to purify him. Purify, purify, recover quickly. Rika Winter lost half his memories, yet has turned out to be a rather good companion, far from what she predicted. Friendly, thoughtful, and sometimes very gentle. In this hand-holding moment, Hilly always wonders why such a person is the representative of misfortune in the original novel, since Rika is the main character anyway. Giving him a happy ending wouldn't cost anything. Suddenly, he lets out a soft groan, leaving her with no choice but to continue the purification. Even his sleeping face looks so pitiful. Should I do? I feel so sorry for him. Hilly carefully lays Rika down on the soft grass, truly glad to have found him before it was too late. He did not turn into a demon, still retains a few memories, and she can still purify him. How lucky. Watching him sleep so soundly, she speaks in a soft whisper. "So you must quickly find your own life again. I will take you out of this miasma-infected land, out there to live a life that is truly happy." However, under that beautiful sky, things like confessing his love to the female protagonist, having the romance of the century, reaching the peak with his swordsmanship, to rule the world, and not being a tragic protagonist who must always endure pain. Any more time passes, the sunlight shining warmly, bathing everything in light. After the long journey, Hilly tiredly asks him, "Rika, how much longer?" He cautiously observes their surroundings. "We have arrived. Do you see that warning sign over there if we cross? That border from here on is Seban village, our destination." Seeing the village filled with a rustic atmosphere, she is incredibly excited. Finally, she can visit a shopping center, no, a manufacturing village, a real civilization with a path leading out. However, Hilly keeps feeling that something is amiss. How can a place called a city look so rundown? Isn't it just a small village? So, does this Seban village have a fireplace? She does not. Stop searching for shops, a grocery store, a bakery, and a clothing boutique. Rika only coldly says, "As for the clothing store, I'm not sure, but the rest are all here." Before opening the wooden door, he seriously warns her, "Hilly, I warned you beforehand. From now on, you are strictly forbidden from uttering your name or people will be terrified. You are my younger sister." Hilly freezes. "Do you really think it is that simple? We do not look alike in the slightest." Then annoyed, she counters him, "And you are a wanted criminal, so you had better not call yourself Rika Winter either." He then opens the wooden door. "Careful as you enter, before we shop. Let us fill our stomachs first." Seeing the two step inside, Fatima warmly welcomes them. "Is this your first time here, travelers?" In her hands is a plate of piping hot chicken drumsticks, drenched glistening sauce under the lamplight. Hilly silently cheers, meat, meat. Hilly's eyes widen, her gaze lighting up with joy. It has been ages since she last saw a proper dish of civilization. Fatima hesitates for a moment, then speaks in a soft voice. "Are you all right, guest? You are drooling." "Saliva," Rika speaks in a calm, steady voice. "We have been starving for a long time. Please prepare some easily digestible food for us." She politely replies, "I will bring out some light dishes for you." Guest, soon a sumptuous feast is laid out on the table, a piping hot stew, along with a large, seasoned piece of meat. She holds her spoon, eyes sparkling as she eagerly takes a bite. The broth is simmered from vegetables and meat. Oh, it is truly exquisite, even if it is just a piece of carrot. One must savor it thoroughly. While Hilly is still fully immersed, Rika stands up decisively. "I am done eating." She startles and stares at him with wide eyes. "What? Done already? She is only just beginning to eat." He calmly replies, "All right, I am going outside. Buy the necessary things. Take your time and eat. It is more convenient for me to go alone. Once we return to the castle, you will start learning to read." Hilly stammers embarrassedly. I get it. Sorry for being illiterate, just as planned. I tell Yena that I do not know how to read. But the truth is, I already master the language of this wretched world within a year. Perhaps my fingerprints are even imprinted on every single book in the Maron library. However, the reason I lie and deceive that kind child. Suddenly, a voice rings out. Where did your older brother go? She freezes, her brows furrowing tightly as she snaps. What older brother? I am older. Hearing this, she bursts out laughing. Is that so? More importantly, I bring up some side dishes. Try some or let me make something else. Is there anything you want to eat? Everything is. Completely free. Hilly immediately takes them and eats happily, her entire being blooming with satisfaction. Side dishes, desserts. Sweets, she even makes desserts for her guests. This is truly an exemplary tavern. It tastes just like sweet glutinous rice. If there is anything I want to eat, she simply brings it out. Has she met me somewhere before? Why is she treating me so well? Fatima feels a bit bashful and sighs softly. So many terrible things happen lately that I am extremely worried, but I never expect to find starving children like you. Hearing this, she thinks to herself that Fatima must mistake her for a beggar, which explains the free food. With her current appearance, such a misunderstanding is only natural. To be precise, she does not lack money. On the contrary, she has nothing. But money, over the past year during the purification of Maron Castle, she finds a treasure. Doraji, bellflower root, we are rich. But what is the use of being rich if an empty stomach cannot be satisfied? One cannot eat or wear these things. The treasure chest is filled with gold bars and jewels, yet lacks any food or essential clothing. Currently, she only has 2 outfits. One is a dress patched together from a cloak she snatches from the guards when she is locked up and transported, crafted by Doraji. The other is this one-piece dress made from wood fibers by Doraji that she is wearing. By the way, the dress she wears initially lasts less than a month, and while other supplies are left to Doraji, she must buy clothes herself. Excuse me, if I want to buy clothes, which tailor shop should I go to? Fatima replies enthusiastically. Clothes. There is no clothing store here, everyone makes their own. Hilly blinks in daze. We have to make them ourselves. If they have to make everything themselves, Doraji's tailoring skills will surely leap bounds. Then how do you buy fabric, sister? Fatima smiles. Sweetly, if merchants from the big cities pass by, I buy extra to stockpile. Hilly's eyes light up, realizing Fatima has stock on hand. Sister, if you have stockpiled fabric, could you sell some to me? Fatima replies warmly. Of course, follow me. Since we run an inn, we have plenty of fabrics and textiles. But did your older brother not buy clothes for you? Hilly frowns, walking up the stairs, her voice laced with irritation. I already tell you he is not my brother. He is simply the person who saves me right in front of the forest entrance. Before we go our separate ways, I want to repay him, so I think I should do something. Fatima laughs heartily and says wittily, My goodness, little sister, there is nothing in this world better than money. Itself, Hilly eagerly pulls a gleaming gold coin from her pouch. What a wise woman to have realized such a profound truth. This is the payment for the fabric. Fatima's eyes instantly sparkle. This gold looks a bit different. Hilly calmly tells the truth. It is a currency from 100 years ago. It is a gold coin from the treasure she finds in Maron Castle. Since it is an ancient minted coin, its shape differs from the currency in circulation, but gold is accepted everywhere. Fatima's face lights up, unable to conceal her delight. My goodness, it is indeed real gold. It seems you are quite wealthy, completely unlike your appearance. She immediately ushers Hilly to a chair, her voice turning extremely sweet. We cannot have you sitting like this. You say you need clothes, correct? Wait here, I will bring you all the outfits I do not wear. By the way, my name is Fatima, so feel free to call me by my name. After rummaging through her wardrobe, Fatima hands Hilly 3 outfits, some meat and brand new cooking utensils, just as Doraji returns from the market. Hilly says caringly, You are back. It must be exhausting to shop alone. Rika calmly replies, Such things do not tire me. She can feel that he chooses these essential items very carefully for her rustic life. He displays all the necessities in front of her. Food and seeds as previously mentioned. I cannot find a magic heater this time, so I buy various oils to make lighting a fire easier. Hilly's eyes instantly shine as she holds the bag of seeds. Beet seeds, this is absolutely necessary. He even buys a large amount of flour. Can we carry all of this back? Rika raises an eyebrow, the corner of his lips curling up slightly. You truly worry about everything. I can carry it. She softly calls Rika's name. He replies, looking as if he is waiting for her to say something. Hilly hesitates. For a moment, then points toward the bedroom, speaking awkwardly. Go to sleep early. You keep watch at night all this time, so you do not have any proper sleep. Let me tidy up. Rika's voice remains calm, yet a hint of gentleness slips through. I am not the only one who keeps watch at night. Even without you saying so, I already plan to. Rest early tonight, and tomorrow morning we will go together. To the market, we need to buy a horse there. She is bewildered. Why buy a horse? His gaze suddenly fills with an elusive, deep affection. You say you want to ride a horse along the lake. If we have a horse, will you not purify it much faster? Hilly sits in silence, a heavy feeling suddenly weighing on her heart. He truly believes she will purify the entire lake. In truth, this trip is a plan. To bring him out so she can return alone. Pretending to be illiterate is also a part of her plan. Since Rika handles all the chores, he is exhausted and falls into a deep sleep. Wishes like these quickly fade with time. By now, the female lead must already appear, the two of them. Meet somewhere and fall in love. So please, forget me and live a good life, Rika Winter, a pitiful protagonist. Everything you experience. Until now, please forget it all. As she tiptoes down the stairs, clutching her bags tightly, Fatima's voice suddenly echoes from behind. Little sister, where are you going at this hour with such heavy bags? She panics and replies, I must return home. Fatima speaks in a stern voice, her gaze resolute. Why not wait for your brother to wake up and let him carry them for you? Hilly freezes. For a second, her gaze turning cold. From now on, he must walk his own path. Fatima lets out a wry laugh and sighs. This girl is truly stubborn, yet I still worry. She suddenly calls out, causing Hilly to halt her steps. Little sister, wait, take this with you. This is our tavern's secret seasoning. You always eat with such relish, so I want to give it to you. Hilly's eyes waver slightly, sharing her tavern's secret seasoning with me. Is that really okay? Just because I enjoy my meal? Thank you. It is a feeling she does not experience in a long time, the warmth born from a stranger's pure kindness without expecting anything in return. Developing attachments like this is truly troublesome, for from now on she must return to her solitary life, only her and Doraji Bellflower Root. Hilly gently slips a gold coin from her pouch and places it in Fatima's hand, her voice filled with sincerity. Thank you for always being so kind. To me, Fatima replies, I will accept this. Fatima's eyes light up with joy, yet she shakes her head in gentle admonishment. Little sister, you should not hand out gold so carelessly, but I will not refuse, especially when a young woman is traveling alone. Like you, Hilly chuckles, her voice laced with bitterness yet touched by warmth. Bad people might rob you, and upon seeing a glittering gold coin, even ordinary people can turn wicked. She expresses her gratitude based on Fatima's advice, only to receive a scolding instead. Yet her heart feels incredibly warm because of this. This surging emotion within proves that she, too, cannot escape. The fundamental nature of being a social creature. There are fleeting moments of joy, but they end there. If Fatima knows she is the Hilly of the rumors, does she still treat her so well? Does she still worry about her? Such things are impossible. At least back home, Doraji is still waiting for her day after day, even though Doraji pesters her daily still. Doraji is a child who hates being alone. She must quickly return to Doraji. Three men step out from a dark alley, blocking her path. Why are you out alone? In the middle of the night, Hilly's face instantly pales, her defensive instincts kicking in. I am heading home. What is this? Could they be robbers? If so, she is doomed. Her gold coins cannot be stolen like this. Doraji is waiting for her at home. The man standing in front speaks in a low, warning voice. Be careful when traveling at this dangerous hour. Make sure to stick to the main road. The man behind him adds in a raspy yet sincere voice. If you take the wrong turn, the wicked mage dwelling in that forest takes you away. She blinks in surprise and lets out a soft breath. Ah, they are just neighbors heading home from work. The first man's voice suddenly deepens. Wait, his tone grows serious. Are you traveling far? We ask our wives to walk with you to the road ahead. It is very dangerous at this hour. Hilly politely shakes her head. No need, I am truly fine. The man sighs in admiration. You are a brave girl to walk alone. He pulls a small sprig from his basket. Take this insect-repelling herb with you. The forest insects here are huge and poisonous. She accepts it, gratitude surging in her heart. Thank you. Is everyone in this village this kind? Caring for a stranger is a perfectly normal thing to them. Normally, bandits or robbers appear to strip her of all her money, or slave traders capture and sell her to some pervert. Is that not how it goes? Could it be that this novel is biased toward her. If not, is it because she is not the female lead or because she is Hilly, the villainess of this novel? Suddenly, a silhouette flits before her eyes and a deep, urgent voice calls out, Hilly is the worst person in this world chasing after her. Hilly is utterly bewildered. What in the world? Are you mad? Why do you run all the way here? Rika pants heavily, his voice strained. She snaps, venting all her anxiety and anger. I leave you behind on purpose. From now on, walk your own path, Dorji. Do not interfere with my quiet life. Hilly's distant gaze wavers slightly. I am glad I find you before it is too late, so you must also quickly reclaim your own life. I lead you out of here. Live happily. This is also a dream. A wicked mage, one rumored to despise humans and worship demons, actually holds her enemy's hand and wishes for his happiness. Insects chirp in the silence, the scent of the forest lingering at the tip of their noses. A dream so vivid it feels entirely real. Rika's sincere inner voice seems to echo, remembering her hand-holding every night as the insecurity within him gradually settles. He can close his eyes in peace, if only for a brief moment, though he never admits that even on his deathbed. Now, she even casually appears in other people's dreams. How much time passes? He decides to buy a horse in the morning, but since the sun does not rise yet, perhaps he should sleep a little more. He freezes when the necklace resting on the bed gleams. Brightly, outside the building, a startled cry rings out. My goodness, where are you going? You must take your luggage too. Rika's footsteps continue to echo. Everything is a lie to put him at ease. Fatima's face is filled with panic as she stammers an explanation, saying that the girl says her child is waiting at home, so she must return in a hurry. She looks so young yet already has a child, and she supposedly expresses her gratitude, doesn't she? Already bid you farewell? Countless conversations they share while crossing the miasma-infested region. Even her asking if he can ride a horse or drive a carriage, as if she truly needs it, are nothing but deceitful words to leave him behind and depart alone. Her hand stretches out, her voice filled with sincerity. Here, take my hand. I purify the path as we walk so you do not get infected by the miasma. His heart grows turbulent. He feels that if he takes her small hand, he can never turn back. He tries to reject it, yet it seems everything, even the last shred of suspicion within him, is about to vanish. Everything he does becomes futile. Hilly has no need for Rika. Hilly's resolute, distant voice echoes, You do not know that I leave you behind on purpose. Rika's expression is so furious he is at a loss. Hurt pools in Rika's eyes as he demands, Leave me behind on purpose. But what am I supposed to do now? I already grant every favor I can to a character destined for a tragic fate in this novel. She directs a cold gaze toward him. Deep in thought, she tells herself, I save him from death, prevent him from turning into a half-undead creature, and even guide him to a village inhabited by humans. Money is also left behind, fearing he has nothing since the Winter family collapses. This chapter should be quite enough. As Hilly decisively turns to walk away, Rika instantly calls out, Wait, Hilly. Do you plan to live isolated all by yourself in the miasma-infested region forever? I know your constitution is unique, but that is merely an abandoned castle, not suitable for human habitation. Hearing this, her eyes flare with indignation, her voice dropping as she says, That place is my home. I do not need you to understand my way of living. From now on, please go your own way. Hilly is bound to become the common enemy of the entire kingdom due to her karma. But Rika is purely a victim, wanted by only one kingdom, so he still has many ways to live. So go find a place that can protect. Fine, Hilly says coldly. We are strangers to begin with, so parting like this is nothing special, he firmly cuts her off right from the start. You always intended to abandon me. Her eyes flicker with panic and confusion. Abandon? Since when do you belong to me that you can say I abandoned you? Rika says heavily. Your inability to read is also a lie. Hilly decisively replies, Yes. His face darkens and his heart aches sharply. She frowns, raising her voice to offer him advice. This is the last piece of goodwill I have for you after your purification. Turn back immediately to the road you came from. No, do not do this. Is this really worth being so stubborn about? If you keep this up, you will be in big trouble. Hearing this, he tightens his grip on Hilly's hand and replies resolutely, You can just abandon me and leave, it does not matter. Do not worry about me being infected with miasma, just go back. Her eyes waver as she speaks in panic, seemingly not realizing the gravity of her own words. Rika decisively cuts her off. Do not try to convince me. You do not need to purify me, nor do you need to feel guilty. As you said, we are just strangers. There is no reason for us to be together. Hilly says in horror, trying to reason with him anyway. No, you will die. You will die if your body is infected with miasma. His eyes darken. From the very beginning, I came here for this. I wanted to die, but you saved my life. Indeed, there were so many times you could have disposed of me, yet you did not. Now I do not know if this life is even mine anymore. Hilly, you should have disposed of me back then. After the violent storm passes, we walk in silence until dawn draws near. Many times I look back and see the Doriji plant is still normal, but after walking a bit further, I turn around and find the Doriji plant gradually becoming more heavily infected. Whatever you do is useless, just give up and go back. I hoped that with my indifference, my wish would be conveyed to him, but the sound of splashing stream water echoes and Hilly turns her head in panic, her eyes wide with anger. Look, I told you that you would die if you kept this up. You are crazy. What on earth is wrong with you? Rika collapses to his knees in pain, his voice weak. Do not worry, I will manage to follow on my own. Hilly grabs her hair in frustration and screams. Why is it that when someone does a good deed with all their heart, the result always turns into a disaster? It is just that Rika does not know yet that even if he fails in his revenge, another form of happiness will soon find him. Her face is panic-stricken, uneasy. This time he meets the female lead, is freed from the chains of being a half-human, half-undead, and experiences a true, proper romance. Hilly looks at him collapsing in pain and secretly steals her resolve. She cannot just stand by and watch the male lead continue to neglect his responsibilities. I do not need you, and you do not need me. Just go back out there and live happily. So why must you insist on following me back? Rika struggles to stand up, speaking regardless of his state. Leave me alone. She immediately questions him loudly. You look like you are about to die, so how can I leave you alone? I am not joking. I am not taking you to the village anymore. Rika freezes, his voice filled with suspicion. How do you know my name? You have known my name from the start, so. Your memory loss is a lie, is it not? Your inability to read a map is also a lie, and knowing nothing about me is also a lie, right? No, I really do not know anything about things like a magic fireplace because it is not mentioned in the novel. And what do I need to know how to read a map for? It is not that I lost my memory, but because I am not the real Hilly. How am I supposed to explain this to him? If I explain, will he believe me? At this point, everything is gradually becoming complicated because I have no intention of letting anyone understand, nor do I want to be understood. Think and judge for yourself. Rika stares intently at Hilly's back, softly calling, Hey, Hilly, just walking away like this. I do not know how to answer. And from the very beginning, how could I abandon you because you do not belong to me? He firmly bows his head, his voice pleading, do not leave. Her eyes darken as she gasps in panic. What, kneeling already? He is clearly the male lead, so why does he kneel so easily before others? Or has the miasma invaded his brain? Rika's body trembles, his breathing is rapid and shallow, and it is clear his strength is almost completely depleted. Hilly sighs. Deeply, slightly flustered, how did it really turn out like this? I do not know, she decisively extends her hand. Hilly speaks in a gentle voice. I am Maron, the wicked mage who destroyed your family and the common enemy of the three kingdoms. He says in a low, calm voice, I know. Hearing this, she is shocked. He knows, yet he still wants to go with me. Rika smiles faintly. He gently places his hand on Hilly's. Yes, Rika is smiling. The male lead with a tragic life, who always has to bear misfortune, finally wears a bright smile, just like the face of someone who has found their way home after a long time being lost. She decisively speaks up regardless. I lose, let us go, we are going home, a village on the eastern outskirts of the Kasnachura kingdom, a nearby resident gossips. I heard the soldiers deployed to the border of the miasma-infected area are sent by the Holy Order. They neglected it for 100 years, and now they suddenly send people to investigate. Hearing this, a woman covers her mouth and chuckles. It seems the young cardinal who just took office is very enthusiastic. They say he personally roams the borders of the three kingdoms to look after those remote, desolate areas. The image of Egen Weirmark appears. He is one of the 5 cardinals of the Holy Order. Suddenly, a voice rings out. Yena runs over and speaks loudly. My lord, you should leave these matters to the priests. Shouldn't Lord Edgen focus his energy on more important duties? He gently smiles and replies, It is fine, the news I am waiting for has not arrived yet, so I find myself a bit bored. Yena bows her head apologetically upon hearing this. I am sorry. But in her heart, she secretly thinks, to keep the Lord I serve waiting like this, I am not qualified to be his assistant. Even if it is Lord Edgen, caring for these remote regions is not the responsibility of a cardinal. This is the Holy Order's assessment of Edgen's actions, rising to too high a rank for his age, trying to do things that do not fit his position and responsibilities. Everyone is gossiping. A middle-aged priest says, when one's position changes, they themselves should also change accordingly. The old priest replies to this. He is young and full of enthusiasm. In Yena's heart, she still thinks, but as his assistant, I understand clearly. Lord Edgen is someone who will achieve great things, and his dream is to purify the land infected with miasma and prevent people from being abandoned unjustly. Edgen turns his head and softly asks her, Yena, how is the investigation of the canyon going? She calmly replies, I have surveyed all the terrain where a human could drift to, but because it has been too long, nothing remains. In addition, I checked the list of people infected with miasma at the northern border over the past year, but none of them are thought to be hilly. Hearing this, his face suddenly becomes sad. Is that so? Seeing this, Yena gently reassures him, Do not worry too much, my lord. Even if that wicked thing is a great mage, there is no way she could survive in that place. As she says this, a voice suddenly interrupts them, My lord. Hearing the call, he turns his head and softly asks, What is the matter? The messenger quickly kneels and reports, It seems we have found the whereabouts of Rika, the sole survivor of the Duke of Winter's family. Someone witnessed him entering the forest inside the contaminated land. Edgen hears this and softly asks, Winter, is that not the family destroyed by Hilly? Everyone knows he is as wild as a beast, saying that he will seek revenge on Hilly. The messenger replies, They say he looked very rushed, like someone with an urgent matter. That place is Seban village, and from here to the village takes 2 days of riding on horseback. Edgen calmly asks further, What is your point? The man carrying a deep hatred for Hilly has risked his life to enter the land infected with miasma. Suddenly he orders the knights to be summoned. Hearing this, the two of them look at Edgen in panic. Yes, now Edgen's face is filled with confidence. We must go to Seban, at the place of Doraji, the tiny spirit of Maron Castle, thinks life is so poor that feeding 2 mouths is not even enough. Heli Maron suddenly laughs and says, I am sorry, but since I cannot drive him away, I have no choice but to bring in another mouth to feed. Hearing this, Doraji sighs. The mouths to feed have increased to 3 now. Hilly silently glances over and thinks to herself, Since I took it upon myself to bring Rika back, I will probably get scolded. Suddenly, a voice rings out, cutting off her train of thought. What about the flour? How about it? Hearing this, she asks. Yeah. The boy frowns and says, Flour, sugar, and butter, give me those things first. Do you know how worried I was that the strawberries would spoil while the 2 of you were gone? Seeing this, she is speechless, thinking, As expected of my spirit, an extra mouth to feed is not at all his top priority. Doraji still seriously reassures her, and do not worry too much. If there is a strong human, this is what he can do, and since this human looks exceptionally healthy, the boy continues, compared to only having 2 people, who knows, maybe our livelihood will get better. He is busy talking and does not notice Rika looking unwell. In the end, he cannot hold on any longer and collapses heavily to the ground right as Doraji finishes his sentence. This is bad. If he is a weak freeloader, I will kick him out of here. After returning together, Rika remains sick for days due to overexertion. In a place with no doctor, no one knows why he is ill or how to treat him. He is the male lead with superior physical strength. I can only believe that he will recover soon and wait. Doraji still mumbles, It cannot go on like this. Why did you not ask how to grow it? Spring wheat and winter wheat, what are they? Heli Maron replies while eating bread. Even if we successfully grow and harvest them, the problem here is how to make flour. What kind of dishes can we cook with whole wheat grains? I do not know. Despite appearances, I came from a big city. There are no flour mills or thrashing machines here. If I had known, I would have bought corn. Hearing this, the boy replies, I do not. No, Doraji sighs and replies, What is the use of regretting now? We can only wait for everyone to die of hunger. The first to die will be that big human, next will be young Miss Hilly, and finally, only I will be left alone in this gloomy castle. Hearing this, she screams, "Wait, why do I have to die first? If I absorb miasma, I can sustain my life at a minimum." He replies, "I am a spirit who has lived for 100 years in this miasma-infected canyon." Maron asks curiously, "This can explain the reason why." Doraji is a medicinal herb. The conversation continues behind that door when suddenly there is the sound of footsteps. Rika enters the room just as she blushes and says, "Doraji, I am very worried. With so little food, Rika cannot live like you and me." When he recovers and starts eating properly, what are we going to do? Hearing this, his expression is speechless, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, he says, "I will look for my own food." Hearing the noise, she is startled and screams, "You scared me." "Are you awake already?" The boy nods, waking up after 3 days. Cannot be considered already. Lady Helly. Ignoring Doraji, she quickly tries to cover up her previous words. "That was just me worrying about the future. Here, eat this. How are you going to find food in this miasma-infected land?" Hearing this, Rika replies, "I think I am better at it than you." Hilly's face is filled with confusion as she looks at him. "What did you just say? Are you planning to get infected with miasma and collapse again? Then who is going to purify you?" "Have you ever heard of the word trouble?" Rika still calmly replies, "Hunting in a purified place is fine." She screams, "Hunting? Seriously? Hey, do you think we have not tried? There is nothing in here but rats. What can you hunt?" Saying this, her face is filled with challenging confidence. "Try it. Let me see what amazing thing you can catch." An hour later, a goose is hit, and this one is quite large. Seeing the situation before her eyes, Hilly's mouth hangs open in shock, thinking to herself, "He took down 3 of them with just that toy-like slingshot." She looks at him in confusion. "It actually worked." Doraji is equally bewildered. He mumbles, "What have young Miss Hilly and I been doing all this time?" She recalls just an hour ago, no matter how much she mocked him, Rika kept diligently carving tree branches. At first, his posture holding the slingshot was clumsy. After adjusting the force and direction a few times, he immediately gathered a dinner menu with terrifying speed. The boy looks down at him, full of admiration. If there is a strong human, this is what he can do. Among humans, he seems to be exceptionally strong, with astonishing physical power. She thinks to herself, at first she thought he said that just to comfort himself, but Rika is clearly trying to prove he can take care of his own meals. Doraji's eyes sparkle more and more. "Is this really the same human who used to be so weak?" He hears this and softly asks, "What do we do next?" He replies, "Continue to catch a few more to preserve the meat." She thinks Rika's once pitiful status has completely changed, and the voice of the person who achieves merit naturally carries great weight. Rika casually points his finger and orders her, "Hilly, tomorrow start purifying from over there." Hearing this, she frowns at him. "Why that place? It is the direction to Seben." He replies, "We must clear a path with a minimum width enough for a carriage to pass." He gently picks up a stone, glancing at her. "We need to be able to buy ingredients so you can eat your favorite butter and flour. Is that not right?" Her face is completely shocked as she screams inside, "No, absolutely not. If everyone knows I am alive, I will end up on the gallows. If I need something, I will go buy it and return. We cannot make a road that anyone can go in and out." Hilly frowns and says to him, "Rika, you have not forgotten, have you? Remember, I am the common enemy of the 3 kingdoms and a dead person." Hearing this, he remains silent and looks at her. Suddenly, he says seriously, "I have something to ask. Why did you do such a thing?" Hearing this, she suddenly freezes. She thinks to herself, "What must come has come. This is the question I thought Rika would ask one day after I realized he does not at all." Amnesia, her hands clench into tight fists. I know what he wants to ask. Questions suddenly flash through my mind. Why wipe out the Winter family when there is no grudge? What is the reason for poisoning the king of the Kingdom of H? Even if Hilly is actually a ghost, I wish she could be here to answer these questions. "Hilly, if you hate the Winter family, please make the word yes appear." All I can do now is convey the feelings of Hilly that I read about. She replies in a soft voice, "Because the mortal enemy of the Marquis Bendison family is your family." She continues, "The man I love, no, used to love is Sile Bendison." He asks softly, "Love?" She replies, "Yes, love." Sile wants to become the successor of the family. However, because of his illegitimate birth, the family head and vassals look down on him. To make him the heir, Hilly decides to help him achieve something that no one has ever accomplished, by defeating the Duke Winter family, the sworn enemy of Bendison. Hilly asks softly, "Isn't that a ridiculous reason?" She continues to think, just for love, that fleeting and selfish emotion, how many people has it pushed into Death, is he angry? Does he plan to go mad and seek revenge again? She contemplates in silence. I don't want to die from a crossbow shot, but there is no other way. Hilly turns her head aside, thinking she cannot just describe what happened however she wants. And Hilly really loved that bastard. What else can I say? Rika's face turns slack with shock as he mutters. Sile Bendison, he asks further. Then what about Edgen Weirmark and Michael N? Did you also love them too? She stares at him in silence. The familiar names I once read in the novel feel somehow foreign when spoken by Rika. She explains, Edgen is a friend from the orphanage. I consider him my only family. As for Michael and I see him as a true friend. Like one soul residing in two bodies, this is Hilly's feeling, not mine. Hearing this, he chuckles. Family, friends, isn't there something wrong with that? Then Rika calmly points out, those people did not just capture you, put you on trial, and sentence you to hang. They even threw you down into the miasma-infected region. She huffs in frustration. I get it now, no need to remind me. He turns away and walks forward. What an idiot, completely unworthy of the title of genius. If you remember everything, why pretend you don't? I actually thought you really lost your memory. Hilly yells, of course I want to live, because someone is still burning with the urge to finish me off, even when I am already half a corpse. Rika laughs. Ah, that is true. She continues to question him. Then why did you pretend to have amnesia? You came here to deal with me, yet you suddenly act so kind, even saying you won't listen to me if I tell you to leave. He replies softly, to survive. He raises his slingshot to shoot at the target. Ahead and says, I also do it to survive. A stone is shot high into the sky as Rika's voice rings out. I only want to live, that is why. Hilly listens to him and falls into deep thought. To live, that is why. How? By pretending to forget everything and living happily beside the very person you intend to take revenge on. It is absurd. To me right now, that is utterly incomprehensible. But if you feel so insecure, as if you might die at any moment, then I just want to say that here. No one will finish you off. She looks at him and thinks, someone like me who is just borrowing Hilly's body probably has no right to say such things, right? Suddenly, Rika calls out Hilly's name and she quickly replies, yeah, what is it? Rika looks straight at her and asks with a cold expression, do you still love him? Hearing this, Hilly looks blankly and gasps, huh? She stands opposite him, her mind still trying to recall. Still love who, him? They are talking about the person the real Hilly once loved. Zero. Bendison, she stands frozen, not knowing how to explain, thinking to herself, first of all, I am not the real Hilly, and I have never even spoken to him once. Seeing Hilly like this, Rika sighs in disappointment and says, how pitiful. Hearing this, she is startled and confused, thinking, what? She suddenly snaps out of her thoughts and cries out in a panic, wait, I think you are misunderstanding something. He turns his head and walks away, replying, stop pretending to be pitiful. Just keep acting like the wicked witch. His voice drops as he says, that suits you much better. Hearing this, Hilly thinks angrily, what, are you pitying me now? I wasn't even the one who did those things. She screams in rage, I said it's a misunderstanding. The space around them seems to shake from her piercing cry. Recalling the past when Hilly is sitting in front of the fireplace that night, the situation is that no one believed her explanation. On the contrary, Dorothy also looked at her with pitying eyes. Remembering when the three of them sat eating grilled chicken and chatting, Dorothy asked in surprise, so that means young Miss Hilly was rejected by 3 people in a row and then jumped off the cliff. Meanwhile, she angrily explained, no, none of that is true. Returning to the present, she dejectedly clenches her staff in her hand and says to herself, whatever, think what you want. There is a much more urgent matter right now. That is, Dorothy and Rika actually get along quite well. Hilly sits pushing firewood into the stove, thinking to herself. Dorothy takes care of farming and housework. Rika is good at hunting and knows the way to the market. Hilly realizes her own crisis and gasps. If this keeps up, the only useless person in this castle will be me. A crisis. If only she had a life skill, or if her purification ability were more useful than it is now, how wonderful that would be. Suddenly something darts past and she curiously asks, what was that just now? Looking up, a massive moth appears, making her eyes widen in shock. Hilly locks eyes with it. She stands dazed, thinking, this looks like a normal moth, but at this size it should be called a bird. At this moment, she recalls that some comrades in the army once talked about seeing a Cerbello spirit, but the Cerbello spirit is green, whereas this one is brown. Her face turns pale as she thinks, it seems this is not an opponent I can defeat. She immediately chooses to flee. Bending low, she prepares to crawl away, comforting herself. Though it's a bit cold, I should probably go sleep in another room. Suddenly, there is a loud flutter of wings, and the moth suddenly takes flight. Hearing the sound, Hilly turns her head back to look. Screaming in terror in her mind, it flies down, charging straight at her. Hilly laments in fear, "Why are my bad premonitions?" "Never wrong," she screams, "Doraji," her voice echoes throughout the mansion. Hearing the scream, Rika and Doraji quickly run over, pushing open the door and asking anxiously, "What is wrong?" "Young Miss Hilly, what happened to you?" "Hilly," she tells Doraji and Rika, "look at this." Doraji asks immediately, "A moth, young Miss Hilly, did you catch it yourself?" Hilly sits on the floor, surrounded by a magic circle. Tears well in her eyes as she says, "Yeah, but more importantly, it seems I leveled up." In the forest, a massive light of magic appears alongside a loud shout of purification. Hilly stands dazed, reflecting on it. After that encounter with the moth, her abilities have grown by leaps and bounds. Now, even without direct contact with the contaminated area, I can still absorb the miasma and purify a much larger area all at once. Doraji runs over from afar, calls out when he sees her, "Young Miss Hilly." The boy covers his mouth and giggles, asking, "Don't tell me you have to shout such grand phrases every time you absorb miasma." She stammers in embarrassment. "So what? Shouting like that makes it feel like I am doing something really cool." Rika chimes in, "I didn't expect you to care about superficial things like that." Hearing this, she replies, "But the really cool part hasn't even started yet." She walks forward as magic power envelops her. "If I extract the magic power stored in my body." She spreads her arms and walks majestically, surrounded by magic power, then says, "I can control it like my own limbs. It looks powerful, doesn't it?" Doraji looks at her with worry and asks, "Hilly, do you know you look exactly like a demon right now?" Meanwhile, Rika stands nearby and praises, "This is a rather versatile and useful ability. Do you have a third limb now?" Then he approaches and asks, "Do you have any other abilities?" Hilly bends down and tells Doraji, "Besides this, there is an even more miraculous ability, to use it." She looks up at a tree where a spider sits and says excitedly, "We need that." Doraji sees this and screams, "Are you crazy? Now you even want to purify insects?" She laughs heartily and replies, "Just watch closely." To explain briefly, when passing through contaminated lands, one often encounters dead creatures infested by miasma. They lose all life, wandering aimlessly like soulless things. Hilly infuses her magic into the spider and says, "This spider is the same. It can no longer spin webs or hunt, but if we directly inject concentrated miasma." A clicking sound echoes as the spider begins to move, leaving Rika and Doraji stunned, while Hilly proudly introduces her achievement. Its exoskeleton will thicken like a crustacean's armor, its fangs will grow long like tusks, and it can be resurrected just like this. The resurrected spider lets out a piercing screech. It immediately shoots webs onto Rika's face while Doraji falls to the ground in fear and asks, "Is young Miss Hilly really the Demon King?" She quickly replies, "No, I am not." The boy continues, "You can even resurrect contaminated things. I had no idea you possess such power." She explains, "It is not like that. I only discovered it by chance when using miasma to ward off bugs." Rika removes the webbing from his face, turns and asks, "Can you do it with bears or wolves? What about humans?" Hilly replies, "Theoretically, yes." He suggests, "Then try it on me. I will be much more useful than an insect. My body will be enhanced and I can move through the contaminated zone without worrying about dying." Then he adds, "That way I can go out to the market for us." Thinking about him going out, Hilly's eyes sparkle as she says, "That sounds convenient." Then she turns angry and yells, "What the hell, are you crazy? No matter how much we love progress, we can't do that. You want to become a demon just to go to the market." Doraji awkwardly explains on his behalf, "It's not like that." But Rika calmly chimes in, "Isn't it a good idea?" Hearing this, she gets even angrier and shouts, "What's good about it? Are you protesting because I won't open a path for you? Even if your dream is to become an undead, I will absolutely never infuse miasma into a human." Doraji ponders and asks, "What about those who are ambiguous, those we cannot be sure are human or not?" A voice asks in return, "What do you mean?" The boy opens his eyes wide and explains, "I mean those who are contaminated. If they are also demonized like that spider, wouldn't they come back to life instead of dying?" Hearing that, Dia Hilly is stunned. She never expected such a perspective, but it does make sense. At this moment, Rika looks at her and says, "Indeed, In this forest, there are many humans and creatures who died unjustly. If possible, wouldn't this be a way to save them? Hilly disagrees and cuts him off. Wait a minute. Most of those abandoned in this forest are criminals recognized by the Holy Order. If we accidentally transform a serial killer, who will bear the consequences? Rika replies immediately, in that case, I will just deal with them. Hilly still disagrees and says, but how can we distinguish who is innocent and who is not? Even if they are lucky enough to be brought back, they will no longer be considered human. They will be called demons, not to mention. Hated by the world, is that what you call lucky? She says, growing more agitated. We cannot possibly ask for their consent. What if they only want to die as humans? This would turn their lives into an unsalvageable tragedy. What right do we have to decide for them? Her fierce stance leaves Rika stunned, waiting for her to finish. He slowly speaks. He looks straight at her and calmly says, but what if they want to live, even if it is by that means? Hearing this, Hilly does not know how to respond. Only then does she call his name, Rika. She ponders, did he just compare himself to those people? Seeing the tension between the two, Dorji stands between them to mediate. Come on, stop it. That is enough. What is the point of debating human uniqueness and dignity? The important thing is that we still have to continue living in this forest from now on. The boy rests his hands on his hips and says seriously, first of all, it is a good thing that young Miss Hilly's abilities are progressing. Let's discuss this further after we return to the castle. For now, focus on finishing the purification. All right. Hearing this, she replies, all right. The forest falls silent once more. Thanks to Dorji's mediation, that conversation comes to an end. But doubts still linger. Imagining the act of channeling magic power into a human to bring them back to life, is it truly right? Will people really want to continue living even if they must become demons? If those words are true, this could be a second chance for the unjustly wronged. But at the same time, another certainty arises. In the original story, this very power turned Maron Forest into the cradle of demons. Recalling the original plot where the real Hilly transformed humans into demons, among the villains of the original work, the most terrifying and despicable demons bore human forms. What if Hilly actually chose contaminated criminals and turned them into demons? Even if those demons gained freedom through Hilly's death, it would only lead to a horrific, chaotic end. Returning to reality, the three of them are walking. Hilly thinks to herself, I have made my decision. This power must absolutely never be used on humans. At that time, I did not know yet. Suddenly, a foot in a highly dirt-stained shoe steps forward. A strange figure approaches the three of them. Less than an hour later, this very decision. That resolution and faith are tested once more. Dorji quickly speaks up, urging them both to fall back. Wait! Hilly freezes and warns, do not strike yet. Rika, look at those wandering corpses. Seeing their somewhat familiar faces, Hilly thinks to herself that they are the woodcutters of Seven Village. Just last week, they were normal human beings. She recalls how those kind uncles would worry when they saw her walking alone. They warmly remind her that it is dangerous, telling her to stay on the path. Taking the wrong turn is highly perilous because a wicked witch in the forest might snatch her away. They are the kind people who once gave her herbs. Why are they here in this state? She worries and grips Rika's shoulder tightly, thinking to herself, these woodcutters understand the dangers of the contaminated area better than anyone. How could the entire group suddenly become corrupted? Something is strange. Hilly pulls Rika's shoulder, saying in fear, perhaps something has happened in Seven Village. Already, looking back to the moments right before Hilly encountered the woodcutters, the door of an inn swings open as a welcoming voice greets, welcome, guest. Are you looking to stay overnight or just have a meal? A low, quiet voice responds, pardon the intrusion, I am looking for someone. A fugitive from our holy order is rumored to have stopped by this place. Hearing this, Fatima glances at them as she steps forward to describe. That man is tall with blonde hair, skilled with a sword, and carries a noble aura. Have you seen such a person recently? Fatima explains in confusion. My lord, though this is but a small countryside inn, we cannot carelessly reveal information about our guests without a clear reason. A shout rings out. Yena, who is beside Ejin, points her sword at Fatima and barks. How insolent! Do you know who this is? He is Cardinal Ejin Weirmark, one of the 5 pillars, who serve the divine. At this, he speaks up to stop her. Enough, Yena, we are here to ask for assistance, so please do not be afraid. The person we seek is Rika Winter, a fugitive wanted by the Holy Order. Ejin steps closer to Fatima and says in a low voice, Since this involves danger, I cannot disclose the details. We only need the information he possesses. The crucial part is knowing his whereabouts. So please tell the truth. Outside. The sky is blue and the clouds are white as the two of them walk out of the inn. Yena runs frantically behind them and asks, Lord Edgen, can we trust the innkeeper's words? What if she is hiding Winter? He walks on, coldly replying, only a thorough interrogation will tell. Hearing this, she still does not understand and gasps. Pardon by interrogation, you mean? Turning back, he coldly commands, blockade all of Seben village. Arrest anyone who has seen Winter and his accomplice. Do not miss even the smallest clue, if they are hiding anything. Extract it by any means. Yena says in shock, a total blockade? We need a justifiable pretext. I fear the villagers will protest fiercely. He replies with cold indifference, any pretext. Will do, Edgen arrogantly declares. Anyone who resists shall be thrown straight into the contaminated area and dealt with on the spot. We cannot allow trivial resistance to hinder us, for we act according to the will of God. Yena quickly turns to obey. Yes, my lord, I will have the soldiers take action immediately. He stands there in silence. Saying nothing more, he recalls Fatima's statement. In the forest, he is accompanied by a girl he happened to meet and rescue. That girl returned alone late at night, and he hastily followed after her. Hearing this, he asked out of curiosity, do you remember what that girl looked like? Fatima quickly describes. Yes, she has long black hair and a build similar to mine. Edgen remembers Hilly and thinks it must be her. There is no mistake. He does not know why her red hair turned into black hair, but Rika Winter is not the idle type to go around helping others, yet he rushed so urgently into the depths of the contaminated area. This proves that Hilly is living somewhere in there. Thinking of her, his face flushes with a hint of bashfulness. Remembering. The iron cage thrown down the abyss, he thinks. They say the entire iron cage was cast into the abyss, but Hilly could not have died from just that. She must have survived and ventured deeper into the contaminated area. He only wonders why she has not sought me out for a whole year. Edgen happily kisses the ring on his finger, lost in a fantasy. Perhaps she misunderstood his intentions and harbors resentment, or maybe her circumstances are so dire that she cannot even call for help. He clasps his hands together in sincere prayer. Wait just a little longer, Hilly. I will personally find and protect you now. I will show you that I am completely different from those bastards who used and abandoned you, so you will realize where you belong. In the end, it can only be by my side. Returning to the past when Edgen is a child, he sits on the ground intending to carve something on a piece of wood and speaks, Hilly, when we grow up and leave the orphanage, will you still be my friend forever? Hearing this, Hilly, who stands beside him, turns her head to look at him and asks, Huh, why are you talking so sillily? Do you think I will not see you once we get out of here? The young girl speaks seriously. We are family, and family must stay together forever. Only then can we protect each other in any circumstance. Hearing the young Hilly say this, Edgen happily agrees. Yes, I will protect you too, Hilly. The girl speaks joyfully. Really? Let's make wooden rings and exchange them. Not just ordinary things, but real rings. Then the two children sit laughing and talking together to seal their oath that they will always be together. Let us live together just like before. In this cold world, just like when we only had each other's warmth. And could still endure. A pair of rings, carved from wood, are made. Hilly and Edgen forever. Returning to the present with Hilly. 3 days after Seben village is blockaded, near Maron castle in the forest, Hilly's voice rings out. It seems something is happening in Seben village. I must go check the situation. Looking at the demons bound by magic, Rika speaks up. Are you planning to leave these people behind and go? You say they were kind to you. Why not try purification? Hilly immediately replies. This is not something to be tested recklessly. She seriously points out the issue. What if a careless purification kills them? Vital organs that use magic as an energy source might stop working, but we cannot turn them into demons either. Rika looks at them and says, if they are to wander like this, they might as well become demons or die. Hilly quickly urges from behind, I need to know what is happening before I can decide. First, let us go to Seben village. Doraji asks in astonishment, going right now? The boy shakes his head in weary sigh. Oh, this hot temper of yours. Traveling from here takes at least 5 days. I still have to tend to the crops, so it is better if only the two of you go. Something has definitely happened. Please be extremely careful and return safely. The sun gradually sets, painting the sky in crimson. It is the 3rd day since their departure for Seben village. At the edge of the forest, numerous tents are set up. Unlike last time, in front of us lies the boundary of the contaminated area crowded with people. That is the emblem of the Holy Order. Rika and Hilly are listening closely from atop a cliff. He pulls her back and reminds her, "Once you have seen enough, lower your body." She ducks down and wonders, why is the Holy Order here? Is there not a more comfortable temple? Why camp in a place like this? Hearing this, he turns his head and replies, "We will have to investigate to know. For now, it is better to wait until nightfall." To take action. He glances at her and speaks, "Hilly, why are you not following? What are you doing there?" She stretches to peer down at the campsite, her gaze turning strange, seeing Edgen down there. She thinks to herself, I cannot help but recognize him instantly. Is it because I am currently in Hilly's body, or is it because his appearance is as vivid as if he just stepped out of a novel? Edgen Weirmark, the man who used Heli to ascend. The cardinal's seat is currently in Seben village. Seeing him freezes Hilly in her tracks as she murmurs, "Why is he here? The friend from the orphanage whom I once regarded as my only family in this world." Seeing her like this, Rika only watches in silence. Suddenly he stands up and says, "As expected, we should storm in now." She tilts her head in disbelief and gasps, "What? Are you crazy? You were the one who said we should wait until nightfall." He replies, "If the leader here is the type who only lives off women, then things are different." Hilly, astonished, pulls him back and advises, "Calm down. Are you planning to rush in recklessly again? If we are to wait, you must lie down as well." Hearing this, he only looks surprised as if he sees something. Edgen down there seems to be looking at the two of them. Right at that moment, from a fairly distant hill over there, I feel a distinct gaze directed right toward us. Indeed, Edgen has seen her and cries out, "Hilly." She thinks anxiously, "Damn it, we are exposed." She pulls Rika and speaks, "We must head back immediately." Confused, he asks, "Why so sudden?" She explains, "Do you not see him down there? Let us go quickly, treat it as if I lost my composure. Do you not know that it must not be revealed that I am alive?" At this, he tries to reassure her. "Hey, calm down," a call echoes. Edgen is staring intently at the two of them. She thinks to call my name directly from such a distance. Are you insane? On Edgen's side, when the people around him see her, they charge forward and shout, "Seize her! She is the wicked witch! How is she still alive?" "And who is the man beside her?" Rika hastily pulls her away and says, "We are exposed. Run!" Hilly turns her head back and flashes a mocking smile. I let out a laugh. I clearly tried so hard to avoid him. Why on earth is Weirmark in a place so close? Seeing her leave, he quickly pulls his horse and shouts, "Wait, Hilly!" She recalls that because the beginning of the original story was told from the female protagonist's perspective, it was impossible to know Edgen's whereabouts before this. It turns out that at this very moment, he is looking for Hilly. Here, cutting through her train of thought, arms holding bows are raised along. With the command, "Shoot!" arrows fly from that direction. As each arrow hurtles toward them, Rika deflects them with a sword in one hand while wrapping his other arm around Hilly's waist to shield her behind him. Shouts erupt. "That is the witch who uses dark magic. Do not let her live. Do not let them escape into the contaminated area." She worries, thinking at this rate we will be caught. Hilly suddenly speaks up, "Rika." He quickly responds, "What?" She wraps her arms around his neck and gently whispers, "Hold me and run." This catches him completely off guard, leaving him speechless. Then he clasps her waist and instructs, "Hold on tight." With that, he dashes like the wind toward the forest. Just passing through this contaminated area will throw them off. Once there, no matter what they do, the pursuers will not be able to follow. Suddenly, his steps halt. At the very moment when Rika's feet are about to cross the boundary of the contaminated area, sound that cannot be ignored rings out. A familiar, grating voice echoes, "The innkeeper and the villagers of Seben village will face a heresy trial." Seeing him and her freeze in their tracks, the voice continues, "Hilly, this is all because of you." But those words are utterly absurd. The speaker is Yena, who now raises her voice aggressively. "Those who seek profit by helping you and you yourself, who dare to defy the Holy Order's decree to choose this life, God will hand down the judgment." She looks at Fatima, who is bound to a post and covered in wounds, and smiles with satisfaction. "Look at what price this woman has paid for accepting your gold." Hilly thinks in disbelief, why is this happening? She is just an innkeeper who loves gold and meddles in others' business. Seeing her stunned reaction, Yena raises her voice in condemnation. "Hilly, you are a calamity. Because of you, these fallen souls must pay with their lives to atone for their sins." Looking at Fatima's battered face, she feels a painful tug. In that moment, Fatima signals with her eyes, telling her to run away. This damn fantasy world, why is it that only the kind-hearted must suffer such cruelty? It is so suffocating. Hilly steps forward, magic rising with her every stride. She speaks in a low voice. All this time I have done my best to live in seclusion, yet just one trip outside causes this to happen? This time, Hilly is truly enraged as she unleashes her furious magic. It reaches a point where she can no longer bear to listen to what Ejin's subordinate is saying. She commands in a low voice, "Rika, bring Fatima." Here, Hilly and Rika look at the situation before them. Magic dyes the entire sky purple. Panic-stricken cries ring out. "Get down the mountain immediately. The contamination is spreading." Yena, however, thinks otherwise. "Do not speak such nonsense. The contaminated area never expands or contracts. Maron is controlling the miasma, but how on earth?" At that moment, a rider approaches. Ejin, with a panicked look on his face, cries out, "Wait, Hilly. Talk to me for a moment." Hilly pauses slightly. He tries his best to reassure her. "I know you are angry with me. Just for a moment is fine. I want to talk with you, please." At this, Hilly thinks indifferently that talking is ridiculous. She remembers Fatima. If he truly thought that way, he should not have tortured the innkeeper, nor turned those innocent uncles into wandering corpses like that. From the very beginning, he should not treat Hilly like this. Thinking of this, Hilly shows her clear disdain. "Go away, you hypocritical bastard." She wonders how deeply Hilly must have been hurt because of him. Then Hilly analyzes. If he truly cared for Hilly, Ejin would have abandoned the Holy Order. But because of him, Hilly, who originally detested the Holy Order, does not even dare to face them and had to run away. Yet, he is no different from those bastards. Standing up to testify that she is an evil being, he claims that her magic must be stripped away so she can no longer commit evil deeds. So Hilly replies, "Even if you are the representatives of God, it has nothing to do with me. But if you act like this, then the story changes." She thinks to herself, "Even if this is just anger on Hilly's behalf, I do not care." Amid Ejin's bewilderment, Hilly speaks up. "You called me Maron." She recalls that she is a reader who immerses herself to the point of exhaustion, crying out of sheer pity for Hilly. Therefore, regarding this matter, Hilly points her finger straight at his face. "From here on, this is my territory. If you dare to cross, I will eliminate you all." She rejoices inwardly. This is the revenge of I take over for Hilly. After dawn breaks, Hilly recounts that ultimately, fearing the spread of contamination, the Holy Night Order releases Fatima and leaves. Having no shelter for 4 days, Fatima and I return to Maron Castle. She does nothing but cry and cry. At that moment, Fatima sobs, "Thank you for saving me." She hugs Hilly tightly from behind. I is really scared to death. I thought you're just a wandering girl who knows you are such a formidable mage." Hilly flinches. "Oh, of course, anyone is scared." Fatima is overjoyed. "Thanks to the two of you, I keep my life, but now what must I do?" Hilly comforts her. "Everything is fine now, but can you cry a little further away from me?" Fatima replies, aggrieved. "Okay." Hilly pushes Fatima into Rika's arms. "Just a little further and we reach our home. Once we get there, you can take your time to think. How about it?" Rika, support her. Fatima is still in a panic. An evil mage and the air of Duke Winter make her feel as if she is suddenly dragged into something terrible. Hilly responds dismissively, Yeah, let's just go home first and figure things out later." She tells herself that to accept a reality that changed overnight, she will just need some time. "If I can soothe her wounds, I want to help with anything. Honestly speaking, anything is fine." 3 days later at Maron Castle, a clear voice rings out. "So now I will also live here with everyone." Fatima cheerfully assumes that from now on we are a family and hopes we can get along. Hilly hears this and is startled. "Wait, hold on." She thinks to herself that while she does say she will help with anything, this is definitely out of the question. Hilly frantically asks, "What did you just say? Why are you living here?" Fatima replies innocently, "In this situation, there is no way I can go back to Seban village." She sighs. "That cardinal is also terrifying. When searching for the mage, he acts as if he will absolutely never give up." Hilly gives a strained laugh. "You can go to another region and start over. I will give you a few gold coins, take them, and go look for a job." Fatima, worried, replies, "And what if I am caught? I escaped from the heresy tribunal." "If you are caught, it is a guaranteed execution." Hilly turns pale with fright. "Execution?" Fatima continues to persuade her. "Besides, in a castle this grand, wouldn't you need workers? I hear that some mage doesn't even know how to do anything. The young master of the Duke's house is not good at anything except hunting. I even hear rumors that the noble little spirit is about to die of overwork. Hilly helplessly thinks that she can guess from whom she heard these words. She decides to question her. You are Fatima, right? Do you know how miserable it is to live in hiding? You cannot reveal your identity and you must hide. And run like a criminal. Do you still want to live? Here, Fatima asserts, yes, I am sincere. She expresses, my home, my shop, my hometown, all of them are gone. In a strange place, starting over is truly terrifying, and on my own, I wouldn't even know what to do. Hilly listens and feels a bit of sympathy. Fatima, she reflects, not having thought about that. She is indeed someone who lives alone, but at least she still has neighbors by her side. Around Fatima, a brilliant light of faith radiates. To be honest, I don't care much about worldly affairs, so I don't really know what kind of person you are. I only know you are the savior who saves my life. Furthermore, when you declare your territory at that time, it is extremely cool. Hilly is puzzled. Declare my tear. Rittery, Fatima recalls, from here on out this is my land. Hilly declares at the time that whoever dares to trespass will only find death waiting for them. Hilly is surprised. Do I really say that? Fatima affirms that she indeed says so. At this point, Hilly explains that it is because the contaminated area starts from there. Fatima is excited. Then you are indeed a lord. Hilly points at herself blankly. Lord, me? Someone who has neither title nor territory, just a hermit living in seclusion, and now I am a lord, though it does sound a bit cool. Suddenly, a flock of ducks quacks. Fatima quickly notices, Lord, look, Sarika just catches a wild duck. It is sitting on its eggs. Hilly is scared out of her wits and quickly stops her. Fatima, you are stressing out my pet duck too much. Do you know that? Fatima immediately panics. I make the Lord's beloved duck die. After. While according to Hilly, it doesn't take Fatima long to adapt to the life of the citizens in the territory. During the first few days, she still cries silently at night, soaking stale bread in eggs and frying it until it is crispy and golden. Being naturally resilient and hardworking, Fatima quickly lifts her spirits, and now she is an indispensable person in this castle. Fatima speaks up, Lord, little spirit, please enjoy your meal. Hilly admires her. Thank you, Fatima. Doraji's eyes sparkle. Oh my goodness, Fatima, this is the first time I eat such a delicious meal. Don't go anywhere, live here with us for the rest of your life. Hilly is secretly jealous. Oh, who says they want to live with me forever earlier? What a traitor. At the very next second, she betrays her own thoughts, but thanks to the soft and sweet flour which elevates the flavor, she hopes that Fatima will live here forever and never leave. At this moment, Rika interrupts her train of thought. Hilly, do you know anything about the history of the contaminated region? Hilly is displeased. Why talk about academics while eating? Why on earth should I know? Rika continues. As the Lord, it is good to know some basic knowledge, right? First of all, the first master of Maron Castle is Marquis Maron. There are many different theories about his true identity. Some say he is a scholar immersed in magic studies. Others rumor that he is the first dark mage who succeeds in summoning a demon. But there is only one thing we need to know. This land originally never belongs to the three kingdoms. Whether before or after being contaminated from beginning to end, it still belongs to Maron and not to the Holy Order. Therefore, if only Maron remains alive in this contaminated region, then this soaring castle, the lake, the forest, and this canyon can all be considered your territory. Even. Hilly is astonished. So this vast, masterless land is all my territory? She stands up abruptly. Wait, how can that be? Are you trying to flatter me with sweet words to win my favor? I am not that easy to fool, just as you say. For now, I can temporarily claim that this is my land. Since no one wants to set foot in the contaminated region right now, it is just a wasteland. But what if the three kingdoms find out I purify this area? If this land, which sits right in the center of the three kingdoms, becomes habitable, people from all over swarm here with armies to contest and plunder. These playful words no longer carry any meaning. Rika calmly confirms, exactly, and that is precisely why the three kingdoms do not easily approach this place. Hilly ponders in her heart. Now that she thinks about it, it is the same in the original novel. The three kingdoms are like sworn enemies, Nievi and Kasnachara. Having comparable power, even in the original work, they constantly keep each other in check and carry out countless secret plots. Now I understand why this place can still maintain its status as the private property of Maron, because if one side interferes, the other two will surely be enraged. Rika confirms again. Yes, if they are not careful, it will lead to war. 2. Avoid that, the three kingdoms establish a treaty. The contaminated region belongs to Maron, and no one is allowed to claim sovereignty. The Holy Order also steps forward to notarize it, so no side dares to break it first. Hilly wonders, wait, then why does the Holy Order dare to arbitrarily dump criminals onto other people's land? Why don't they just send them straight to meet God and get it over with? Rika explains that to maintain the facade of a God who loves all living beings equally, as representatives of God, the clergy and the Holy Order cannot harm people themselves. Hilly is astonished. Should I thank or curse them for this? But realistically, thanks to that illegal trash dumping, I survive until now. And thanks to that bizarre assistance, I now even get to inherit both a title and a territory. That's right, now I am a marquis. Dorothy looks on helplessly. What kind of marquis doesn't even have a single tenant farmer to till the fields for them? No maids, no soldiers. Hilly questions, what are you talking about? You are. My tenant farmer? Dorothy feels as if struck by lightning. Hilly points at Rika, and he is a soldier. At this point, Fatima chimes in, then I will be the chef. Hilly laughs and replies, sure, Fatima is indeed ambitious. Hilly thinks to herself that strangely, just by thinking everything in this place is mine, my perspective and mood completely change. From a life of exile and struggling to survive under restricted circumstances and status, it feels like I have become a true business owner. Even though the situation has not changed at all, something feels different. Fatima chimes in, it is just like playing house, it is so fun. Hilly is so happy that she stumbles over her words. Playing house, although it is a bit rushed and patched together, but what is all this anyway? Finally, Rika concludes with the declaration of the head of the family. In ancient noble families, when the family head passes away or resigns, the heir gathers all vassals together and declares themselves as the new head of the house. This is a traditional ritual. The older the family, the more they value this. Hilly, excited, asks, is it called the declaration of the head of the family? Then now I will say something important. Everyone listen carefully. Fatima replies, go ahead, future lord. Dorothy blushes again. Please, young miss, aren't you ashamed? Immediately. Hilly scolds him. Do you know where titles and land come from? You really know nothing of the world. Listen, here in this land, the only person who bears the name Maron is me, meaning I am the sole heir of this Maron lineage. Therefore, as of today, I am Marquis Maron. Soon early summer arrives and Fatima's voice echoes, go forward, not that direction, head this way, whichever of you ruins the field is caught and eaten. Hilly watches, puzzled. Why is she doing that? No matter how loudly she trains and shouts, ducks do not understand human language. Rika takes care of providing protein for the meals, while Dorothy is busy repairing the tools destroyed by the ducks. Dorothy smiles happily. Since you have entered our house and become family, you must repay us with potato plants laden with crops. Do you understand? Hilly thinks to herself, just like a mother-in-law from the Josian era. After that, she continues walking. Hilly enjoys the atmosphere, the gentle breeze, the warm sunlight, and in her hand is a piece of bread. Yes, the bread made from the very last remaining flour. Now we must choose. Either return to a primitive, impoverished monastic life, her breath hitches, wait a moment, or despite the threats to our peace, venture into the worldly market to buy things. At this moment, Rika urges, hurry up. Among us only you can starve and still live. Fatima cheers excitedly. We are almost at Niavi, just a little more effort. Hilly is slightly annoyed. I know. Fatima speaks up. Lately, they say the atmosphere between Niavi and H is extremely tense, which is why this is our chance. In any case, rumor has it that Niavi border guards are arresting and detaining anyone who hails from H. The fewer people from H there are, the lower the chance that someone will recognize us. Hilly agrees that makes sense, although she does cause quite a stir before. After the last clash in Sebin village, the kingdom of H Titan's border controls around the contaminated area. Why? Because an evil witch appears at the border of H, according to Rika, who goes to scout the situation. The story about her is already spread throughout H. The devil resurrecting from the dead is invading the kingdom of H. The first person to recognize the resurrection of the witch Hilly is the great cardinal Weirmark. He leads the knights to stop Hilly's evil plans, but unfortunately in the process, many villagers of Sebin village are sacrificed. They die without whole bodies and still wander around the contaminated land. The story is told like that. In reality, the Holy Order only stages this show to bury the truth that they directly murder the villagers. But who believes? The words of an evil witch. While Hilly's heart is in turmoil, Rika speaks. Fatima, there are 2 dead bodies walking toward us up ahead. They do not seem to be Seven villagers. See if they are familiar faces to you. They are wearing clothes from over 100 years ago, likely people from the previous generation of mages. Before, even if they are dead now, it is considered a natural death. Hilly panics. Wait, I can ward them off. Do not harm them recklessly. Even if they are people from 100 years ago, they are not necessarily evil. Aside from food, they have another dilemma. Isn't there always a dead end where one cannot find a solution? How do we distinguish between actual criminals and those who are falsely accused? If only a solution will fall from the sky. Behind them, 2 wandering corpses are bound by magic like 2 chickens. As they reach the city gate, a loud voice bars their entry. The 3 of you ahead, halt right there. What is your business in Grandy City? Don't tell me you come from the kingdom of How. Fatima immediately denies it. No, we only come to find someone. Our young miss's husband cheats and flees here with his mistress. Our young miss says she can no longer endure it, so she comes in person to catch them. Red-handed, the guard scrutinizes them and actually believes it. What? Having such a young and beautiful wife, yet he still cheats? Fatima adds another blow. Indeed, what a shameless man, our poor young miss. Hilly rejoices inwardly. Fatima's acting is superb. However, the guard still harbors some suspicion. Hilly knows that Niavi is a nation extremely strict with monogamy. Taking advantage of that pride is a method the female lead in the original novel also uses, and clearly it is proven to be very effective. Looking at him, anyone can tell immediately that he is a powerful noble. As for us, the most concerning part arrives. The guard asks, "Who is that man walking behind you?" Hilly panics. "See, I know they will ask that. If anyone among us looks like a noble, it is definitely not." "If only I were him," Fatima replies quick-wittedly. "Ah, this gentleman is our young Mrs. Lover." Hilly is completely bewildered. Fatima ignores her and continues her theatrical performance. After confirming her husband is indeed unfaithful, my lady immediately divorces him and remarries this man. Monogamy is also the rule in Nivi, right? In our country, one must divorce first before remarriage is allowed. Please let us in. We must verify the truth. Hilly breaks into a cold sweat as she listens. What on earth? I did not see this move coming. This is just like a dog-blood drama, yet the guard believes it hook, line, and sinker. He laughs heartily. That is right. To remarry, of course, one must divorce first. Hey, open the gates and let them pass. Hilly cannot believe her own eyes. They actually opened it. He really fell for that and let us pass. The guard says warmly, "Have a safe journey. Make sure you catch that cheating husband." Hilly smiles and thinks to herself, at any rate, getting inside is a good thing. Fatima does not think too much about it. Wonderful, we made it through, just as the Lord planned. Hilly does not think so. How should she put it? In truth, rather than everything going according to plan, this is entirely a victory won by Fatima's quick wit and superb acting. Well done, Fatima. Fatima beams with pride. It is nothing, really. Then, ah no, my lord, shall we go shopping? Hilly replies cheerfully, sure, let us go. As they walk, she takes in the bustling crowds and the lively atmosphere characteristic of the trading hub, Grandy City. Every street seems to invite them to spend money, bringing a sense of warmth as if she is returning to her hometown. The clanging sound of hammers from the blacksmith shops echoes through the air. A sweet aroma wafts across the streets, delicacies that are hard to resist, and all kinds of food never seen in the remote mountains. Before long, evening arrives and Hilly is extremely excited. A luxury inn, how wonderful! The food is both delicious and expensive, making her feel truly happy. Back in their room, Fatima asks, "Young Miss Hilly, I do not see Rika anywhere. Do you know where he is?" Hilly, already lying comfortably on the bed, replies, "He says he has some business to attend to, so he went out." For a moment, he is indeed diligent. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoes from outside. "Doctor, someone call a doctor, quickly!" The commotion wakes Hilly. Why is it so noisy outside? A man clutches his wounded arm amid several collapsed bodies. He shouts, "There is an injured person. What are you all just standing and watching for? Someone is about to die. Quickly call a doctor." The inn keeper comes out and asks what is going on. The injured man says anxiously, "What do you mean, what is going on?" Someone is hurt here. We are bitten by wolves. Please help us, I beg of you. Anyone, please. Treat us. Hilly quickly guesses that they are hunters attacked by wild beasts, but the eyes of the onlookers are filled with hatred. The other townspeople, losing their patience with the noise, shout, "Get lost, you filthy poachers! In this grandy city, no doctor has the time to treat thieves like you." That is right, just die in the mountains and become wolf bait. Fatima speaks up helplessly. They are about to die. This is truly cruel. Why do they hate the people of House so much? Hilly wonders. Perhaps it is a case of reaping what they sow. She rests her chin on her hand, looking troubled. We should not have stayed in this exact place. Actually, I know very well the reason why. Why Nivi hates House so much. It is because this is the setting of a chapter in the original novel. On the border between the kingdom of Hao and Nivi, the local border earl often buys the skins of mountain snow beasts as a secondary source of income. Then one day, his affair is exposed, and he faces the danger of being abandoned by his wife. Terrified of being humiliated, he immediately hires hunters to catch as many snow beasts as his wife loves, hoping to win her back. With gold pouring in, the hunters immediately cross the border into Nivi and become poachers. The sharp decline in the population of snow beasts forces Nivi to send an investigation team, and so, to this day, anyone from the kingdom of Hao is detained and questioned. That border earl must be terrified of his wife's wrath, slaughtering another country's precious creatures. Who would not be furious? Of course they are, Fatima asks curiously, but young miss, you have never taken a single step outside the castle. How do you know all this in such detail? Hilly replies calmly, even so I have my sources. Another scream echoes. Please save us, the injured man pleads that they have not even hunted a wild boar, let alone a wolf. None of the townspeople believe them. How ridiculous! Hide those wolf fangs dangling from your waists before you speak. Fatima begins to worry. What should we do? No one in the crowd is willing to help. At this rate, they will surely die. Hilly calms her. Do not worry. She quietly thinks to herself. He is about to appear. Right then, he appears like a savior. Stop. For the gods teach us to love even the sinners. Even if these people have sinned, we cannot leave them to die. I will help you get treated. Clutching onto this life-saving straw, the injured man gasps. Thank you, sir. The innkeeper objects. But, sir, those are the ones who slaughtered the snow beasts, the treasures of our Nivi kingdom. Django interrupts him. I know, therefore none of you need to help. Just allow me to take them to my lodging so I can tend to their wounds. Please permit this. The towns people, though displeased, remain silent. Witnessing this, Fatima sighs in admiration. He is truly a servant of the gods with a noble character. If only the holy order in our village had a priest like him. Hilly immediately pours cold water on her hope. He is not a real priest, he is an assassin. Fatima's worldview completely shatters. What? An assassin? Hilly looks at Django's cold-blooded face and thinks, I know exactly who he is. Django of the Snow Beasts, the most brutal assassin ever raised by a pack of wolves. Those poachers. Tonight they will die. By his hand. There is once a child abandoned at such a young age that he cannot even remember his parents' faces. That child is named Django of the Snow Beasts. He grows up in the care of a white wolf pack and later becomes the most notorious assassin in Nivi. To humans, that might seem like a savage life, but to Django, the memories of running wild with the wolf pack on the snowy mountains are his most cherished childhood memories. Parents, siblings, friends, they are always by his side. It is a blissful life, until that fateful day when the wolf leader, who is like a parent to Django, is slaughtered by humans, the hunters. Mistakenly believe Django is a child kidnapped by wolves. The young boy is dragged back to the human world. Though he resists fiercely, he soon realizes that he can never return to his wolf pack again. Ultimately loathing humanity, Django fails to integrate into human society. He retreats into the underworld and becomes an assassin under the name Django. Time flies, and 10 years quickly pass. Django is now a strong young man. Upon hearing that the white wolf pack has been slaughtered, Django enters the Grandes region to seek revenge. It is only natural, but that is merely a story in a novel. Sitting by the window, Maron rests her chin on her hand, looking down at Django pushing a cart below, thinking to herself that this has absolutely nothing to do with her. Django, feared by the entire world, will eventually meet his female lead, find redemption, defeat the hunters, and earn the loyalty of the fierce snow beasts. As for me, I will stay here for one night and return to my territory tomorrow morning. Maron thinks to herself, her face showing complete indifference. This has absolutely nothing to do with me. That is how it should be. The next day, in a room of a luxurious mansion, Django smiles and asks, "So, you are the client, the one who needs a list of those abandoned in the contaminated zone." Maron is utterly astonished, thinking to herself, why is he here and why is he with me? As if guessing her thoughts, Rika Winter speaks up. "I am the one who made the request. If you eliminate the poachers, they will give you the list of those abandoned in the contaminated zone." Django calmly replies, "That is correct, but in exchange, you must cooperate to eliminate all of House poachers. I will retrieve that list myself." But while the two men behind her are talking, Maron sits there looking rather bitter, feeling left out of the loop. But then Django turns to ask her, "Aren't you looking for those who were wrongfully abandoned in the contaminated zone?" Still unable to hide her surprise, Maron replies, "Rika, I know you are in a hurry, but how can you make such a decision on your own? And involving Django of all people." The decision to find the list of the abandoned was made while they were on their way to Grandy's city. Even on that short journey, they met countless contaminated people. If those who look like wandering corpses are actually innocent victims like the woodcutters, is it right to perform purification on them? But what if they are truly wicked criminals? While hesitating like that, Rika suggested obtaining the list of the abandoned, investigating who has been abandoned, and then deciding whether to perform purification. Hearing this, Maron also agreed and said that they would search for that list. But Rika, standing with his arms crossed, continues, "This is something you have always cared about anyway, killing two birds with one stone. It is perfect, and we can also save those poor snow beasts." Sitting there, Maron stammers, "No, that is not what I mean." She says that, but in her heart she thinks otherwise. "Here I should focus on finding food, and after returning I will continue the investigation." His involvement is completely not in the plan. Django is also deep in thought about something. Then he turns to ask Maron, "What are you worried about? I hear he is your subordinate. Just let me borrow him until the poachers are dealt with." At a glance, he looks like a good fighter, but Maron becomes increasingly flustered to the point of stammering, "Rika, wait a minute." And so Django accidentally meets the villain instead of the female lead first. The next morning, still at the mansion, one of the three says, "Think about it again. Wouldn't it be better if Fatima came along too?" Another voices their own opinion. "No, because we still need someone to watch the luggage." And so the three of them set off. Fatima calls out, "Have a safe trip, young Miss Hilly." While the two men remain calm, she is so disappointed she almost cries. "Fatima is my source of energy." So, excluding Fatima, the three of them head towards the habitat of the wolf pack before sunrise to make it there on time. The sun now reaches its peak, casting its rays upon the grand mountain and the tree branches in the forest where the three of them are heading. Rika reminds her as he walks, "If you are hiking for a long time, do not take careless steps. Put your strength into your ankles. Protecting your ankles is the most important thing when hiking for long distances." Walking beside him, Maron replies, seemingly still annoyed, "Yeah, thanks." Seeing this, Rika asks, "You look tired." Maron answers, "A little. I had a nightmare last night, so I did not sleep well." On the outside, she acts normal, but inside she is in turmoil. "Hilly, it is all your fault. Because of you, we ended up like this." "Stop talking." Hilly feels extremely frustrated inside, and even Django joins in to blame her. Beside her, Django speaks up with irritation. "Nonsense about nightmares. Complaining when we are only at the foot of the mountain is such a hassle. You should have just lent me your subordinate from the start. Why did you drag yourself all the way here?" But inside, Hilly is actually very stubborn. She thinks she has to come because she does not know what might happen if she lets only the two of them go. In the vast and beautiful forest, Django clears his throat and says, "Since I am the captain, I must lead the team. By the way, what is written on that list? Does it have the names, offenses, evidence, escape locations, and even the signature of the administrator?" Hearing this, Maron silently praises, "It is written in such detail." Then she glances at the two men beside her and feels a pang of regret, still feeling guilty in her heart as if she has stolen the female lead's destiny. But honestly, when will an opportunity like this ever come again? The chance to obtain the list of the contaminated by saving Django instead of the female lead. Thinking this over, she says in a serious, low tone, All right, I will cooperate seriously. Tell me your plan now. Even if we deal with all the poachers in the mountains, there is no guarantee that How will not continue. To send more people. Hearing this, Django gives a sinister smile and replies, then we must strike absolute terror into their hearts. How? Maron asks, curious. And asks right after, but replying to her question are the cruel words from Django's lips. Just skin them and send the hides to their families. Maron is completely speechless and cries out, Hey, that is way too cruel. But Django's words, though slightly mocking, are also incredibly serious. They captured my family, skinned them, and sold them for money. How is this any different? But Maron still strongly protests. Even so, but before she can finish her sentence, Django cuts her off with a sharp glare. He says coldly, You are too noisy. If you want to lecture me, get lost. Maron, frightened, thinks to herself that glare is truly terrifying. But then she reassures herself, fortunately, Rika is even more fiercely intimidating, step by step. Maron walks, accompanied by the sound of her heavy breathing, which shows just how exhausted she is. Maron quickly clings to a nearby tree trunk and groans, Why am I so tired? In the Maron territory filled with miasma, I could hike like this every day. Because there is no miasma, she has become a normal human. When the three of them reach a stream, while Maron is clutching the tree trunk looking utterly exhausted, Django rests his hands on his hips and praises her determination. Wow, you are quite impressive after all. I thought you would give up halfway and cancel the request by following us. To come all this way is impressive, customer. Hearing this, turns her face away, pretending she is fine, though she is anything but. Thank you for the compliment, she says, remaining where she is. Django crosses his arms and replies, I am not a man who is stingy with praise. The poachers mostly come from the other side, near the first How border, and across the valley is a path that herb gatherers often use. In this vast mountain, how do you expect to block that whole crowd of poachers on your own? Hilly asks him in return. Django sits down beside her, chuckling softly and replying, How could I block them? I am no man of iron. If I try and fail, I plan to just take care of that bastard border lord of H, since he is a high noble. The bounty must be quite handsome, but what else can I do? But then Maron glances at him and says, The bounty is not just a little, it will be a mountain of wealth. In truth, you cannot do this alone, because the female lead in. The original work immediately runs into a severely injured Django upon her arrival in Grandy's. During the treatment, our female lead hears the story of the snow beasts. In truth, she is a member of the investigation team sent by King Michael and of H when the two kingdoms stand on the brink of war. She is dispatched to resolve the conflict. Thanks to meeting Django, the female lead uncovers the cause of the war. She successfully brings the philandering border count to a joint tribunal co-hosted by the two kingdoms. Ultimately, the snow beasts are chosen as a symbol of reconciliation between the two nations and are designated as a protected species. After that incident, Django repents and becomes a true cleric of the Holy Order. Wanting to do something for the female lead, he voluntarily becomes her servant. But to serve the tragic plot of the novel, he becomes a sacrificial side character. And dies. Honestly, no matter what his end is, my rule is to keep him away from the female lead. After all, we have already partnered up. I might as well make a move this time. With that thought, she brings her hand close to her mouth and whispers, Rika, can you capture 2 of the poachers alive and bring them here? Remember not to injure them too severely. They must not be too old or too young. From the shadows, Rika replies coldly, That is not difficult. But then he turns to look at the 2 companions by the tree behind them and sets a condition. But in return, you must stay put here. Protect my master well so nothing happens to him. Hilly, sitting behind them like a statue, thinks to herself that assigning protection duties to an assassin truly shows a lack of tact. Her expression grows inexplicably anxious. Come to think of it, she is being left all alone with this dangerous man. While she is in a panic, Django speaks up and asks, Hey, customer, why do you ask to capture the poachers alive? They are not afraid of threats at all. Just a single adult snow beast pelt is enough for them to live in luxury for 3 years. Maron huddles and replies, But isn't life more important than money? That is only temporary, Django answers. Hilly silently assesses him. He conceals his own identity yet constantly hints for others to reveal their plans. Then she speaks up. I should just keep my mouth shut and watch. After all, if we fail, you have probably already planned to dispose of all of us. Hearing these words, Django becomes pensive. Staring intently at her, he steps closer and closer, then probes with a question. Do you know something about me? I thought you were just a useless, rich young lady. You two were dispatched from above, and you do not look like members of the Holy Order, so you must be some kind of noble. It seems she has been found out, but she suppresses her emotions and forces a smile. Do I look like a noble to you? Did I expose myself that easily after just receiving my title? But the moment the words leave her mouth, Django slashes away the hat on her head with lightning speed, leaving her frozen. He says, if you wear such a ridiculous hat like that, what are you if not a noble? But it seems Maron is only slightly startled, quickly regaining her composure. She questions him in her heart. Look at this guy. He says he will help me, yet he turns around and threatens me. Do you think you are the only one who can be terrifying if you dare touch me? I will fight back too. Reading the movements of Hilly's lips, Django sneers. What are you muttering? What else do you know about me? Did you approach me on purpose for some hidden agenda? But the answer to his question is a secret he has never revealed to anyone. Snow. Beast Django. Hearing this, Django is utterly stunned, speechless. Maron continues, do not look down on me. You are the most formidable assassin of Nivi. A child abandoned on the mountain and raised by wolves. I know everything about you, Django. You are the most notorious villain in this world, after all. Django is slightly taken aback. He wonders, what is this? Knowing my identity so well is suspicious enough. It is truly chilling. And I cannot allow myself to get swept up in this. Though his identity is exposed, he remains calm and raises his voice. So what? If you know me so well, you should not have let your subordinate wander so far away. His hand grips the hilt of his sword tightly. It seems he intends to assassinate Hilly, but before he can do anything, an unseen force slams him to the ground. Meanwhile, Hilly calmly picks up her hat, which has been split in two. My hat. While Django is pinned down, unable to move under the weight of what seems to be purple magic, he struggles to rise and says, an assassin who doesn't assassinate but resorts to threats instead. Unable to bear it any longer, he pleads, all right, I surrender, so please put it away. The hierarchy is now clear. Now, while Django is stuck on a tree, Hilly wears a smug expression. That is why one should watch who they mess with. Afterward, along with a trembling and terrified Django, we enjoy a campout in the mountains. Rika captures and brings back 2 poachers alive on my orders. On their backs, they carry ornaments made of wolf fangs and the carcasses of wolf pups, looking like absolute villains. When Rika brings them over, she stands before them with a look of disdain, yet remains calm as she says, how clever! You dare use a cub to catch the mother wolf. Are you even human? Hilly looks at the nearby wolf carcass with a twinge of sorrow. She thinks to herself this wolf is not long dead, and its leg is even broken. If it is tied by that broken leg and dragged around, how much pain must it endure? It must cry out for its mother in utter despair. Hearing the cub's cries for help, the wolf pack cannot leave. The poachers, looking at the 2 men in front of him, Django holds a wolf fang bracelet and says, I kept wondering how trash like you could capture such clever wolves. So because tracking adults is too difficult, you targeted the cubs. In this situation, the 2 poachers tremble incessantly, and one of them speaks up. Who on earth are you? Django's face darkens as he continues to expose their crimes. If the cub dies, you stuff it as a souvenir, and if it lives, you raise it or sell it off, correct? The man continues to ask in terror, whose orders are you following to dare do this to us? Django does not hesitate to answer. Immediately, Snow Beast Django, the survivor of the wolves you slaughtered. But before he can strike, Rika suddenly grabs his hand. He says coldly, wait. But Django seems to have lost all composure as he bellows. Let go, these bastards deserve to die. Rika surely understands Django's current state of mind, yet he still tries to advise him. But you know very well that dealing with them this way is not the best solution. Right now, instinct overpowers Django. He is like a true beast with a sinister grin. Gripping his knife tightly, he shouts, is that so? Fine, then cancel the request. I was wrong. I will live in seclusion here, spending my entire life hunting down these scoundrels as my pastime. Oh, that's right. I will capture their entire families, break their legs, and drag them everywhere. That is only fair, is it not? Hearing these words along with his savage expression, the 2 poachers tremble uncontrollably, their faces turning. Pale and speechless, the situation devolves into pure chaos. Django growls in his fury. But suddenly Hilly steps in and interrupts. Enough, Django, I told you I have my own plan, then let's see it, Django snarls from the other side. What plan? You are just like them. But contrary to Django's hot temper, Hilly remains exceptionally calm. How talkative. Let's see how the boss handles this. She steps closer and asks one of them as if offering a chance. You want to live, don't you? There is only one way. The man with the red scarf on his head hastily asks, what way? Right after, she condenses a purple sphere on her fingertip and says, it is very simple. If just one of you eats this, I will spare your life. Now who wants to return alive? Seeing a chance for survival right before his eyes, one of them quickly whimpers, me, I have a wife and children at home. My child is still small if I die. Like this, he won't even remember his father's face. But the white-haired man also speaks up, resorting to any means to bring the other down to survive. That is a blatant lie. His wife left him. He lives alone. Besides, my mother is gravely ill if I cannot return. She will have no one to rely on. Is that so? Your mother is very ill. Seeing her ask this, the man thinks his chances of survival are extremely high, so his face lights up with joy and he hastily replies, yes, yes. And so she commands, then you must hurry home. Rika, release him. You can. With that, Rika unties the man. The surroundings seem to darken. As Helly approaches, she places her hand on his cheek and says, go back to How immediately. All this time, the one pulling the strings behind the poachers has been the border count of H, correct? Since you ended up like this because of him, go back and beg him to cure you. Those words leave him utterly traumatized, unable to utter a single word. Then his scream echoes throughout the desolate forest. Having dealt with him, Hilly stands there with her arms crossed and asks, how long does it take to get home? Running for his life in terror, the other man does not forget to answer. At that speed, probably 1 or 2 days. At that speed, surely just 1 day. Now only the scarf-wearing man remains. He asks in panic, what did you make him drink? Could it be a pollutant? No, is it? Miasma. Hearing this, Hilly asks him back mockingly, oh, so you know. Do you know what happens when miasma infuses you? The other man's mind begins to spiral into panic as he shouts, who on earth are you? What if he goes mad when he gets home and attacks others? Hilly crosses her arms and calmly replies, that is exactly my purpose. Hearing this, he asks in confusion, what? But then Hilly immediately pulls out her coin pouch, hands it to him, and says, now go and say that the man who ran ahead intended to poach snow beasts but got infected by miasma. Say that the contaminated area is spreading even to the Grandes Mountains. Here, this is your payment. Tell them that if anyone approaches, they will all turn into the infected. After receiving the money, he is still so panicked that he stammers, why? But she immediately threatens him with sweet words. If you do not deliver the news properly, that terrifying assassin will appear and cut off your head. With the same question, he raises his voice again. Why cause all this? Who on earth are you? Me, Hilly replies, Marquis Helly. Hearing this, he obediently walks away. Watching his fading silhouette, Hilly smiles to herself, then turns back to the stunned Django and asks, is that enough, Django? A few days later at an inn. The city, we stay a few more days at Grandes Inn, as I need to confirm whether the poachers I released perform their roles well. And then, what a scary woman, a dreadful woman. While having breakfast, Django quickly hides behind the eating Rika, making Helly feel utterly annoyed. Hey, eat your food. Perhaps because my threat is too effective, even Django dares not come near me anymore. Django peeks out, looking suspicious but unable to hide his apprehension. Why do you care about my meal? Did you put miasma in my food too? Would I do such a thing? Hilly answers, annoyed. Immediately after, she recounts the events from a few days ago. I already explained it. When the second poacher returns, I attach more miasma to him. The first one will only take a day or two to become so infected that he loses his mind. The second one will likely take some time. Just let the rumor spread on its own. Since this involves miasma, the border count of How is forced to report it to the Holy Order. At that point, everyone will naturally know this is related to poaching, and it will be brought to trial. Poaching is, after all, a capital crime. Django sits up straight, crosses his arms, and asks seriously, do you think things in life will always go according to your plans? What if the Holy Order decides to investigate on their own and sends a whole troop of holy knights? Here, what then? Hilly replies immediately, then that is perfect. Django asks back in confusion, what is so good about that? Hilly explains. Because of poaching, Nivi and H are on the verge of war. You know, with the Holy Night Order here, which kingdom would dare deploy troops? Even poachers will not dare set foot near here. What is with the snow beasts? They won't even be able to hunt rabbits. Hearing this, Django understands a bit. He replies with a none-too-happy expression. Ah, so that's how it is. Sitting at the dining table, Hilly feels a little anxious. She thinks that if this plan succeeds, she will be the only one suffering, the one who can no longer set foot in Grandy's again, and after putting a bite into her mouth, she immediately regrets her thoughts. Damn it, I have no intention of living an honest life anyway. Just then, Fatima enters with a basket of fruit and sweet drinks, reporting, Lord, the border lord of H sends an envoy to Grandy's. They say they already report the spreading contamination on the mountain to the Holy Order and are currently requesting support. Sitting at the dining table, Hilly turns to ask, So how does the Lord of Grandy's respond? Fatima replies frankly, He tells you to go to hell. Hilly can only gasp, how hot-tempered. Indeed, the Lord of Grandy's words can be understood like this. If you want to cooperate, first confess to your poaching crimes. That bastard, now even the border count of how can hardly move easily. This is as far as it goes. The mission is as good as complete. Taking the juice bottle from Fatima's hand, Hilly thinks that whatever happens in the future has nothing to do with her. Even if the two countries go to war and the two Holy Night Orders march out. Immediately after, Hilly gives the order, laced with a subtle threat. But that is enough to make Django tremble with fear. Hey, go find that list and bring it back. If you don't keep your promise, you will end up just like that poacher. Hearing this, Django feels a bit irritated but can do nothing. He replies, I keep my word, just wait. From that day on, time gradually passes. In the blink of an eye, night falls and a stack of papers sits on the desk in the office. Hilly says, Here, take this. Django replies, What, you got it back this fast? Holding the stack of papers in her hands, Hilly begins to question him. Tell me the truth, did you have this from the start? Or are the guards of the Holy Order really that lax? Standing opposite her, Django retorts, Of course not. Do you think breaking into the Holy Order is easy? It is all thanks to my outstanding abilities. Hilly smiles and says, All right. Then she thinks to herself that even if it is a fake, there is currently no way to find out, so she has no choice but to trust the boy. Anyway, after all, he looks like he went through a lot of trouble to get this. A good trade. Django, as she reaches her hand out, Django is a bit surprised to see this. But suddenly he jumps back in suspicion and shouts, Are you planning to dispose of me too? Just to silence me, right? What a terrifying woman. Hilly frowns, that guy, honestly. Then she adds, If my true identity is exposed, I am finished. The same goes for you, Django. You also planned to dispose of me to silence me before, didn't you? Hearing this, Django replies, No, I only planned to follow you. But now, Hilly coldly opens the window, frowning as she says, Get lost. Damn it, fine, I'm leaving, he replies, speechless, but then she thinks to herself, is he leaving through the door? Then she smiles again. An assassin should climb out of the window, shouldn't they? That guy knows nothing about romance. Just like that, the first meeting between me and Django comes to an end. Afterward, we, along with a sturdy large carriage and all kinds of food, make our lives more abundant. Currently, he is holding her hand to help her up the carriage. At this, Hilly whispers, Thank you. After boarding, she has only one thought. Once everything is over, we will also leave Grandy's. 3 days later, in the kitchen of Maron Castle. Right now, the little spirit is hugging a piece of fresh meat, looking utterly happy. Fortunately, I am alive now. Truly, after the rain comes the rainbow. This saying must be meant for a moment like this. Seeing it like that, Fatima also smiles warmly and replies, Seeing the spirit happy makes me happy too. A moment later, upon seeing Hilly wearing a dark-colored dress, it looks puzzled and asks her, But young Miss Hilly, what is with that look? Why are you wearing an outfit that looks like a clown's? Hearing this, she laughs quietly in her heart. In addition, Hilly admits something to the spirit. You sound exactly like Django. What's wrong with this dress? Fatima chose it for me. It is beautiful. The spirit adamantly disagrees. What's beautiful about it? At first, I thought an evil doll was stepping down from the carriage. At this, Hilly gets angry at being criticized so harshly. Evil doll? How dare you call me an evil doll? I'm hurt, you know. And do you think you are a cute spirit? Aren't you just a meat-obsessed, fallen Riad? She is angry because when she first saw this dress, Hilly absolutely loved it. Besides, this time she also wants to show Doraji a different kind of charm. On the other hand, seeing the two of them arguing loudly, Fatima quickly intervenes. Come now, give her a compliment. She went to the trouble of changing her clothes to show the spirit a more beautiful side. But the spirit stubbornly refuses to back down. By human standards, is that what you call a beautiful side? Moreover, she hears everything they are saying, so Hilly angrily snaps. I can hear everything you are whispering, you know. Next, Rika brings in a wooden tub of cabbage and says, Hilly, if you are just going to stand in the way in the kitchen, help carry some sugar. However, she replies gloomily, the Lord is hurt and sorrowful, so she has no motivation to work at all. Hearing this, he quickly coaxes her. Just a few seconds later, Hilly suddenly runs off, ignoring Rika's shouts to stop. Wait, where are you going? She does not answer him, but only thinks to herself, how dare he make the Lord work? Hilly runs back to her room, and seeing the pile of books before her, she suddenly sighs. In addition, deep down, Hilly is also admitting something to herself. Although she uses this as an excuse to escape, saying she is sad is not entirely a lie, because the list of people exiled to the polluted area earlier than Saul. In addition, Hilly is also feeling anxious, wondering if she can bring the contaminated people back to their original state. The list is ready. But to be honest, she is not very confident. Thinking of this, Hilly analyzes the human body in her mind. The human body is highly intricate. Just a minor mistake can lead to biological death or turn them into a demon like that spider back then. She feels the heavy weight of responsibility and crushing fear, but she is the only one who can do this, so she must try no matter what. She quickly uses magic. With a thought surfacing in her mind, she will draw out the threads of miasma, as thin as hair. Using her own body to practice, for some unknown reason, the miasma is completely harmless to the body. Of Hilly, at first it is very difficult. Without concentration, they easily break or scatter, so she fails repeatedly. But then her stubbornness kicks in. She persistently tries again and again until she can form a long black band that circles around her blood vessels and returns to her. This time, let's try to make many long, thin threads, imagining them like branches reaching out so that I can control them freely like my own limbs. Since that day, thanks to focusing on purifying miasma to the point of getting a nosebleed, one morning when the spirit sees her running off in a panic, it asks worriedly, Lord, where are you going again? Hilly replies honestly, to purify miasma, while thinking to herself, I can now control miasma much more delicately than before. Despite getting an answer, the spirit is still puzzled by Hilly's strange behavior lately. Why do you look like you are being chased by someone these days? If you keep this up, you will collapse. Knowing it is worried about her, she reassures it, I won't, I will be back soon. Time passes just like that, and summer arrives. The crops that Dorothy painstakingly cultivates begin to bear fruit. At the same time, it is also the moment Hilly decides to go out. Let's set off now, Rika to Seven Village. In her heart, she is shouting with immense excitement. I am ready too. Meanwhile, in a certain church a few months ago, after Hilly leaves Grandy's, everyone gathers to discuss and an argument breaks out. At this moment, Yena shouts angrily, how can this happen? Poaching is a major crime. Despite Ejin breaking into a cold sweat of tension, she still tries to calm things down. A man like that border count dares to lay a finger on the protected animals of another country. What a despicable man. Yena even presents the worst-case scenario. Your Eminence, what if a war breaks out because of this and countless people die? He quickly replies. That is why the Holy Order is intervening under the guise of investigating the polluted area. They hope the punishment of these poachers will be overlooked. Ejin also offers his own opinion. Announce immediately that the Holy Order will step in to investigate this matter. He further proposes a solution. In addition, bring the border count, the mastermind behind the poachers, to court. At the same time, declare the entire neighboring forest and mountains, including the habitats of the wild beasts, as a restricted area. At this point, he gently puts down his teacup and leisurely says, furthermore, what happened to those people? I mean the poachers who witnessed the spread of the miasma. Hearing this, Ejin remembers something. Ah, I have not reported this yet. The first one of them is already completely contaminated upon his return. He tried to attack others but was dealt with by the soldiers. As for the second, the one who came to how to report, has been arrested and brought here. He is currently imprisoned in our parish. Then Ejin proposes that he must meet him. Ejin also agrees, yes, I understand. His mouth says so, but resentment wells up in his heart. Just like that, Ejin tightens his fist and says to himself, asterisk, it is them. They must have made contact with Hilly. However, he is also glad that he is about to get news of her, thinking now, I will soon find out Hilly's whereabouts. Ejin appears excited and emotional because previously, after meeting Hilly in Seven Village, Ejin kept waiting for her there the entire time. While waiting for her, he keeps muttering to himself, unable to forget. Hilly's face full of contempt before she turns away, those eyes so cold and cruel. Around that time, right as Ejin steps down from his horse, only one thought fills his mind. I wanted to tell you it is just a misunderstanding. In the past, I only wanted to save you. My joining the Holy Order and becoming a cardinal is also just to protect you. But why are you there with Rika Winter? The two of them stand close to each other like real siblings. Ejin still cannot wrap his head around one thing and ponders. Rika Winter is supposed to be someone who hates Hilly, a beast who lives only for revenge. How did it turn out like this? Right at this moment, someone comes looking for him. My lord! It is Yena. As she approaches him, she whispers, an urgent message has been sent from the direction of Nivi, near the border of Hao. The border count of Hao reports that the miasma seems to have spread, crossing the border and even reaching the Grandes mountain range. He reported the news because of his anxiety. Ejin is quite clever. He understands their intentions as soon as he hears it. In other words, while Nivi remains silent, Hao is showing concern for another country's damage and actively seeking help first. Right after saying this, he looks at her. At this, she quickly replies, indeed, it is somewhat suspicious, but the spread of miasma in the polluted region is truly a fatal issue for all border areas. Ejin suddenly thinks of something. Wait, the miasma in the polluted region has spread. Furthermore, he worries for Hilly, thinking to himself, in history that has never happened, not even once, except for my encounter with Hilly in Seven Village not long ago. Thinking so, Ejin silently raises a question, is Hilly in Grandes? He immediately wants to go and check for himself. To monitor Seben, I will leave behind 2 holy knights and 12 soldiers. You handle the rest. Yena replies with a joyful hesitation. Lord Ejin then, before she can finish, he interrupts. I will depart for Grandes immediately. Thus, Yena formally invites Ejin, Lord Ejin, please this way. And he sincerely says, yes, thank you. Django brings a tea set to the dungeon, thinking to himself that everything is indeed unfolding exactly as that woman said. Next, he mutters to himself. That border count is dragged to trial. The habitat of the snow beasts is sealed off as a restricted area. Moreover, he curses others in his heart. Honestly, that sluggish holy order actually moves remarkably fast. For once, at the same time, he praises himself. Still, by now, they can probably only find corpses. Fortunately, I just returned from the Grandes Parish prison after cleaning up all the asterisk trash inside. In addition, Django remembers Hilly's smile and what she said. If before the second hunter dies of contamination, then Django. Hilly hesitated for a moment before continuing. You must protect the identity of your client until the very end. Currently, he can only laugh and admit what a terrifying woman, but it is also rare for me to have such a satisfying client. And also, thanks to the arrival of the Cardinal, the knights are pitching their camp here like this. Now, where should he go? In the end, he thinks to himself as he walks, this time I will just treat it as a vacation. I recall hearing that there is an inn in Hao that serves delicious food. Where is that place again? Just as it hits him, Django shouts joyfully, I remember, it's in a mountain countryside village. He tries to recall the name. I think it is Seven Village. At the same time, Rika and Hilly are also using a map to find their way through the forest. The contaminated zone is vast, with countless infected people wandering there. In a place like this, what is the probability of meeting people who are constantly moving? Therefore, we limit our search radius around Seven Village to exactly 10 days. Hilly speaks up when she sees the wandering corpses hovering ahead. Are you still here? Fortunately, the lumberjacks are still in the exact same spot where we last met. Rika, walking beside her, also glances and comments, how fortunate. It has been 3 months since our last encounter. I didn't expect much. Looking around, she wonders, is there a reason they stubbornly cling to this place near the logging site? This is the boundary of the contaminated zone. Just a short climb further is a hill overlooking Seven Village. Perhaps despite being contaminated, they still remember their homeland. Don't be nervous, she has practiced enough, and now she is ready. They will surely be purified. It has been a long time since we last met. I'm a bit late, aren't I? During This time I have struggled a lot with whether to purify you or not. My motto in life is to live as if I am already dead. But the more I think about it, the more I cannot bear. Seeing you left abandoned like this, you once told me to be careful, didn't you? If you hadn't treated me so kindly that day, you wouldn't have ended up like this. So please let me help you. Now. It is over. Restoring the contaminated to their original state is a grueling and arduous task. Every trace of miasma must be drawn out of their bodies, leaving not a single drop behind, all while being incredibly careful not to harm any part of them. After repeating this process 3 times, the woodcutter who was initially contaminated gradually regains consciousness. Tears of gratitude well in his eyes. Finally, I succeed in bringing them back to normal. Deeply moved, the woodcutter says to Hilly, "I cannot believe it. Miller, are you back too?" The other woodcutters whom she purified also rejoice and embrace one another. "We are so blessed. Thank you so much. Truly thank you. In all my life I have never experienced anything so terrifying." Hearing them say this, Hilly smiles in relief. It is truly a success. Not a single soul is left behind. Everyone is brought back. All those months of anxiety seem to pay off, and a surge of joy makes my eyes almost overflow with tears. But that emotion does not last long. A voice rings out in the dark night. "Hey, I said there is no need. Why do you keep doing this?" The woodcutters stubbornly insist on repaying her, dragging out the argument. Another person shouts, "How can we let our savior leave empty-handed?" Angered, Hilly snaps, "Why are you bringing up the law at a time like this?" The man does not back down and yells, "If not for you, we would have died long ago. Even if we have nothing, we want to offer you everything." He places his hand on his chest, imploring her earnestly, "Please come to my house. There are gold bars my wife hid under the kitchen floor." However, Hilly does not dare accept them. She turns and yells to Rika, "I have plenty of money too, right, Rika?" Walking ahead, he quickly supports Hilly, saying, "We have nothing but money, uncle." Yet the man still does not stop. "Then how about I give my house deed to the young miss?" This time she is so furious she could smoke. "No need. How expensive could house prices in Seven Village possibly be? That is enough. We have nothing left to do here now. Just help me cross the contaminated area." "Understood." Hearing Hilly say this, the woodcutters all beam with joy. "Young miss, that really will not do. At least let us treat you to a meal." Seeing them still holding on, she snaps, "I said there is no need. If the villagers of Seven Village see us, it will do no good. We plan to return you all quickly before dawn and leave, but we encountered an unexpected situation." A moment later, Hilly looks ahead in shock. "What is that? Why is it like this? The houses are all empty." "Completely. What on earth happened here?" Rika volunteers to scout. "Let us try going inside to see. This house was still being looked after recently. It is not completely abandoned." Hearing his words, she finds it even stranger. "Then where did everyone disappear to in the middle of the night? Could they be locked in the temple? Is the heresy trial still ongoing?" Rika glances around before commenting. "No, the cardinal probably does not have that kind of free time, but the atmosphere in the village is even more terrifying than that. First, I will go see what is happening. Everyone hide nearby. I will return quickly." With this many people moving around, we will surely catch the eye of the Holy Order. We must leave this village immediately. Meanwhile, Hilly turns to advise the woodcutters, "Uncles, let us head out." But just as they reach the village gate, someone suddenly screams, "Hilly, run!" She turns her head in startle. "What is it? Why are you back so early?" Rika does not answer but continues to shout, "Run quickly into the contaminated area." Hilly is frightened out of her wits. Why are they running at full speed? It is so terrifying. Besides, what is that blood on your face? He is now running alongside her. "This blood is not mine. Something strange is happening in Seven Village, and it seems the Holy Order is involved." She asks hesitantly, "What strange thing?" He recounts the sight he saw earlier. A holy knight has turned into a monster. Because of that monster, Seven Village is devastated, and the holy knights, along with the soldiers of the Holy Order, have mobilized to stop it. That is why the villagers are locked inside the temple. The fact that a holy knight blessed by God turned into a monster is a sacrilegious truth, so they must cover it up. Hilly also throws her hands up at the Holy Order. "Are they insane? If the holy knights cannot stop it, then the villagers will be sacrificed. What about that monster? Are the Holy Order's soldiers alone enough? It bit and killed its fellow holy knights, absorbing their power to become even stronger. I have decapitated it. Everyone in the church saw it. Let us flee quickly." Hilly runs for her life beside him, yet she still manages to complain. "Oh my God, my life is so miserable, but are you absolutely sure you finished it off?" Rika replies nonchalantly. "It must be dead. I almost sliced its neck in half." Before he can finish, Hilly shoots back a question. The woodcutters behind them are also running as fast as their legs can carry them to escape that hideous thing. Then, "What is that thing chasing us?" Only now does Rika turn back, turning pale as he looks at it. "Why is it still alive?" Her face is also ashen as she screams. "How should I know? You said you took care of it." Rika reluctantly draws his sword. "Everyone, follow Hilly and run into the contaminated area quickly." The woodcutters also quicken their pace, following his words. "Yes, yes, Sir Knight." On the opposite side, the monster twists its neck a few times. "Its neck reattached," Rika smirks. "Truly a monster. If so, I must find another way, for now. I will decapitate it once more." He swings his sword in a clean arc toward the opponent's neck. Suddenly, Hilly, who is hiding nearby, peeks out. "Great job, partner!" But Rika screams helplessly. "Out, I told you to hide far away." A second later, he glances forward. A sword strike is raining down on his face, but thanks to his male lead halo, he easily parries and throws the opponent back. Fine, if it is not the head. Next, both sides test their swordsmanship by locking blades in midair. Then he subtly shifts his sword downward, aiming straight at the center of the armor to plunge it in. As Rika pierces the center, the monster's blood splatters at the same time. With a thud, the other guy collapses to the ground. He still tries to turn his head to fight, but in the end he fails. Rika looks at the monster and says, "Then perhaps the heart is the answer. How is it, Hilly? A familiar feeling, right?" She sits down beside him. "Yes, in its heart. There is miasma lurking, compared to just dwelling. In a human body, this amount of miasma is far too massive. And that is the heart of a holy knight, a place that should naturally contain holy power. Holy power is an innate strength, present since birth. That is why the Holy Order takes in children showing signs of awakening holy power from a young age to raise them. Among them, only the exceptionally outstanding and strong children are chosen to be holy knights. Yet from the heart of a holy knight, which should be filled with holy power, miasma pours out instead. It turns out the Holy Order forcibly implanted miasma. Hilly sneers, "Look at these bastards." She calls out Rika, and he replies, "Huh." Then Hilly wonders, if this continues, the people of Seven Village will have an even more miserable life, right? To cover this up, those bastards of the Holy Order will probably try to wipe Seven Village off the map, won't they? Rika mutters. "Most likely." As soon as he finishes speaking, Hilly quickly pushes herself up. "How troublesome. There is no other way. I will just have to help one more time, won't I?" Seven Village is already in an uproar. That is only natural. Just a short while ago, a heresy trial took place in the village, and now that very holy knight has turned into a monster and slaughtered people. A white-haired woodcutter is guiding the villagers out. "Everyone can come out now. The monster has been dealt with, so please leave one by one and return to your homes." How this will affect Seven Village remains to be seen, but I believe that humans must always prepare for the worst tragedy. On another side, Rika calls out to her. "Hilly, 2 holy knights are dead, and the other soldiers have fled." "So what is your plan?" Hilly stares intently ahead. "About that, I do have a plan, but it would be great to have another helper." "Oh, what is this? I thought I would never have to meet him again." "Yet we meet again so soon, don't we?" "Found him, my helper. Rika, bring that guy over here." A moment later, inside a closed room, a shifty voice echoes out, "Hey, what is the meaning of this? We collaborated for a short while. Treating me this violently is too much." But Hilly does not back down before her opponent. "In the slightest. You are the one lingering around here. Why is that?" Django screams in grievance. "That is my line. You are the ones who have no reason to be here. After you left, the Holy Order flooded Grandy's city, leaving me with no customers and making it hard to make a living. I had no choice but to follow you all the way here. I intended to live quietly for a while, but who would have thought a monster would appear and I would end up locked in the temple?" Hearing this, she asks for a favor cheerfully. "Since I happen to have nothing to do, this works out perfectly. I want you to help me find someone." But he jumps up. "Why should I do that? Who do I even need to find?" "My demon Marquis," she orders, "is Weirmark, a young cardinal of the Holy Order." It is exactly the person Django knows, so he spills everything in one breath. Ah, if it is him, he is probably in Grandy's city right now. I escaped from him and fled here 2 months ago. Hearing Django's story, Hilly's vision goes dark. 2 months ago was exactly when she went to the market for the last time, wasn't it? Could he have chased her all the way here? Meanwhile, he examines the pouch she just handed him. Oh, gold coins from 100 years ago. This thing is of no small value. You knew this well, yet you still gave it to me, Marquis, because she does not want to waste the money she paid him. Hilly quickly tells Django, since you received the payment, go to Grandy City, as fast as possible. Inform him of what happened in Seven Village and say that I want to meet him. A week later, at the Seven Village logging area, go alone, bring no one. That will be the last opportunity to speak with Helly Maron. If you miss it, you will never see even a shadow of me again. That day, the blizzard rages more fiercely than ever. In the midst of such a storm, two people are still standing and talking. Just let me hide here for a few days. As soon as my mana recovers, I will leave far away. That person begs Ejin, just let me stay. For just a few days. Ejin, 2 years ago in winter, Hilly came to my house while being hunted for poisoning King H. He stepped aside slightly to let her in, yet he still teased her. Where is your lover? Where is your soulmate? Do you intend to keep running and begging them for your life? Hilly pushed Ejin aside in frustration. Move, I did not come here to listen to a sermon. He earnestly advised her, Hilly, do you plan to just keep running away like this? I will stand up and make everything public, that will do. You only need to stand before the tribunal and admit it. Mage Hilly is just a puppet in the hands of Ciro Bendison, the one who massacred an entire village. The one who harmed Bendison's legitimate heir, the one who poisoned King H. None of them are you. It is all Michaelin and his mother. Hilly in the end cannot bear it anymore. Shut up, she snaps. Do not interfere in my business, I will handle it myself. But he still questions, do you think they will be grateful to you? Will they repay you? Because she is constantly being pressed, she has to admit, I do not do this to be repaid. When the truth is revealed, what will happen then? At least I need the self-satisfaction that I sacrificed myself for it. I do not want to become someone who is used and then discarded like trash. Even though she knows deep down that she has been betrayed and abandoned, Hilly refuses to admit it. Ejin reaches out to touch Hilly. Please, Hilly, you might die because of this. If you take on all the danger to protect them and die, then what about the person who must protect you? Me, what will happen to me? Faced with his tears, Hilly always softens. If you die, how am I supposed to live? Do you not care what happens to me? Then, like every other time, she will surely embrace him, coaxing him that everything is still fine. Yes, this time will also be as he wishes, pretending to yield. But instead of his fantasy, Hilly says she would rather die. I am not begging you to understand me. I have never begged you. I only ask you to let me hide for a few days. When he hears her express this, he is stunned and he lowers his face. He is indeed heartless. Indeed, Hilly, in the end, you still abandon me. After that, as if having made up his mind, Ejin turns around and coldly drives Hilly out. Whether you go out there and get chased or caught and put on trial, that is your business. Hearing this, she feels as if struck by lightning. Ejin, you cannot do this. You are my family. He suddenly speaks up, freezing her in place. Family? No, we are not. You know very well that I love you, Hilly. Even when you said you loved Bendison, even when you said you swore your vows to Michaelin, I still love you. We promise that no matter what happens, we will never betray each other. Then pain. Fully, he says as Hilly steps closer to the door. Yet you abandoned me, ran into the arms of another man, and now you even intend to die for them, but you are the one who betrayed me first. Only now does she fearfully try to hold on to him. Do not be like this, you are the only one I can rely on. They used to view each other as their own selves, always able to lean on one another at any moment, but now everything is lost. Ejin without mercy opens the door. Never come back here again. Go to the man you love and lean on him. The family play ends here. Hilly, goodbye. Having read the original work, she knows very well how much Ejin regretted that day, and also knows how obsessive and selfish his feelings are. Hilly and Rika one sitting and one standing under the cool shade of a tree, yet Hilly in the end still cannot understand that madness. In Hilly's heart, Ejin is always just a puppy who needs care, and since he is a puppy, he cannot take responsibility, nor can he make mistakes. All faults belong to the owner, but unfortunately, I do not think so. Her puppy has now grown and become a respectable man. It is time for him to repay Her for raising him, isn't it? Then Hilly takes. Taking a deep breath, she shouts down to the two people below. It seems you have forgotten the terms of our deal, Weirmark. I will remind you again. I said if you want to speak with me, you must climb up here yourself. Alone, leave behind the priest who always serves you and come up here. Hearing Hilly's shout, Django and Edgen freeze in their tracks, a serving priest. He cannot even hold back his confusion. Me a priest. It is me, the snow beast Django, but Hilly feigns surprise. What is that you? Django tries his best to roar. I have been taken hostage by the cardinal. Save me, demon Marquis. Cough. Gentler, please. She crosses her arms and looks indifferently at the person on the ground. Django, your strength has truly deteriorated. To think you were captured by a cardinal whose only power is turning the pages of the Bible. He scrambles to his feet, trying to defend himself. That is not it. At this moment, Edgen finally speaks. I purposely waited here because the poacher locked in the dungeon has already been dealt with by an assassin. I suspect someone behind the scenes is definitely involved. Suddenly he steps closer toward Hilly while she is still blankly observing. Following that, he tightly embraces Hilly, expressing his feelings with a somber face. I miss you. Hilly, but contrary to his reaction, she gets goosebumps. Why is this happening? How creepy, let go of. Me, you bastard, I am not your Hilly. Right at that moment, Rika rushes forward to separate the two. He grabs Edgen by his collar and warns him. What kind of game is this? Edgen Weirmark, do you not understand the meaning of a conversation? Suddenly he also frowns, glaring menacingly back at Rika Winter. The atmosphere of watching the drama nearby is just as intense. Django leans over, laughing heartily at the scene before him. What is this? What on earth is their relationship? A priest of God embracing the demon Marquis? But Hilly stops him. All right, Rika, take Django away from here for a moment. Django immediately feels indignant. What? Why me? I will just stay quiet here. A second later, she exposes the truth about how annoying he is and then warns him. You are getting in the way, step back, and never touch my body without permission again. In terms of clinginess, compared to Rika, he behaves much more like a human. Since he might try to unilaterally restore their past intimacy, it is probably necessary to speak with cold decisiveness. Hilly is deep in thought when his voice suddenly cuts her off. Please give me a chance to apologize. Edgen's words make her exclaim, What? Then he explains, I regretted it so many times back then. That is why I kept searching for you, because I was certain that no matter what, you would still be alive if I leave the Holy Order or bring Ciro Bendison and Michael in here. Will you forgive me? Do you need me to deal with them and bring them back? If you wish, I can do anything. Hearing this, Hilly is also taken aback. What is this? He is more obedient than I thought. But since I am not the real Hilly anyway, what use is this? Look, Edgen, I did not call you here to reminisce about the past, she says, but he still insists that she is angry. If that is the case, until you forgive me. Before Edgen can finish his vow, he flinches as Hilly speaks in a stern, emphasizing tone. But there is still something you must do for me. As previously requested, Django has clearly conveyed the situation in Seven Village to Edgen. Thanks to that, I only need to add further explanations that only an insider would know. That the heart, which should have been filled with sacred power, has been invaded by miasma, and that this is a monster artificially created by the Holy Order, and if Edgen is involved. In this, however, his face darkens and he quickly says, I know absolutely nothing about this. Seeing Edgen's darkened face, Hilly believes him, so Edgen really has nothing to do with it. If that is the case, it seems the Holy Order does not trust someone who has only recently become a cardinal like him anyway. After that, he eagerly asks, Hilly, if what you say is true, the Holy Order might even burn down Seven Village just to cover this up. Hilly understands this all too. Well, exactly, and I know that is precisely what you must do. Edgen must make it so the Holy Order cannot touch the people of Seven Village. He must announce that the mastermind behind this is Marquis Maron. It must be said that the evil witch, Hilly, has created a demon this time. Many people witnessed me controlling the miasma, and the Holy Order will also support your argument to cover up the truth. Hearing her proposal, Edgen naturally objects vehemently. I refuse. Doing that will only ruin your reputation even further. Hilly, why do you always? But before he can finish his sentence, she refutes him. You fool, what reputation do I have left? You said you wanted to apologize to me. Was that just empty words? My bad reputation will only spread further. But if the truth is not exposed, the Holy Order will not recklessly wipe out Sebin village either. Reluctantly, Ejin has to agree. Fine, but as promised, since I came all the way here alone, you must also give me a chance to speak. Hilly agrees, testing him. Very well, what do you want to say? Do you want to talk about how you used me to become a cardinal and then discarded me? Or how you stripped away my mana and ordered me to be thrown into the contaminated zone? The more Ejin listens to Hilly, the more aggrieved he feels. Please, Hilly, those are exactly the misunderstandings I want to explain clearly. I did it for you to protect you. If you no longer have mana, people will no longer fear and hunt. His words make Hilly furious. What? Ejin continues. When the three kingdoms wanted to execute you, I risked my life to convince the Holy Order alone not to execute you, sending you to the contaminated zone is better, because I knew that even in the contaminated zone you would not die. Good grief. What is he even saying? Is Helly a fool? Is this how she believed he was her only family, loving and cherishing her? She looks at him with contempt. Ejin still rambles on, as long as you are alive in there. Then Hilly asks a counter-question that freezes him in his tracks. You protected me back then, as long as I am alive, it is fine. Hey, wake up, do you know what you have done? For Helly, she only has magic. Lovers, friends, family, she has nothing. There was a time when I thought I had everything, but it turned out to be all a lie. Magic is the only means that can protect me, the only power in this world that completely belongs to me. And yet, Ejin stripped that magic away from Helly, so what if she is called a demon? That is the power to protect me. Only now can Ejin protest. But that very power harmed people. Ciro Bendison. Michael N., you used magic many times to harm people, using the excuse of getting rid of those scumbags. I had no other choice but to pay that price because I had to stop those who advocated burning you alive at the stake. After losing her temper, Hilly finally understands. Is that so? Ejin, have you forgotten how you became a cardinal? I am the one who made you a cardinal. I caused floods, spread plagues, and you stepped forward to be hailed as a saint. Of miracles, admit it, because your love was unrequited, you betrayed me. Do not lie that it was all to protect me. I just want to speak the honest truth. Your real Helly already died at Maron Castle, consumed by hatred and betrayal. She chose death. You think you know Helly better than anyone. You think she can survive in the contaminated zone, but did you really not know that she cannot endure that deep loneliness and profound sadness? Ejin knows he can no longer make any excuses, so he tremblingly touches the hem of Hilly's clothes. I was wrong, Helly. I will apologize 100, 1,000 times. Until I am forgiven. If I can have your forgiveness, even if I have to wait 10 years, I will accept it. But she doesn't want to hear any more. Stop saying those heavy words. Ejin, stubborn as a mule, still begs. If you tell me to kneel, I will kneel. If you want my life, I will give it. Finally, Hilly cannot help but shout. Rika in the distance is also startled and looks over. Enough, I do not need any of those things. Let go. What terrible things are you saying? Wake up. You are not a 5-year-old child. You are a grown man, so why are you so pathetic? What if I am not around? Will the world collapse? Yet Ejin still clings to her. Do not abandon me. Hilly has no choice but to reason with him. Do you not have any independence? No self-reliance or self-esteem? At your age, what can you actually do? You fool, how will you survive in this harsh world? But since her opponent cannot win the argument, he resorts to crying. Step 1, his tears fall in drops. Step 2, his lips tremble. Hilly, please do not be like this. From now on, I will not be greedy. Let us be family again. I will do whatever you ask. Looking at Ejin's face, she understands the suffering of the original Helly. This novel is truly terrible. It just makes the male leads look pointlessly handsome. Now she understands why Helly was so weak in front of this man. Ejin is not her family, nor is he the one she leaned on to ease her loneliness in the cold orphanage. Helly, who harmed people and committed evil deeds, is already dead. She has become a stranger with no grudges or obligations toward Ejin. Nearby, Django yawns in boredom. When is this going to end? Finally, she comforts him. All right, I do not hate you, nor do I blame you, so do not worry about it. Ejin finds it even stranger. What do you mean, do not worry? How can I not? Yet she decisively blesses him anyway. Do not worry, you will soon find the love of the century. As expected, Ejin is surprised. What? Hilly casually explains. Anyway, out of the 3 male leads, you are the least terrible one, so I am letting you know that you will become the 3rd husband of a woman. Although she will make you suffer, accept it because it is your destiny. Rika, standing nearby, face palms. She is talking nonsense again. Although Ejin seems to find it hard to accept her revelation, he agrees to her first proposal. He says, I plan to stay in Seben for a while. If you need my help with anything, just come find me anytime. Since there is no corpse of the Holy Knight, the investigation will be limited, but I will prevent another heresy trial from happening in this place. Hilly is temporarily relieved. All right, I will leave it to you. Next, Ejin warns them again. No matter what, those woodcutters cannot stay in the village. Many people know they have been contaminated. If rumors spread that you are performing purifications and keeping contaminated people with you, the Holy Order will set a tighter trap to hunt you down. Feeling Ejin is getting increasingly annoying, Hilly crosses her arms and replies impatiently, That does not matter, but those woodcutters will be dragged away again. He nods in agreement. It is possible. Then she suggests, In that case, I will take them. With me, suddenly Ejin mentions her residence. Maron Castle seems like a livable place. Hilly reluctantly accepts the compliment. You could say so for now, at least. Better than being outside. Maron Castle, a place where there is no freedom to go wherever one pleases, let alone material abundance. There are even times when there is not even a loaf of bread for the next day. It is merely a sanctuary where outcasts of society hide. No one willingly sets foot in such a place to live except for a few people. Clearly there should not be anyone here. A woman waves brightly. Everyone over here has finished cleaning and the clothes are all hung out to dry. The Lord only has a few clothes, so it is done very quickly. As for the kitchen work, there is still quite a lot left. Can we help? Fatima is delighted. Great, that is wonderful. 2 people are enough for the smokehouse. Can the other 2 help me salt the vegetables? She hears this and replies, I understand. Peeking behind the fence, Hilly cannot help but grimace. Why does the number of freeloaders keep increasing like this? Initially, she has absolutely no intention of accepting them as subjects of her territory. She only intends to help the families of the woodcutters who have lost their homes move to a safer place. 3 days ago at the Grandy's checkpoint, Helly's voice rang out. What? No entry, why? The Holy Knights led by Ejin have already left Seben village, haven't they? Rika explains. Highly confidential documents have been stolen from the Holy Order. The entire capital is in an uproar. Because of that, Holy Knights from headquarters have been dispatched. Hearing this, her jaw drops. Stolen documents? Could it be that one? Django suddenly pops up. The one the demon Marquis told me to steal. Indeed, summarizing the report of Rika, who just came back from scouting, smuggling people into Grandy's city in the near future is completely impossible. Hilly feels a bit devastated. This is bad. I intended to leave everyone here and return to the castle. If that is the case, I cannot take everyone back to Seben village now either, if it is revealed that they once returned from the contaminated zone. Who knows what the Holy Order will do to them? Thinking of this, she holds her head and groans. Why did things turn out like this? A voice calls out from the carriage, Lord, the woodcutters with tearful eyes ask. Where should we go now? What a life, Hilly says reluctantly in the end. First, let us go back to my castle. And so, the woodcutters and their families become refugees, temporarily living in Maron Castle. Returning to the present, observing this situation makes her feel helpless. No matter how she looks at it, they intend to stay here forever, most definitely. Otherwise, why would they willingly do such hard labor without being asked? We do not have enough surplus to feed more people. Just thinking about it is frustrating. Carrying a piece of wood, Rika approaches to comfort her. Well, what is the harm? Just happily accept their sincerity. Just as you reached out to help them, they only want to repay your kindness. Hearing his words, Hilly is slightly taken aback. Why is he making so much sense today? Actually, I understand that too. Recalling when she brought these people back, they were overjoyed when they reunited with Fatima. Fatima, we are so glad to see you so healthy after being taken by the Holy Order. Taken away and not seeing you made me so worried. Fatima hugs her acquaintance and asks after them. Thanks to the Lord's care, I am doing fine. But Auntie, aren't you far too thin? The woman sighs. It is only natural. With my husband being treated so poorly, how can I have an appetite? We owe the Lord my husband's life, so we cannot simply freeload. Yes, let me help. If there is any laundry, just give it to me. Who does the cleaning here then? Is there a well or a stream nearby? Fatima smiles brightly. Then, Auntie, please help me make preserves. She immediately shows great enthusiasm. Leave it all to me. At this moment, Hilly grips the hem of her skirt, feeling unwilling to accept this. She knows they are truly grateful to her, and she also knows they do not do this out of a desire to repay her, but having that guy pointed out makes her feel somewhat annoyed. Rika at least you are the one who is clumsier at relationships than I am, right? Meanwhile, a spirit is skillfully coaxing humans. The young boy acts spoiled and says, I know absolutely nothing about farming. Crops bred by humans are very hard to care for, aren't they? The woman praises him gently. That is not true, spirit. To grow such wonderful strawberries on land this hard and barren is truly admirable. Hearing this, Dorothy immediately perks up. Is that so? Am I really that good? Very good and very cool indeed. She then scoops up a handful of soil to examine it. It is just that the soil inside this castle is not very suitable for farming. This side has too much sand and low moisture, while that side makes it hard to channel water. Perhaps it is better to farm outside the castle. Spirit, you mention you have seeds, right? Let us try sowing them together. Dorothy cannot hide his excitement. I will help to the best of my ability. And so, the hands of the newly arrived guests begin to touch every corner of Maron Castle. New garden beds are planted in more fertile soil, and Maron Castle, which has been abandoned for over 100 years, gradually becomes tidy. Even Hilly has to admit, yes, she must acknowledge that they are bringing positive changes to Maron Castle. But what about them? They are still young and have small children. Is this really a suitable place for them to settle down? This castle is originally meant only for me to live apart from the world, a peaceful sanctuary of my own. How can I secure a future for them? She steps into her room and finds the woodcutters busy at work. Hilly inquires, What are you doing here? One of them replies, This is the window of the Lord's room. Last night the wind blew so hard it rattled all night. We plan to refurbish the castle first, and then we will build our own houses to live in. Surprised, she unconsciously raises her voice. Did you say build houses? Do you think I will just stand by and watch you take root here? Once you have a place to stay, I will send you away immediately. The man chuckles. No matter what you say, we are not leaving. The woodcutter beside him slowly lifts the window frame and says, If we leave, we will only end up running from the Holy Order all day. If we have to live like that, we would rather take root here, right beside our Savior for the rest of our lives. Living alone is so lonely, Lord. It is much livelier and more joyful to live with our families. Very soon after the window repairs are finished, Hilly reaches out her hand and slowly opens it. She glances subtly at them and thinks to herself, the window that used to creak creepily every time it opened now glides smoothly without a sound. I still think 4 people are enough for Maron Castle, but... Hilly blushes, her tone slightly embarrassed. You have all worked hard, thank you. Now that my room is fixed, go repair your own lodging quickly. The men chuckle at her reaction. Oh Lord, what are you saying? Why are you being so shy? Fatima's lips curve upward. See, I told you so. At this moment from down in the courtyard, Rika's voice rings out. Hilly, come down here. Building houses is fine, but there is a much more urgent construction plan. I intend to build a bridge across the cliff, a bridge that connects directly to the border. Meanwhile, in the bustling streets of Grandy's city, Django is sitting listlessly in a corner, gnawing on an apple while complaining. Damn it, I should never have gotten involved with that unlucky woman again. And yet, the moment I woke up, I had already taken her money. That naive woodcutter family has no idea what kind of person Helly Maron is. That is why they could so easily look at her with sparkling eyes and happily accept her charity like that. But for those of us who dwell in the shadows, her name is one that must be etched into our very bones, never to be forgotten. Rumors and reality are indeed slightly different. At that time, Hilly prepares to mount her horse, casting a warning glare. Do not follow me anymore. Django grumpily retorts, I have no intention of following you either. From now on, even if we meet by chance, I will decline. Then she suddenly asks, by the way, before you leave, would you take on a job? His eyes light up instantly. What shady task are you planning to assign now? Is the pay high? Helly offers 5 gold coins with 10 times that if successful. I want you to investigate the fake Holy Knights created by the Holy Order. Django silently calculates. Back then, the Marquis only said to investigate, not that it had to be done secretly, in that case making a bit of a scene. Might be quite entertaining, wouldn't it? Fine if that is how it is, that woman can leave this matter to me. Indeed, Hilly constantly mutters to herself back then, catching his attention. Is a star in Grandy City? If so, it is best to stay away. Pink hair, a face as lovely and sweet as a peach, Django cannot help but feel curious. The Marquis lives in such a remote place, yet she knows so much about the princess. So is she the lost princess? Hilly raises her chin arrogantly. I know everything. Then why avoid her? Because I have already done everything she is supposed to do. She knows it all too well, doesn't she? Django stands up, his demeanor brimming with confidence, though he does not understand what those deeds mean. But Asta, the lost princess of Casnatura, should he use her to his advantage? This is the story of the Casnatura kingdom, one of the 3 kingdoms of Casnanura. For a long time, only a single child remains in the royal family. The king should have had both a son and a daughter, but he has to endure the tragedy of losing his young daughter. That day, the little princess slipped out of the palace to see the festival, only to never return. For 12 long years, the king lived in guilt and torment, until one day, during a visit to an orphanage, he miraculously found his daughter. This miraculous reunion shakes the entire world, for the recovered princess is none other than the sole individual capable of controlling spirits. After observing, Asta is astonished. It is unbelievable that the capital is blockaded and so tightly controlled. I do not understand what the Holy Order is thinking. They have crossed the line. Asta Casnatura, Princess of Casnatura. Ciro sits with his hands clasped on the table, his voice calm and deliberate. If it is a thief clever enough to steal top-secret documents, then he must have left this place long ago. Surely the Holy Order is still hiding something regarding that theft. Sile Bendison, heir of the Bendison family. Grandy City's outskirts are currently blockaded. The reason they are both here stems from an event that took place not long ago, the rampant poaching of snow beasts orchestrated by the Count of the borderlands of H. The incident nearly ignites a conflict between H and the neighboring kingdom. To resolve the trouble, Princess Casnatura secretly travels to Grandy City in person. But by the time she arrived, the issue had already been fully resolved by someone claiming to be the demon Marquis. Asta is completely stranded here. Since I kept this journey a secret from my family, I should have returned early, but it is truly worrying. When will this capital be unblocked? Ciro consoles her gently. If necessary, I can take you out of here at any moment. Please let me know if you face any difficulties. Asta thanks him, Sile. At this exact moment, a knock sounds at the door. Young master. The next words make his face pale. People from the family have just arrived. They wish to see you. Ciro clenches his fists, cursing silently under his breath. Damn it. He stands up, his voice turning slightly cold. He tries to act unbothered, yet fails to keep his word. I apologize that I must leave. In the middle of our conversation, Asta is full of worry. Sile, just as you said, if you need help, please let me know. Sile takes quick steps to leave, but does not forget to reassure her before he goes. It is fine. You do not need to do anything for me, just being able to stay by Asta's side like this is enough for me. The worries and suffering caused by my status throughout my life seem to lose all meaning when I am with you. Well, I am off. Asta watches him leave, feeling a pang of empathy. Sile, I can understand the sorrow you carry in your heart. You must suffer great torment over your birth because I was once the same. The label of an orphan feels as though it will follow me for life. Those days of having no warm family like others, having to struggle and endure on my own. But now everything has changed, and I can forget those painful times. Beside me is the beloved family I have found again, along with gentle and sincere friends. Thus, I decide to no longer lock myself in the dark cave of my heart and dwell on past tragedies. Only knowing how to live in a dark cave, I assume the world is entirely gloomy and cold. But upon stepping outside, the world is too warm and beautiful. At a luxurious restaurant, "My lady, over here, please. I have reserved a good spot, but the restaurant has been a bit noisy. Perhaps we should dine outside instead." Asta pulls out a chair and sits. It is fine. This level of noise is not too unbearable to tolerate, but it is not so. The noise suddenly grows louder, drawing her attention. That person, surely that is not just luck. At the neighboring table, a man speaks loudly. The young heir of the Bendison family is indeed extraordinary. Born of low status, despised his whole life as a mere bastard, yet in the blink of an eye, he seized the position of heir. He used a woman as bait to bring down the legitimate eldest son, wiped out Duke Winter, and ultimately sent that very woman to the guillotine, framing her as the sinner. The person opposite him exclaims, "To tame such a terrifying woman is truly a testament to his capability. I once catch a glimpse of that young master from afar. Indeed, his face is handsome enough to make any young lady swoon and cling to him. Could someone as famous as Hilly have done such things just because she lacked a man? It is time for her to face retribution." Astaz's maid whispers, "My lady, please do not pay it too much mind, I hear." Master Bendison did everything he could to stop her, but that female mage sold her soul to the demon, so there is no other way. The princess falls silent upon hearing this. But is that person named Hilly truly dead? The maid affirms. Yes, of course. No one has ever survived stepping out of the contaminated zone. If she is still alive, the rumors about her being the daughter of the demon would likely be true. I suppose so. A figure suddenly glides past, lips curving into a smirk. All doubt begins with the smallest rumors. It seems the money spent is well worth it. Meanwhile, deep inside the contaminated forest of Maron, Rika analyzes the safe zones, matching the altitudes and finding a terrain viable for carriages. In the end, the shortest path lies only through this single route. We have advanced to the south of the contaminated forest. To build a new bridge. Hilly looks at the map in her hands with skepticism. A bridge? Is it truly necessary to erect one, even if we must accept the risk of enemy infiltration? Rika says seriously. A bridge can be destroyed when necessary. Right now, the real threat to us is not the Holy Order, but the issue of food. Have you forgotten our numbers have tripled? Do you intend to sit and wait for the crops to harvest while the children starve? His words are as sharp as a dagger, making her slightly annoyed. I know that. Are you saying it is difficult to find a source of food supplies right now? Grandy City is blockaded, and we absolutely cannot get involved with Sebin Village again. Though there are still a few villages around here, we need a massive amount of supplies, and there is only one route. If we cannot find a sufficient supply of food, we will be forced to advance to the next capital. Therefore, the optimal choice is Kasnichera to the south. Though the terrain is rugged and separated by a flooded river, if we can overcome those drawbacks, it is the most suitable country for trading goods. After thinking for a moment, Hilly reaches a decision. Very well, we will build the bridge. And so, the decision to construct a new bridge for the Demon Order is made. Thanks to the skill of the woodcutters, the construction proceeds smoothly, and the one most delighted by this project is my century-old Doregi. Tears well up in his eyes as he recalls the days when there were only the two of us, when I wept every single night. I thought I would have to care for young Miss Hilly all by myself until nothing but a white skeleton remains. Hilly corrects him in dissatisfaction. Hey, get your facts straight. I'm the one who takes care of you. Doregi is still immersed in happiness. Just because I am born as a spirit of the contaminated zone, my life has been so fraught with hardships. Yet the only person I met was a recluse who shunned the world, not to mention that terrible past of following a demon only to end up as a sinner in the eyes of humanity. But now we have a life where we never lack meat and butter. I truly have no regrets left. I will stay bound to this place until the end of my days. She immediately reminds him, you must not stop at mere satisfaction. Have you ever heard of beef bourguignon? Doregi widens his eyes. What is that? I have never heard of it. Hilly describes it with great enthusiasm. It is an incredibly delicious dish, a stew made of beef with butter and tomatoes. The boy salivates as he listens. Just hearing about it makes my mouth water. I must try it at least once. From today on, that will be my wish. She sits down, pats the boy's head, and instructs him. Once we return this time, we will ask Fatima to cook that dish, all right? So look after the house carefully. Just trust me. Hilly and Rika decide to head out once more. We need to replenish our food supplies to hold out until the fields bloom. Before we leave, the young woodcutter and Fatima remind us that there are enough dry rations. Please buy more fresh food. Also, please get some iron nails and very sturdy ropes, because we still need to buy materials for the woodcutters to build the bridge. She also tells herself silently. More importantly, Doregi says she wants to eat it. If it comes to that and I still cannot provide for her, how can I be worthy of being the Lord? A few days later, perhaps because this is our second time, our journey to Grandy City is smoother than before. Are your names Zeus and Hera? Your travel passes are checked. Go on unless there is something different from last time. Hilly brightly offers her thanks. Thank you for your hard work. Let's go, Hera. Yeah, Zeus. This time we enter proudly with forged identities. We borrow the names of Greek gods as aliases. Initially, I want to be Hera, but during the forging of our identities, there is a slight argument. Hera has to be me. You be Zeus. I like the name Hera better. No, you be Zeus. Rika keeps insisting with a strange stubbornness that makes everything complicated. As we walk, we discuss. Hilly expresses, I'm not good at choosing ingredients, so you handle the grocery store. Rika needles her. Then do you plan to carry the iron nails and ropes back by yourself? Hesitating for a few seconds, she decides they might as well go together. Just then, on a sultry summer day, the sky of Grandy's city suddenly whips up a strong wind. With that wind, a giant creature tears through the sky and appears. A massive bird, the very creature I am familiar with from the cover of the original novel, is the spirit bird Ventus. Hilly widens her eyes. Oh my, that bird appearing here means the female lead is also in this place. With her pastel pink hair and beautiful face, just as described. Before reading Hilly's side story, she was the female lead I loved the most. Astakasnichara, could she really be here? Her face pales. I already said I do not want to see any more main characters. Seeing her stand still in one spot, Rika calls out, why aren't you moving yet? In a panic, Hilly ducks and hides behind his back, asking, hey, there is someone who is very kind but only brings harm to me. If that person is walking right in front of your eyes, what will you do? Rika cannot help but feel puzzled. Why are you suddenly saying that? She stammers, no, I mean... Before she can finish, a cold voice rings out. So you are here, you evil witch. Ventus suddenly appears. Right before Hilly's eyes, its eyes glowing brightly. She turns pale with panic. What is happening? Why is that bird? It screeches, die by the hands of Ventus, she screams inwardly. Why is it charging straight over here? The spirit bird repeatedly swoops down. I will not forgive you. Hilly quickly urges, hey, quickly make that girl faint. If she loses consciousness, that bird will disappear too. Ventus is surprised. What? She immediately points to the opposite side. Hurry. The weakness of a spirit is its contractor. Asta runs over at this moment. Wait, let us just talk for a moment. However, Rika is one step faster. He steps forward and lightly strikes the back of Asta's neck, knocking her unconscious. Ventus gradually fades away but does not forget to curse them as cowards. Rika flings Asta over his shoulder, his voice urgent. Is this fine? Let's go. Run quickly, Zeus. Hilly turns pale. Wait, why are you carrying her away? Along with us, he explains. We stand out too much in this crowd. Let's run first. At this moment, several onlookers shout, kidnapping, guards, someone is being pulled away. Catch them quickly. The trouble has truly spiraled out of control. What should we do? We kidnapped the female lead and even brought her to a cemetery. Rika looks down and proposes, if we dispose of this girl and put her corpse in a coffin, won't that be the end of it? Hilly freezes. You idiot, why would you dispose of her? Who does that? In the original storyline, she is supposed to be the woman most important to you. Hearing this, he asks in confusion, but she attacked you. She immediately corrects him. Get your facts straight. The one who attacked me was not this girl. But that spirit bird. Rika shows a brief look of stun. So did I just attack an innocent civilian? Hilly is slightly speechless. Oh, it is rare to see him flustered like this. He indeed looks like a noble young master. She has to explain further. It is not completely unrelated. This girl is the contractor of Ventus, the king of spirits. But why did the spirit attack you? Spirits naturally detest those tainted by miasma, let alone the spirit king. He probably senses the layers of miasma piled up inside my body. Spirits are rigid, inflexible creatures. Perhaps from now on, whenever he sees me, he will charge at me with all his fury. Hearing that, Rika says coldly, then isn't it better to just dispose of her? Hilly's face pales. Hey, this girl is still a princess, the missing princess of the Kasnichara kingdom, and you even know about that, she snarls. Touching her is equivalent to declaring war. He immediately needles her, and you call yourself a demon marquis. Do people act like this? Hilly mumbles. That is just a name you all call me. But thanks to this, she gets the chance to meet Asta before reading the side story about Hilly. Asta was originally my favorite character, perhaps because I once thought, I wish I were loved like her. Compared to those 4 male leads, I like Asta much more. Meeting her in real life, she is even more beautiful than in my imagination. Lightly touching her cheek, Hilly cannot help but lean down and whisper, I am so jealous. If only I had transmigrated into you, how wonderful that would be. Right at this moment, Asta wakes up and her eyes meet Hilly's face. The girl startles and lets out a shriek. Rika pulls Hilly back by her collar. "Stop that perverted behavior, Hilly." With teary eyes, Asta stammers, Who are you?" He says calmly. "I will not harm you. Yes, if you summon the spirit again, it will only cause more chaos, so for now. Put aside that idea." The girl glances at the two and asks, "Who on earth are you? Why did you kidnap me?" Hilly immediately replies, "I am Marquis Maron, next to me is." "Rika, as for me, I am just a lackey." Asta is dazed. "Maron, I have never heard of such a Marquis family." Looking at her, Hilly cannot help but think, even though she just woke up, her face is still beautiful and her expression is completely clueless. "Since we met anyway, how about I give the female lead a hand? That foolishly righteous and lovely girl." Thinking this, she speaks up. "The reason I kidnapped you, spirit master of peace, hero of the three kingdoms, long live Princess Asta." But cheers echo everywhere. According to the original work, by now Asta's name should have resounded across the continent as the wise princess who prevented the conflict between Nivi and H, and the only spirit master who could control powerful spirits to defeat demons. With those titles, she should have become a figure admired by the whole world, but I prevented all of it. Thus, at the very least, I must help her once. The most important event that turns Asta into the saintess is about to take place. Hilly leans close to her and whispers, "At the beginning of this autumn in the Kasnachara forest, a demon will appear. If you are late, he might fully manifest in his complete form. You should not stay here at this time. Saving the world, that is your mission. While you maintain peace, I will hide in the castle." Hearing this, Asta is doubtful. "What does that mean?" Hilly says clearly, "The reason I kidnapped you is to tell you this. Saintess Asta, please destroy the demon." Having said that, she runs off, leaving the girl staring blankly and calling out, "Marquis, wait, please wait, don't leave like this. Telling me to become a saintess, telling me to save the world. It is all so vague and suspicious." The girl looks at Hilly's retreating figure with suspicion. That fairy tale innocent tone, those indifferent eyes. It is hard to believe she is a vicious kidnapper. "Marquis Maron, who on earth is that person?" Suddenly, a voice echoes from behind. "Who is there? Why are you in this place?" Asta stammers. Walking toward her is a priest with his face fully covered. "This is an abandoned graveyard. A young lady like you should not frequent this place. Please go back quickly." The girl is surprised. "An abandoned graveyard?" He replies, "Yes. Usually priests expelled from the church take charge of this. We look after the graves of unclaimed people, but who opened the coffin lid like this? Oh dear, there are traces of someone resting here." Asta exclaims, "You are doing a wonderful thing, Father. Actually, I was kidnapped, and when I woke up, I found myself in this graveyard." The priest is shocked upon hearing this. "Oh heavens, so that commotion earlier was from those who kidnapped you, young miss? It is already dark today. It is better for you to go to the magistrate's office tomorrow morning to report it." Asta gently declines. "I am not harmed, so it is fine, but can you lead me out of here?" He cheerfully replies, "Of course I will escort you all the way to the gate." "Thank you very much, Father." Serving in the name of God is only natural. Upon the mossy walls, torches flicker and burn, casting an unstable light. Walking behind, Asta looks at the priest in front and thinks to herself, "He looks after an entire desolate graveyard that no one cares about. He must be a very good person. To become a priest at such a young age, he surely must have committed himself to the church since childhood." Curiously, she asks, "If you do not mind, may I ask how you ended up like this? I heard the church does not arbitrarily expel its priests." Hearing this, he chuckles. "I do not recall doing anything shameful before God. It is just that I once intended to expose and denounce the crimes and corruption within the church. Therefore, upon my expulsion, I was even stripped of my name. Alone, I could not fight back, so my only option is to stay here in this graveyard offering prayers to God." Asta cannot hide her astonishment. This cannot be. What on earth is hidden behind the church? Even if the young priest's words are a lie, lately the church's actions are clearly suspicious. It is unclear why they suddenly blockaded Grandy's city, leaving merchants stranded and suffering heavy losses. They are forced to present a large sum of money to the church to be granted a travel pass, a risk. No different from a gamble. If I stay by his side, perhaps I will find the answers to my doubts about the church. Thinking so, she speaks honestly. "Father, I am the princess of the Kasnachara kingdom. I cannot reveal my identity publicly, so I cannot cross the border yet, but I must return to my homeland soon. The priest is slightly surprised. Are you a princess? She confirms. If you help me leave this blockaded Grandy city, I will find a way for the Church of Kasnachara to reinstate your status. Please come with me, father. His voice trembles, revealing his confusion. This cannot be, oh God, but how can I help the princess? There must be at least one person who dares to speak the truth. Asta reaches out her hand and proposes. If those people are the two of us, wouldn't that be even better? The priest hesitates for a brief moment, but then decisively takes her hand. I will definitely risk my life to get you out of here, Your Highness. Please call me Asta and do not speak of sacrificing your life. At this moment, the priest's face is revealed, and it is none other than Django. Ultimately, he becomes a part of the main character group. Just like in the original novel, returning to the streets now, the sky has gradually darkened. Hilly pouts. In the end, we couldn't buy anything we needed. Rika shrugs. The shops are all closed. What else can we do? It is late. So we should rest for the day and take action tomorrow. Suddenly, he asks, Hilly, the original plan was not to kidnap that princess, so why did you say things like, go save the world? She looks at him and replies, it was just improvisation. Should I have said that a crazy bird flew out of nowhere to dispose of me, so I just wing it? Rika is speechless, while Hilly rejoices inwardly. Besides, Asta still has to be proposed to by Michael N. and become the saintess. Suddenly he stops, catching her off guard. What is it? Why did you suddenly stop? What is over there? In front, Sile hears the voice and turns his head. Hilly freezes, her face turning pale. This is my fault. If Asta was in Grandy City, I should have guessed that. That guy is also here. The man Hilly used to love, Ciro Bendison. The sharp sound of a sword being drawn. Clenley echoes. Rika unexpectedly strikes first, but Ciro manages to block it just in time. Hilly clutches her hair and trembles. Why do they draw their swords the moment they meet? No way. Come to think of it, the two are natural enemies, aren't they? One is the victim who lost his entire family overnight, and the other is the enemy who plotted to use Hilly to destroy the Winter family and him. You committed that act, so how can you encounter each other at this exact moment? There must be a limit to bad luck. The subordinate of Sile rushes over. I will help you, young master. Meanwhile, she quickly hides behind a wall. Perhaps he still hasn't realized that I am here. He is already good at fighting alone. I must slip away. If I accidentally use magic in the center of the capital, I will become the enemy of the three kingdoms and get beheaded immediately. The subordinate who just arrived is kicked in the stomach by Rika, stumbling backward. He says coldly, so the filthy bastard of Bendison is here, looking around to stalk another woman again. Are you? Sile's face darkens with anger. The defeated talks too much. You couldn't even die honorably on the battlefield, and now only. Your tongue has grown longer. Rika sneers with utter contempt. What right do you have to mention honor without women? To exploit you can do nothing. I heard that even now you still haven't secured the Bendison family in your hands. You slaughtered my entire clan to gain merit, yet this is all you have to show for it. Ciro grashes his teeth. So, do you plan to take revenge now? For your own family, they say she runs wild everywhere seeking revenge. Now that she is like a stray dog without a master, you suddenly think of me. Hidden beneath her cloak, Hilly widens her eyes upon hearing her name. What, a stray dog? She steals a glance outside. Rika maintains his usual infuriating tone. Why did you expect me to keep seeking revenge in the wrong places? I hear you are following that wicked witch. Hilly seethes inwardly. Hey, I am right here. That wicked witch is standing right here. Suddenly he asks with a half sneer, just what did you use to bewitch the witch, Hilly? What is it? That face of yours or your body? If bewitching and controlling people is called black magic, then what is? What you are doing called a filthy trick. Does the Princess of Kasnachara know what kind of person you truly are? These words strike directly at Ciro's pride. His face turns pale with rage as he charges forward. Rika. Winter, his subordinate, quickly steps in to stop him. Young master, please do not fall for his provocation. Watching from the side, Hilly analyzes the situation. He keeps clawing at Ciro's deep-seated inferiority complex. Ciro is usually a calm and rational person. At this moment, he should listen to his guard and back away. Their swords clash with an ear-splitting screech. Don't go. I forget because Rika is acting as obedient as a golden retriever lately. This man is actually a wild beast. The two men clash fiercely, trading both blows and sharp words. Perhaps because she is royalty, she generously overlooks a parasite like you? Hilly watches from the side, feeling thrilled. Well done, my subordinate. Go win this. Suddenly a commotion rises from behind. Out of curiosity, she turns around and sees a crowd gathering. Is there a fight? Is it a fight? Since when did so many people gather? Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouts, "Ah, that figure looks familiar. Isn't that the armed man who kidnapped the young girl in the market during the day?" Hilly flinches in embarrassment. It is a misunderstanding. I released her immediately. But her voice is drowned out by the crowd. Yes, that girl is also an accomplice. I saw it clearly. This is highly suspicious. Call the soldiers quickly. Hilly instinctively steps back. No, this is bad. She hurriedly covers her face and urges him. Rika, now is not the time. If we delay, we won't be able to escape. Let's go. He approaches her and instructs, I will handle this. You go back first. Hilly grabs his arm and pulls him. Are you crazy? If you try to deal with them here, you will die too. Aren't you coming with me right now? Rika turns to argue but pauses when he sees her serious expression. Hilly tries to persuade him. Let's go together. I can't do this alone. Who is going to pull the carriage? Are you really going to do this? Rika reaches out, pulls her hood over her head, and suddenly scoops her up with one arm, holding her close. We are. Running, with those words, he kicks off the ground and bolts. The crowd points at them, shouting, the kidnappers are escaping. The soldiers are over here. Ciro, his cheek badly bruised from the fight, watches them leave in disbelief. What is this? They just up and leave like this. After the Winter family is destroyed by the Bendisons, the only survivor left of the clan is Rika Winter. Rumors say Rika's final trace vanished after he went to find Hilly for revenge. Who is that woman just now? Everyone who was close to him is already dead. Could he have a lover? After escaping the pursuit of the soldiers in Grandy's city, we sneak across the mountains into the Kingdom of H last night. It is the territory of the foolish border count, the one who once sent poachers to Grandy's city. At this moment, Hilly collapses in exhaustion, hugging her knees. If we could just find a carriage here and leave, everything would be fine. Leaning against the wall, Rika mocks her. And whose fault is it that we are now labeled as kidnappers and cannot even go to the market? She fires back. Am I the only one who caused trouble? Even if you unexpectedly encounter your family's sworn enemy in an alley, how could you just leap into a life-or-death battle like that? He raises an eyebrow. I didn't finish him off anyway. Hilly reminds him, think about it, why didn't you finish him off? At first you are so furious as if you wanted to tear him apart right then and there. Rika suddenly changes the subject. I hear you used to love him. Hilly frowns. What? Who? Loved him who? As if remembering something, she freezes. A fragment of memory flashes by. The man I used to love is Ciro. Bendison? What a ridiculous reason, I once said. At this point, Hilly suddenly feels a pang of guilt. I used to love him, huh? But a question suddenly arises in her mind. Why did the original Hilly love him? If it is about gentleness, Ejin is surely better. If it is about status, the crown prince of the Kingdom of H is definitely superior. Yet Hilly chose Ciro. A man with a cold, extremely strict and perfectionist personality. Born as an illegitimate child, carrying deep wounds and severe inferiority complexes. Granted, he is indeed handsome. But is it really just because of his face? Since I am both Hilly and not Hilly, I cannot fully understand her taste. So I can only say this much. With that thought, she speaks up, but not anymore. I do not love anyone now. My ideal type is a 1,000-year-old Doreji. Rika smiles faintly. That sounds like me. Next time we meet, I will not let him off so easily. Do as you wish. Let's go to the market. The border of the Kingdom of H is not a prosperous trading capital like Grandy's city, but they can still find almost all the materials needed to build the bridge. Holding the rope in his hand, Rika confirms he has found a pretty good one. I will test its strength and make it myself. Hilly looks skeptical. Are you saying you will build a bridge with this? She looks at him teasingly. Is there anything you cannot do? It is strange. I always thought you wouldn't know how to do anything since you were pampered. Since childhood. After loading all the kitchen supplies onto the carriage, they return to the castle. The beef stew is ready. Doreji happily cradles his cheeks. It is so delicious. I have never eaten anything this good in my life. Hilly also marvels. We cannot just call this tomato butter beef stew. It deserves a more unique name. Fatima places another plate of beef on the table and suggests with excitement, then I shall call it the accursed demon's tomato butter beef magic stew. This name truly leaves everyone speechless. Rika quietly eats his meal, withholding any comment. Even so, what is more important than Fatima's naming skills is the exquisite taste that drives everyone wild. From that day on, Hilly and the people of the territory worked together to advance their civilization. By late summer, right on the cusp of autumn, a massive and sturdy wooden bridge is erected over the ravine. It is the first step in connecting Maron Castle with the outside world. The Demon Bridge, the only wooden bridge connecting the Maron territory with Kasnachara, is built, sturdy enough for carriages to cross. Dorji stands with hands on his hips, looking at the bridge with doubtful eyes. Well, young Miss Hilly, that name sounds a bit too heretical. I'm afraid the Holy Order might march here. Beside him, Hilly leisurely sips her tea. Dorji, who is the one who left us this peaceful land? Boy replies, it is the first Marquis Maron. Exactly. That person was originally a demon worshipper, even if we cannot carry on that. Will, we should at least show some respect. Is that really necessary? She points ahead. Look, everyone is happy. Civilization is here. Let's head to the capital. Spirits, come here quickly too. On the inauguration day of the Demon Bridge, everyone in Maron Castle is immersed in a festive atmosphere. Dorji runs over excitedly. Me too, I want to celebrate as well. She marvels, they are truly extraordinary people. Everyone thought it would take at least a year to complete. She has no idea how they did it. So quickly, suddenly a voice calls out, Hilly, look! She turns around and sees an axe blade swinging back and forth. In front of her, look at what? Hilly's eyes widen. Rika, holding an axe, strikes once and the adjacent tree splits in half. 3 giant question marks appear on Hilly's face. Is he crazy? Is he really human? She knows he is strong, but she never expects him to slice through such a thick, heavy log in a single blow. Hilly cannot help but shiver. To be honest, I felt a sense of familiarity since our very first meeting. My first impression of you was quite good. She says this, but her mind thinks otherwise. What a terrifying man. Rika curls his lips slightly. It wasn't like this not long ago. My body only recently started to change. A change? She asks skeptically. He explains how he gets tainted by miasma and then undergoes purification, repeating this cycle until his body gradually grows stronger. Hearing this, Hilly looks completely stunned. What? Getting tainted by miasma makes you stronger? You mean you actually got stronger? Rika sits on the tree stump he just cut and explains. I wanted to tell you at first, but the change was so minor that I forgot. I just thought it is because of my daily hard training. But after talking to the woodcutters, I realized that is not the case. There is no way. But this is just like, Hilly suddenly stands up, cupping Rika's face with both hands. Come. Closer. A gruesome scene suddenly flashes through her mind. Could it be that Rika will eventually become half human, half demon? Does this damn novel still follow its original plot no matter what I do? Wait, if that is the case, will I also die? In the end, Hilly repeatedly touches Rika all over his body to check. There are no signs of dark magic, no pointed ears, no growing horns, and absolutely no trace of miasma in his body. It is just a normal human body. She sighs in relief. Thank goodness. His voice slowly rises. What is wrong? Seriously, Hilly snaps out of it. Rika's face is slightly flushed, his tone stiff. Why are you touching me so closely? You look like a pervert. A pervert? Are you calling me a pervert? Hilly yells in annoyance. How ridiculous. When did I touch you like that? You are showing off your muscles, so I only wanted to try touching them a bit. He exposes her. You even felt me up everywhere and then sighed. Hilly is a bit speechless. Well, that. Am I supposed to tell him directly that I am checking if his body is undergoing demonization? I really cannot help but sigh in this situation. After that, an interview takes place. The old woodcutter shares, I didn't become some grand sword-wielding knight like him, but chopping trees takes less effort now, and lifting heavy things is slightly easier. Hilly asks. Him, no physical mutations or signs of increased violence. He nods. Aside from the increased strength, there are absolutely no issues. Surviving a near-death experience is quite worth it, isn't it? Hearing this, she asks no further questions. All right, that is all for today. Yes. My lord, I shall take my leave then. Sitting alone in her room, she reflects. After hearing Rika's account and interviewing the woodcutters, she discovers they all share similar experiences. It turns out to be true. During the process of being tainted by miasma, the body is strengthened. Suddenly, I recall the holy knight who turned into a monster whom I encounter in Sebin village. Even when his neck is severed, he still moves perfectly, and a mass of miasma is pulled from his heart. It looks like normal miasma, but there is a difference. It swirls loosely and then condenses. The heart of that holy night is like a mold that someone deliberately expands. In that space, an incomplete core wedges itself in, and from there a monster is born. The swirling miasma is compressed, if that is indeed the way to create a demon. Perhaps I understand now, and I can do it too. Shaping miasma into a sphere, then repeatedly compressing and spinning it. Smaller, even smaller, more and stronger. As she thinks, Hilly casts her magic to try it. A dense vortex of miasma swirls in her hand. Unlike that monster's messy core, she can create something far more complete. In that moment, the mass of miasma I am spinning directly gains centrifugal force, starting to spin on its own and drawing in the surrounding miasma. Suddenly it bursts violently. She quickly uses her other hand to hold it steady. Wait, this is bad. I cannot control it anymore. I must stop. Slowly decrease the spinning speed, push back the rushing miasma. Flowing in. After a while, the miasma vortex gradually loses its direction and disperses like a thin mist. Hilly clasps her hands tightly to control the miasma. This leaves her exhausted, panting heavily. When the sphere's rotation completely stops, the miasma in her hand, equivalent to the entire flow within a 100-meter radius, is tightly compressed. Opening her hands, a small mass slowly moves. Hilly is surprised to see a core. It is the very miasma core that turned the holy night in Seban village into a monster. Time passes swiftly, and soon the golden harvest season arrives at the trading post of the farmers. From a high vantage point, a staff frowns as he observes. At the beginning of autumn in Kasnachara, a demon will appear in the flooded forest. Although the exact location is not specified, only the flooded forest is mentioned. The territory of Kasnachara consists mostly of vast plains. Although there are many forests of various sizes, only one place is called the flooded forest. That is the vast primeval forest stretching from the kingdom of H across the contaminated land to the edge of Kasnachara. If that person's words are true, then the demon is bound to appear there. The maid sighs in admiration. The golden wheat fields are truly shimmering beautifully. Princess, if only young Master Bendison were here with us. She agrees. Indeed, it would be lovely to behold this sight together. Hearing this, the maid clasps her cheeks, her eyes glistening dreamily. If the two of you were to gaze upon this scenery together, your bond would surely deepen. Asta's face flushes crimson, and she quickly waves her hands. What are you saying? There is nothing of the sort between Ciro and me. But the young master clearly holds feelings for you, Princess. Hush, Lily, what if someone hears us? Lily remains stubbornly playful. Who is there to hear? It is only me, you, and a priest here. The princess is flustered. Honestly, you should address him properly as father. Turning to her side, Asta apologizes. I am sorry, did she make you uncomfortable? Yet the thought of a demon appearing in such a breathtaking place still feels utterly surreal. Django shakes his head calmly. Please do not trouble yourself, and there is no need to pay any heed to the words of a kidnapper. Asta hesitates for a moment, but that woman does not seem like someone who would lie. Suddenly, she asks out of nowhere, Father, do you know the name Maron? Django freezes for a split second, but then he chuckles softly and replies, Of course. How could anyone in the Holy Order not know that name? A towering castle standing proud in the heart of the contaminated land. Is that not the name of the demon who ruled that land a century ago? And that is precisely the reason I am present in this very place. Rewinding to the time before Hilly departs, she asks Django for a favor, to investigate the fake Holy Knight, whom we saw in Seban. I mean, why on earth does the Holy Order create such a monster? He rubs his chin, asking back skeptically. So I just need to investigate this in my own way to find out, correct? She glares at him, exasperated. What obvious nonsense is this man uttering? His face betrays an amused interest as he recalls every detail. She never once instructs him to investigate in secret. If so, making a bit of a scene might be quite entertaining. Not long ago, from the lips of the young cardinal slipped those illustrious names, Ciro Bendison and Michael N. That person claims that because of those scum, she harmed others. In other words, are they not all deeply indebted to the Marquis? Therefore, the act of my exploiting the princess is entirely of my own volition. Since she shares a close bond with Cyle Bendison, extracting this information effectively requires approaching the person of interest directly. Yet, ironically, at this very moment, both he and she are here by the command of the Marquis. It feels as though they are merely dancing in the palm of the Marquis's hand. If the prophecy holds true and the demon indeed appears, and if she truly manages to defeat the demon, then the only option left is to remain by that terrifying Marquis's side. After all, is staying beside that woman not the safest place in the impending storm? Thank you for watching today's video. Our story continues with many exciting developments ahead. Therefore, do not forget to like and subscribe to support us and never miss the latest chapters. Wishing you moments of relaxation and joy. See you in the next video. Thank you.